She doesn't have any
Not
feet.
working.
Oh, I'll let Ryan. Oh, she's calling Ryan. Okay, Ryan is gonna help her. Ready? Mr. President, we're live.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of December 16, 2020 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Khan. Yeah, still with it, Councilwoman. Okay.
Yes, here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Davila. We're getting her mic together. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid. Councilman Mendez. Councilman Mims.
Here.
Councilman Black.
Present, Madam Clerk, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. President and honorable council member, this evening we have with us to render the prayer Bishop Liston Page Jr. and he's from the Highway Church in Paterson. And also to lead us in the flag salute is Miss Marie Peeler Rivas, Passaic County Constable. We now have the prayer by Bishop Page.
Thank you so much, and again, thank you for this invitation. I am so humbled, and I am thankful, and I want to just say I'm very appreciative to Councilman Mims for this invitation and for all of the council people and those that are working in our government locally to make things happen and make us a much more productive and a better city. So let's bow our heads. Father, we thank you and we are so thankful. We're certainly appreciative for this is the day that you made and we will always rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for all of these brilliant minds that have come together to do the work in the marketplace. We thank you for how you have given them the ingenuity and the cognitive skill. And God, we just pray that you continue to make us one and unify us, that we can fulfill not just the earthly agenda, but also that agenda that will fall in line with your kingdom and also your mission. We praise you and we adore you. And God, just continue to advance us and make us better. And we decree and declare that there's no weapon that is formed against us that is going to ever prosper, and that we will be the head and not the tail. We'll be above and not beneath. We'll be blessed going in. We'll be blessed coming out. And we thank you in advance because I believe, knowing you the way that I do, what I pray and decree has already come to pass. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, in Jesus' name, amen, amen, amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, you're very low. I can hardly hear you. Hold on. See if it's mine. Okay. You can speak now, Mr. President. I could hardly hear you. Okay. That's a little better.
A little better?
Yeah. Let me turn up mine. Okay.
No, Council President, Ms. Rivas has to do the flag salute. Council President, your mic is low also. Whatever issue Councilman Davila has, you sent it to your computer.
Okay, I'll have Brian to come over. So, where is Ms. Rivas for the flag salute?
Yes, Mrs. Sonia Gordon, Clerk of City of Paterson. Good evening, Consul President Flavio Rivera, and good evening, Consul Vice President Dr. Lilisa Mims, and good evening to all the Consul members. It's a pleasure for me, and thank you, Consulwoman Mims, for the invitation to salute the flag tonight. Please, everybody, put your hands in your heart. If you can stand up, it's okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank God for everything you give it to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now, Madam Clerk?
It's a lot better. That's much
Yeah, I'm gonna use the headset. So, can we have a moment of silence for Albert Warren, late husband of former mayor and city clerk Jane Williams?
Wow.
Councilwoman Davila, I muted you before. I think you're speaking. Councilwoman Davila, you have to mute yourself, please. I apologize to the family of Mr. Williams for for my interruption. And we also want to do this moment of silence for all the troops that we have lost in recent times. Moment of silence. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you?
President, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I'm clear.
Yes. What I was telling you before is that when they were about to do the
Council President, can everybody hear me? I don't know.
Yes, we could hear you.
Okay, I can't hear Council President.
Oh.
Can you guys?
Let's
I can hear Council President and Councilman Davila. I think you're loud and clear, Council President.
Yeah, but she cannot hear the Council President.
I also hear both.
All right. Can you hear me, Councilwoman Davila? Can you? Councilwoman Davila, can you hear me? Just
Yes or no?
can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Thank
You have to understand, I came on the meeting early. We were fine and then all of a
Thank you.
sudden something happened.
Yeah, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020-2021, meeting date December 15, 2020, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law and the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the municipal council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 on or about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the municipal council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2020 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Pescator International, El Especial, Paterson Press, City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the municipal council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor in the place reserved for the announcements of this time. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the municipal council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the municipal council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Council members, council colleagues, do we want to entertain a motion for payment of bills?
Yes, Council President.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims.
The payment of bills, I would like to make a motion, is in the amount of $9,502,494.31. The payment of bills includes payroll. It does not include any payments for the county or the school district. I'd like to make this motion.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second for payment of bills?
Second, but I have a question.
Second by, was that Councilman Delacies, the second?
And Councilman Khalid.
And Councilman Kalik, and discussion, Councilman Kalik.
Yeah, I see on the second page for human resources, there's an overtime payment of $61,383.57. Can I get a little brief description of what was this about?
Marge, are you on there? Madam Sharon, are you? Councilman Click, we would have to look that up within the system and get back to you.
So there's 200 that Kalik is referring to. Is that a COVID expense, Councilman?
No, it's no. Actually, it is on the main payments on third page, human resources on payroll. There is an overtime payment of $61,383.57. I don't think it's a COVID thing.
So, Madam DA, can you say that this is a normal, I don't think it's a normal payroll expense for human services, $200,000? So.
I think you said 61.
Yeah, so this is-
61,000. See, overtime, 61,000
Right.
Oh,
overtime.
that was 61 overtime just for human services?
Yes,
No, it says under human resources.
human resources.
Oh, resources, got it.
Yes.
Right, so I would have to, I don't know exactly what is going into that. I would have to look into that for you. If Marge has access, I don't know if our CFO is on, to access the admin system to look it up.
Oh, so Madam Clerk, can we put this off, this payment of bills for later? I know we have a first and a second. Do you want to remove?
Council President?
I'll remove my motion, Council.
You remove the first, Councilman Kalik, you remove the second?
I'll remove my second as well.
And Councilman Abdelaziz, I guess you remove your second also.
Council
We're gonna leave the payment of bills for later. We're gonna wait for the administration to look into it. And then we'll entertain it at a different time.
I just have a question quickly. Is this possible?
Yes, Councilman.
So the item that they took in is the human resources?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and is, how much was the amount that you said?
$60,000+.
No,
61.
because I see here 1,220, that's why.
Councilman Kalik, could you point out?
It is 61,383. It's page, it says page number 1.
Oh, okay.
It's on the third page.
All right. Okay, you can continue, President, until I find out what's going on.
All right, so Madam Clerk, at this time, we have our former interim council member, Gilman Choudhury here. And if you don't mind reading the resolution into the record?
Yes, Mr. President.
I was gonna summarize it, but I think it will sound better if you just read the whole resolution, for Gilman to have this in his, history folder.
What number is it?
Number 35.
What I'll do, we take action and then if you want me to read it afterward, and I can. Okay, number 35, next item number 35. And item number 35 reads, resolution honoring former second ward councilman Gilman Choudhury, and this is sponsored by Council President Flavio Rivera and Councilwoman Dr. Lily, and co-sponsored by the entire Municipal Council, City Council, Resolution 2698.
So move.
Second.
Second.
I said
Move.
too.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Cotton.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, give me a second, please. Roll calling item number 35 for approval, Councilman Abdelaziz.
So, Councilman Choudhury, I know he's here somewhere. You stepped into the second ward and hit the ground running. I'm gonna say a funny story. I don't know if anyone really knows. So he gets sworn in on a Tuesday, and it was a very intense council meeting. I call from him and say, Councilman, could I stop by your house after work? Because he works in the 6th ward. And I was like, oh man, I think he's gonna say he wants to throw in the towel and quit after that first Tuesday meeting. And I had to talk to him and talk him off the ledge, and didn't leave my house until like 11 o'clock. And my wife kept checking, saying, "Is he all right?" He stayed for dinner. He stayed for we grilled some burgers, and we got Chick-fil-A for dinner, and I was gonna text his wife and say, "Don't send out the units looking for him. He's over here in the 6th Ward, but you've done a great job. You're not gonna go anywhere. You have a bright future. I'm honored to call you a friend." And I know you're in the 2nd Ward, but I have officially told you could be part of the 6th Ward. You're more than welcome. You spend most of your time here, and I will be leaning on you for advice and talking to you and calling you as much as possible. So thank you for serving our great city. You did it honorably, and there is no one that I feel that could have come in the circumstances that it was and give the services to the great residents of the 2nd Ward. You're more than welcome to visit my house. I don't know if you can stay till midnight, but we'll touch base. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me just say to Councilman Choudhury, Councilman Al-Aziz was upset because you sat between us, and I wasn't. But I just want to say, I've known you from the school days. I call them school days. And you brought that same energy from the public schools to the city council. You had that energy, and I can say, Councilman, you can give lessons on how to be a good councilman. I can tell you that now, because you did an outstanding job. As a matter of fact, one of the ladies up at the Garrett Heights was talking about you the other day to me, and she really truly appreciated everything that you've done. But I've known you before councilman days. I've known you for being involved with the schools, and I can say you truly brought that energy that you had with our children, with the parents, with the administration. You brought the energy to the city council. And I'm going to say to you, you were outstanding, you were excellent. I'm going to miss not being able to sit next to you too, even though I got my other guy there, my council husband, Al. But, but I just want to say, I appreciate the time that God put you here to serve with us. I appreciate God for letting you be able to do this, because sometimes people may think they can do it good, but sometimes it's really difficult, and you got a taste of what it really is to serve as a council person here in the city of Paterson. I just want to say I'm happy that you were with us. I know we're going to still be together, because I'm still going to be around schools, and I know you are so, and I see how you are sending our kids to these distinguished colleges sometimes, and that's because of your commitment that you made to the kids, to the school, to the public, to our city. You made a commitment. And I want you to always keep that commitment that you have made. So I want to say God bless you. It was truly a pleasure. And congratulations on being able to be here. Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
First, before I begin, I just want to say thank you very much to everyone that called and texted, and it was a tough 30 days. And I came in early saying hello, then I don't know what happened, so Council President, thank you for reaching out and shouting out. But right now, this is about Councilman Gilman Choudhury, and I've known you for quite some years. I know your commitment and your heart is with the city of Paterson as a whole, specifically our children, and those that are less fortunate. And so I want to thank you for what you've done with our district, okay? But I also want to thank you what you do on a daily basis. You did come on, you were asked, and there were a few people that requested you be part of the council, and I have to say that I'm happy that you chose. It was a major task, and I know that it was a difficult one at times. But everyone, has their style in leading, and, don't change who you are. Never settle for less. all right? And I look forward to continuing that work that we started for quite many years, all right? I know you're here to stay, and I know there's great things coming your way as we speak. So happy birthday to your baby, all right? And I look forward again to continue to work with you. So Madam Clerk, it gives me great pleasure to vote yes.
Hello.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson? I don't have to see you. Councilman Kalik?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Mr. Gilman, Choudhury, Councilman. Nice to meet you, sir. Actually, I'm joking. I have known Mr. Choudhury for years. I guess he was when he was you could say baby. He's a young man. He always been coming to my house for years. You are always welcome. Whenever your wife doesn't let you eat beef curry, you could come. I'm putting it out there tonight. Okay? Gilman is a exceptional person. He go above and beyond to help people. He's been working with me for years. We've been actually working together. Say more or less more than 8 years. I have a nonprofit organization, New Jersey Health Center. I started the organization, I could say, because of Mr. Choudhury. Remember Mr. Choudhury in my Wayne house, in the backyard? We started this whole conversation about how can we help our community in a bigger basis. That's where the whole idea of New Jersey Health Center, you see the sign in the corner of Union and Preakness, is actually started from Mr. Choudhury. And I'm honored to call you a brother and a councilman of the second ward as well. Congratulations, and I'm looking forward to work with you. We know we have a code drive on this Saturday. Everybody, whoever listening, come to 281 Union Avenue. You will be from 4 o'clock to 8 p.m. on this Saturday. Thank you, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
I just want the record to reflect that Councilman Mendez is gonna log in later on. He's, right now they're doing a recount on his election, so he'll be in after he gets out.
Oh, okay, thank you, thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Councilman Lynch?
So what can be said about Councilman Gilman Choudhury, who has done so many phenomenal things with our youth, with robotics, getting them into Ivy League schools, sitting in the audience as we were school board commissioners, and then I could tell by his grin or his head down whether the vote was good or not. So I just, I really treasure Councilman Gilman, and then for him to be able to be a council person, that was just the icing on the cake. I commend your hard work, your diligence, and everything you did to make sure you represented the ward well. Anyone that can sit in the pink walls of City Hall and not complain in that office, they're all right in my book. So Councilman Gilman, great job. Thank you so much for hitting the ground running. Thank you for being awesome, absolutely awesome and extraordinary. I love you. I'm gonna call you all the time and bother you before you have that other baby. So I'm gonna start bothering you a lot. And so, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mitch. Councilman Glass?
I'm just gonna say, Councilman Choudhury, I approve all the messages that my colleagues have just stated, just to make it simple and easy. But one thing I could say is, I cannot say that you left a legacy, because you're going to continue bringing that legacy to the city of Paterson in a different way. I could say that I was proud to say that you're my friend, and I could say that I'm your friend too. I know you right close on the 5th ward, right there. You work in that center, and you're always with that energy and that positive thinking and positive thought. One thing that I've learned from you, and a lot of people say things, but I learned something from you, and I hope I could keep it. That no matter the stress, no matter the situation, no matter the dialogue or the arguments or the confrontation, every time you open that mic, you always bring in your statement with peaceful thought and peaceful comment. And I could realize it, that how peace is your heart. So the second ward and Paterson are blessed with you. And I could say that at least you've learned something from Louisville that you put the before and after in everything that you used to do. Thank you. God bless you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So, council colleagues, so this year we were faced with several situations that we needed to address. But given the situation that we had in the second ward, we had a council colleague that was part of a recount, and then we were faced with the situation of either, appointing that person, leaving it blank, or finding a person that could step in. I believe personally that we made the right decision when we chose you. The process was actually, usually it's a difficult process. You have to take a lot of things into account. But I recall I met you through Councilman Shahi Khalid. You work in his health center, serving, the community, putting extra hours that you can have been, spending with your family, and you were spending it with the kids of Paterson. I also met you, I also dealt with you to an extent when I was a commissioner in the Board of Education. And I noticed that drive, that love that you have for the kids of Paterson and the city. And, a lot of names were floated out there. But when your name was taken into account and your name came up, my council colleague and I had a lengthy conversation, Councilman Abdelaziz and I. And we decided that if he wasn't Councilman Khalid, I'm sure you could step right in. You worked with him for a while. You know what he does in the second ward, and we also know what you do, for the second ward. So that's the way I went about making that decision to put it in the agenda for my colleagues to entertain. And today, I want to thank you for not letting me down, for doing a great job, and leaving the second ward, the same or better in a position for Councilman Khalid to continue his work there. I want to thank you, and feel free during this meeting. I have your plaque here. Come in and pick it up. I'll be here until, hopefully before 12, but you know how these meetings go. Feel free to stop in, Gilman. We have a nice resolution and a nice plaque for you to take home. You're on mute right now. You can unmute yourself, Councilman Choudhury. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr.
Do
President.
you want to read the resolution first before we let him speak?
Yes, yes, sir. I will announce the vote and then I'll.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 30 hereby adopted. And I take great pleasure in reading this resolution, Councilman, into the record. And it's a resolution honoring former second ward Councilman Gilman Choudhury. This is sponsored by Council President Rivera and Councilwoman Dr. Lily Smith and co-sponsored by the entire Municipal Council. Whereas Councilman Gilman Choudhury, who moved to Paterson at just 7 months old, has lived in the second ward since he was 13 years old. He is a graduate of JFK High School, holds an undergraduate degree and graduate certificate from Montclair State University, and is now enrolled in the MBA program at William Paterson University. And whereas Councilman Choudhury, an administrator with Paterson Public Schools, has been honorably discharged from the United States Army Reserves and is involved in numerous volunteer activities, including JFK High School's Get Ready program, and is dedicated to the advancement of the city's youth. And whereas on July 21st, 2020, Councilman Choudhury was appointed as the councilman of the city's second ward until a special election for the seat was conducted on November 3rd, 2020. And whereas Councilman Choudhury, a consummate professional, served the second ward and the city of Paterson with true leadership, honor, and distinction, upon his appointment, Councilman Choudhury made every effort to ensure that the second ward was clean and safe for residents, visitors, and business owners. And whereas Councilman Choudhury, the proud husband of Samir, and father of Sophia and Alana, has a thoughtful approach to government that is admired and respected. He sought in his short tenure to make the city of Paterson a better place, and he is a sterling example for any elected officials to emulate. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson hereby honors and extends their sincere gratitude to Councilman Gilman Choudhury for his loyal and devoted public service to the City of Paterson, and to offer their best wishes in all of his future endeavors. Councilman Choudhury. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman Choudhury, you want to say a few words?
Yes, thank you, Council President.
Sure.
Let me first just say that I'm speechless. I truly appreciate all the kind words and the goodwill of my council colleagues. It has truly been an honor to be part of the Municipal Council for Paterson. But what I will remember the most is my relationships with all of you. There's not enough I can say right now. Every one of you has really been a blessing in my life, and I will respect and love you for the rest of my life. The wisdom, the guidance you have given me, the support when I needed it, and even though we've had our debates, we've had our disagreements, it was never personal, and I understand completely that in order to serve the public best, it's important for us to make sure that the best idea wins. I appreciate the fact that even in my momentary lapse of judgment where I'm not sure what the right decision was, the phone was always open for me to reach out to everyone here in the council. To the city administration and all the city workers, I truly appreciate everything you do every day. And I do hope that if there's anything I've done wrong, that you please forgive me. If there's any type of disagreement or any type of mistake that I've issued, please forgive me for my mistake. I do hope that everyone understands that I did the very best I could. It's one thing reading about municipal government and the structure of cities, and it's another thing to actually be part of it. So despite the fact that I'm considered a bookworm and I've read as much as possible, nothing really prepared me for the council. And I do appreciate Councilman Al's wife that was able to bring us Chick-fil-A, God's Chicken, to make sure that I was able to think rationally. But again, to Council President, thank you again. Leadership, for your kindness. Council Vice President, thank you again. You are truly an amazing person. Councilwoman Davila, I was always worried for you with COVID, and you're a fighter. You do everything you can, so much to the public, that I was worried that instead of you resting at home, you were going to work with a mask on and give out toys or anything. So we're really blessed and happy that you're recovered and you're on your road to go back to 100%. To Councilman Luis Velez, thank you again. Your humor is very widely known in the school district as well. We really
don't encourage him. I said I wasn't going to interrupt you, but don't go there. But keep going. Keep going.
To Councilwoman Ruby Khan, thank you. It was really awesome not just to share a door between us as well, but also the elder statesman mentality that you have, your poise and grace. It really brings a calming effect. To Councilman Jackson, as I have stated multiple times, there are moments that we can disagree, but I've never disagreed on his passion, his commitment to the city. To Councilman Shaheen Khalik, I can't explain how appreciative I am that the amount of time and effort you put to answer my questions, and especially in the beginning where I had very limited knowledge on how to do some things, and you were able to open your door to explain that this is the process, this is the person you talk to, and I really appreciate that. To Councilman Alex Mendez, we've known each other prior at the school district as well, and I would say that he's very energetic and an amazing gentleman. But to everybody on this council, again, I appreciate everything, and I do really hope at the end of the day that I was able to live up to your expectations. I was able to live up to the expectations of the public. and I wish you nothing but long life, much luck and success. And the work you do benefits so much to the city of Paterson. And I've been fortunate and blessed to just be part of it, even in a blink of an eye, to be part of a great esteemed council such as Paterson. It is truly wonderful. So thank you again for everything. I don't think I deserve the the gifts that you're giving me or the praise. But I do hope that at the end of the day, the moments I was able to be here for the council, I was able to benefit. So thank you again, and I was gonna say I'll miss you all, but I'll definitely see everyone again at regular work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. President, if I may,
Sure.
can I just make a quick announcement about the public
Sure.
portion that begins at 8, correct? Yes, may I just read this into the record and then you will continue. For the public portion, anyone who wishes to participate in the public portion may dial 973-321-1579, 973-321-1579, enter code 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. Press star 3 to be added to the list. I'll just repeat that. For the public portion, which begins at 8 p.m. tonight, anyone who wishes to participate may dial 973-321-1579, enter code 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. Press star 3 to be added to the list. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk. I've been informed by the administration that they're ready to entertain the payment of bills again. So let's just get that out of the way before we continue.
Sure, sir. Councilman Mills would like to continue?
Yeah, do we have to do the motion again, given that he was, yes.
Yes, sir.
So moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by anyone?
I guess you.
Second to entertain, second.
President, have Councilman Mims to read the entire amount into the record at the beginning again.
We'll do that.
Okay.
Council President, I would like to make a motion for the payment of bills in the amount of $9,502,494.31. It includes payroll. There are no payments to the county or the school district on the payment of bills.
Okay, motion, is there a second?
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Velez.
Second to entertain, yeah.
So we still have a discussion.
Yes.
We had a question pertaining to the 61,000 in overtime from the Department of Human Services. I know it says Human Resources. No, I know, but I was just getting a text that it's actually Human Services. So, Madam VA.
Yes, Council President, and I know our CFO is here, but that category should actually be Health and Human Services. It's still coded, I think, for some past coding, but that's in particular, the 61,000 would be related to all the health division overtime related to the pandemic, so the testing sites, the contact tracing, etc.
Was that a COVID? I know that's going to be reclassified later on. Is that correct?
Yes, so that's all falls under COVID.
That falls under COVID. Okay. Councilman Abdelaziz and then Councilman Velez.
Just a quick question to the BA on page 9. Page 9 or 10 on my phone, it still looks like 9. There's a payment to the parking authority for $278. It says parking for taxpayers. I just elaborate, is that a program that we run? Do we pay?
We pay, yes. We reimburse, Councilman. We reimburse taxpayers for their parking fees when they come to pay their taxes.
Oh, so this is like a voucher?
Yes.
Alright, so great, so if I have some residential properties that live in front of permit parking, that's from the parking authority, is there a way we can reimburse them for the meters or give them a parking pass for them to park in front of their homes where there's meters?
That would be a different program.
Okay, thank
And
you.
there's no reason why it couldn't be,
Council. So to that point, the council, we as council can remove any meters we want. So if you're considering that, we could have that conversation later on, Councilman. Any other, Councilman Velez, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just to say, hold on, one question was to Madam BA. Madam BA, if this is going to be classified later on as COVID expensive, why not put it on COVID bills from now? And if the money is in the COVID bills, that's one question.
So Councilman Velez, I know the question was to the administration, but the thing is, they still need to analyze that. And to make sure, remember, they need to charge, once the salaries go out, they need to get paid right away. It gets charged to the city's budget. Now, they have to go back and analyze to make sure that was COVID, gets reclassified to COVID. So they haven't done that yet. This is the most recent payroll that we have.
Okay.
So, but you have a good question. But
Thank you. And the other thing is just to bring a point up about Andalusia, Council Andalusia, that's why the committee of DPW also with Parking Authority and the legal department is working for a citywide parking permit that will include those meters and the people questioning why we cannot park in a meter. So in the aspect of doing a ordinance based on citywide parking permit, we having that conversation also with the parking authority. So it's a good idea that you're reinforcing the idea of the committee moving forward. Council President, the aspect of overtime, you know, and this is one thing that we want to make clear, that this administration, I don't want this administration to fall into the negative of doing things in the other past administration. I remember when the past administration fall into a big scandal of overtime, and still some of those people haven't paid back. So, you know, please, before you guys do something, put a number out there. Be ready for answer, and now we have to go fish out for answer, then wait for the whole entire meeting. That's my opinion. I think that it should be a little bit more dedicated situation to bring forward when we have to pay a bill instead of fishing on board and, you know, things around. Thank you, Council President.
thank you.
Council President?
Actually, Councilwoman Cotton had her finger. I don't know how you remain so, but I appreciate that. Councilwoman Cotton, she's been asking for the floor for a while. Councilwoman Cotton.
I know, I'm having to flip through this stuff. I mean, I'm flipping through it, and I wasn't pretty sure if I never really, they got a Verizon wireless bill here for $130 for my husband Eddie, which he's been gone for 7 months. No, he's been gone for 8 months. I don't even remember ever having a city phone at all. I don't remember. So, like, should I vote or should I abstain? What I should do? Tell me, Corporation Counsel. Tell me what to do. I don't remember him even having a cell phone, but they're saying $130.
I don't know whether or not, or what that phone is for. I apologize. I don't know what that bill is about. Nonetheless, it is a part of all of the it's a part of the entire bills list. There's no reason you need to recuse yourself for a $130 phone bill.
So, Councilwoman, you're done, or?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
So this is not the same, you know, this is not part of this discussion, but I did request for an analysis to be done almost a year ago, and to also give us an update of, you know, what was the outcome and every line that we have removed. So I expect that at the next council meeting. I don't want to prolong it, I want to leave it at that.
Council President?
Councilwoman Davila.
So I'm looking at, since Councilman Velez mentioned something about COVID payments, and I see here COVID catering for the amount of $2,200.
Madam BA?
Yeah.
Can you let me know which one you're looking at? Are you looking at the first, the COVID list?
No, I'm looking at page 1. It says COVID catering. It's right above what Councilwoman was speaking about, the wireless. You see where it says COVID, right above, like 3, it says Verizon, camera, COVID.
So this is a grant. This is probably, I know, I don't know if it's under Ryan White grant or Hopwa grant, but I know they have their events at Brownstone for their meeting, so it might be something that they did the food for, for this event. I don't know why it's coded COVID, but it's grant specific, so I don't know if Marge can look up that grant account for that one.
Sure. I'm just saying, if it's not COVID related, why is it being titled as COVID, COVID food,
That just might be what they had on their invoice, and it might have been something that was like boxed individually instead of just buffet catering. It might just be how they termed it on their invoice.
What was the vendor?
The Brownstone.
I'm trying to find it here, I can't.
Yeah, it's about halfway down the first page.
It's on the first page after, the overtime report. It's the first page. So if you see where it says Verizon and it says 392 as a total, if you go up just a few, it says COVID catering.
Yeah, Council President, that's on the grant column, so it came from a grant somewhere. If Marcia should see what.
Does it have a G number?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was charged to a grant.
Yes. Council President, I'm asking this question because if we're talking about COVID-related items and then they're going back to charge to...
Councilwoman, the administration just stated that the description maybe of the PO, I'm not saying it's valid or not. She's just stating that the description that was on the PO stated that it was COVID, but right now she's telling you that it is Ryan White. So your question must be, what is it?
Yes, and I know Director Castillo I know she was trying to jump in there as well.
Yeah, sorry, I was
Director?
it wouldn't let me unmute. So it is charged out of the Ryan White. Ryan White also did get COVID allocations, so they did use some of that money to meet. We have to provide meals during our council meetings, so Ryan White council meetings by law. So they did provide meals. It was packaged individually, and that's why it's coded that way. But every time we have a Ryan White council meeting, we have to provide breakfast and lunch.
Council President, for future, if that can be not just, it should be more specific in terms of how it's coded. It shouldn't just say COVID catering. There should be something pertaining. If it's Ryan White, then Ryan White / COVID catering.
Absolutely. I'll definitely talk to Millie.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Mr. President,
Councilman Velez.
I see this item number 1 here. This is the first time I hear it. I thought that our library belongs to the city of Paterson, but I see a library rental of the building for the north side and payment to Paterson Housing.
That's actually for the 60 Temple Street location.
Okay, so no. So you telling me
So I think that
another thing that's coded the wrong way. Why don't quote Temple? Because it said north side library rent. So if it's Temple,
Councilman, the issue is I work with the system myself, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
You can put all the notes you want in the system, but the space for you to enter a description is very limited. So although that you might think that information is most useful to the council, they gotta put the information that's most useful there also for audit purposes or someone to identify. Example, Councilwoman Davila stated that she wants to see the word Ryan White. We'll be able to tell which grant it is by asking. We could ask the administration about the account number, based on the account number. Now, if you could abbreviate, what I do at work a lot of times is I abbreviate, but I use the information that's more relevant to me, right? For me to do research and also for submission of these invoices. But again, it could be fit in there. We could fit whatever we want in there, but it's all, we all could do this differently. If we ask all of us to write a description, we all gonna have a different description there.
So
That's what I gotta say.
Council President, if I may, to your statement, I'm sorry, Councilman Velez, I just want to quickly. Council President, if you just go lower, it says Hapwa, Ryan White, and it has the grant.
Understood. What I'm saying is, Councilwoman, it depends on the day that you're doing this. I might do a PO now, and I might do a PO, the same PO a month from now, and the description that I put in there might be a little different. This is all I gotta say. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong.
The reason is, Council President, I was looking for the north side library. If they didn't tell me it was 60 Temple, I never thought that we have a library in 60 Temple, that's why.
No, I know, but like when the orders come in, if you look at the actual PO, you have the invoice there with all the information necessary. But I just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can we continue? Can we do a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for payment, regular payment of bill in the amount of $9,502,494.31. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Abstain.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Two things before my vote. I did not get an opportunity, Council President, before you called for a roll call. I had my hand raised on the side. Obviously, you know I wanted to inquire about the amount that's being paid to the sanitation company.
So we're in the middle of roll call. You know, I would love to entertain it.
I cannot vote without the adequate information.
Okay, I agree. I could respect that, but I don't think we could go back and have a back and forth in the middle of roll call. That's what I'm asking.
I'm not asking for a back and forth, just the amount that we're paying
Sure.
to the sanitation company.
So can you provide an amount, Madam DA, or March?
I'm looking, I don't see anything paid for sanitation in this report, but give me a second just to make sure.
I think that was last week.
Very good. While she's looking, the comment that I wanted to make before my vote is with regard to this payment to the housing authority. I thought the council mutually agreed that we were going to make sure moving forward from a year and a half ago that any payments regarding any services that's being provided by the city, there would not be any rental payments to an entity that the city owns. It's rather backwards. We're paying rent for a facility that we own, that we give the authority of someone else to utilize, who then turns around and gave the authority for a third-party company to make revenue off of it. And this is disappointing, but I just want to make sure that we understand the context of what's going on here. While the health department was conducting free COVID testing for the community, a person who was a non-community resident came out and told those employees for the health department that they were not allowed to occupy the sidewalk in front of 60 Temple. And this person then went inside and locked themselves in. But they were very nasty with the people who worked for the health department, which primarily happened to be city residents. But yet we have, they're utilizing those facilities. So before I vote, I would like to put forward a request. Most of the requests that we make never get answered, or the information is rarely returned, especially those requests that I make. I really would like to know all of the occupants of 60 Temple and who's paying rent there. If we're charging the library and we're charging organizations such as youth services for the health department, rental on city-owned property, that needs to be addressed. We talked about addressing it before, and we have not done so. But anyway, Madam Sharon, do you have a affirmative answer?
There is none. There is none.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I would normally vote yes on this bills list, but based on this payment of rent that we're making to the housing authority, I cannot support that. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And Councilman Mendez is not back yet. Okay, so I have Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez? Okay.
Aye. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So, Madam Clerk, normally this is not on the agenda, so I will not be speaking about it, but I want to take the opportunity that Councilman Jackson brought this up. I also have a lot of concerns pertaining to the garbage disposal company. I hear a lot of stories going on. I know previous meetings, we also discussed that certain furniture they would not take, but I also heard rumors that if you pay them, they will take them, like if the residents pay them. So we need to do something about this company. I know Councilman Jackson's been talking about this forever, but now when I start hearing from the residents, we have to address it. And on another note, I would have voted yes on this bills list, but I wish I would have had the opportunity to hear Councilman Jackson pertaining to this payment that we're making. And I would like to know more about this whole arrangement for the rental payment. We should be working on some agreements with those entities that we have set up. The council actually created those entities, and we should not be, somehow. We should have the discussion. Let me know pass any comments, specific comments. My vote is no at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstain, 1 absent. For payment of bills in the amount of $9,502,494.31 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, can we do the public portion at this time?
We have one more payment bill.
You have one more, I'm sorry. The COVID payment.
Yes.
So I'd like to make a motion for the COVID payment in the amount of $277,380.19. The invoice is attached.
Move.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for COVID-19 payment of bills is $277,380.19. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a suggestion, Council President, and I appreciate the fact that you are interested in at least hearing the argument of all the council members. Just a suggestion prior to going into roll call, there should be a question brought to the table whether or not there is any other further questions as opposed to just calling for the vote. Many times, especially when we're here on this platform, it's very difficult at times unless you abruptly interrupt someone and call for your attention while someone else is speaking. But with that being said, just would like to raise a level of concern to the council. Very rarely within any organization or any operation is there consensus all the time, where there is with a lack of discrepancies. And we often just move past these issues so quickly, rarely finding an issue with items until way after the fact. And it's not that I choose to be consistently against, but when we look at the context of how things are going, the amount of lawsuits that we're bringing that's being brought onto the city, and how decisions are being made with regard to the general disregard of the process.
Continue, Councilman. No, that was someone was unmuted. Continue, Councilman.
General disregard of the process. I think it would behoove the council to be a little more diligent when it comes to the oversight on how and who's being paid. I just wanted to bring that to the table. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
To that point, after the expenses incurred, we almost have a legal obligation to pay certain expenses. So it is a little difficult sometimes to, negate a payment after the fact. But we are gonna, hold them accountable. We have another situation where a payment was made, we refused, we never approved the payment, but the check went out. So we have to address that situation also. I believe a letter is gonna go out. But my vote is no, Madam Clerk, at this time, for the simple fact that, I believe that we could have used more, we could have planned things a little bit better for this COVID, expenditures. My vote is no.
Mr. President, the vote is 6 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. Payment of bill for COVID-19 in the amount of $277,380.19 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, could we open the public portion?
Yes, Mr. President. The public portion is now open. I'll just read the number one more time into the record. Anyone who wishes to participate in the public portion of the regular meeting of December 15, 2020 may dial in 973-321-1579, enter code 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. Press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. Mr. President, let me just check with IT to see if there's anyone for the public portion. And then we could give them a few minutes. Bear with me. Start. Mr. President and honorable council members, I think we do have 2 speakers so far. I just asked IT to put the first speaker through this time.
Madam Clerk, you said how many speakers we have?
At this time, I think there are two possibly, but there may be 3 in the queue. We're not sure if they will speak. So we just put through the first one. The first speaker, please state your name and your address for the record, and you may begin. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Letty Alvarez. First of all, I would like to congratulate Choudhury for the excellent job that he did in the second ward. Not only in the second ward, but he's a community leader. He's the guy that we need in the community. The reason on my call and the reason on my participation tonight is that I'm against the bar in Spruce Street and Grand Street. Please don't open that bar again. We need to concentrate more in our future, which is the kids, and we have a lot of food around the area. And I don't think we need a place like that in Paterson. We need more recreation place for our kids. Please don't approve that bar will be open again. Thank you, and have a good night.
May I continue, Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Brian, if there's another speaker, please put that person through. Next speaker may state your name and address for the record. You may continue.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Christina Tone. I'm also calling for the same reason for number 45. I'm against the activating the license for the bar, Mr. Cape. So I totally agree with the person that spoke before. We have schools around. I live right across the street from there, and the area is still not safe. So I'm sure that once they open up again, things are going to get worse. So, we just wanted to have good area for the kids, for the community, and I don't think that kind of establishment and business is good for the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Ryan, is there another speaker for the public portion? You may put that person through. Just bear with us, Mr. President.
Hello, council members. This is Eddie Gonzalez. First, I do want to piggyback off what Will said in reference to the awesome work that our Councilman Gilman Choudhury had done in his time that he served as the second ward councilman. So I applaud him, and I know he has a bright future in the city, and I support all that he does. He has done an amazing job. On that note, I do also call to oppose the relicensing and issuing of any such permits or licenses to the establishment on item number 45, I believe, which is Doctor's Cave on Spruce Street and Grand Street. As a community leader and advocate for many years, I've been receiving calls from neighbors and residents, even up until this day, fearful of what goes on in that establishment and what comes out of those doors after hours. I've been shown a video of a shooting that I witnessed, and I actually have a copy where an individual got on the car, and started directly shooting at an individual who was laying motionlessly on the property, on the parking lot of the establishment. 50, 60, 70 people around this individual. Cars parked, at 3, 4 in the morning all over the street, loud music. And, this is on videos that we provided to the police department years ago. And unfortunately, many incidents like this happens. If you go into the records, you know that there's a lot of police reports in reference to shootings and things of that nature. I don't know how many people how many victims have died. But the fact that it was a shooting, whether the shooter was a good shooter or not, the intent was to kill. And in this environment that we're in, and what we're trying to do to establish a safe neighborhood, and what all council members had sworn is to protect our residents, our children, and to do the best that they can to provide a safe quality of life for the residents that live in communities that we are all serving. I think this is just contrary and in opposition to that very oath that people take. So that said, I just think that I wanted to share this and get on. I congratulate all of you for the small job that you are all doing, especially during this pandemic and having to deal with the virtual meetings. I think you guys are really, coming along. I'm proud of all of you, and I just wish you guys the best of luck and the best of health as well. So with that said, there was many other callers that are trying to log in reference to this very issue, but are having technical difficulties, and this is new to a lot of them. So I don't know if they'll be able to join, but there was a petition going around as well, so that the council members are aware that will be continue to be circulated and submitted shortly. Unfortunately, I guess the coordinator of that is trying to get on, but I don't know if you're going to be able to make it before this is over. So with that said, I thank you guys, and have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next speaker, I think there's a recording that he will be playing.
Sure.
Okay. You may go ahead, Ryan.
Hello, my name is Marlon. I am a current resident of 239 from Grand Street. I'm concerned about the bar opening up again. It's a disaster when it's open. There's fights, there's gunshots. I currently have 3 kids, and I don't want my kids to be in danger again. While it was closed, everything's calm. There's no fights, especially in the summer. When I was pregnant, there was a security guard that he tried to argue with me and push me around because of the parking. And as I understand, it's public parking. It's not their parking. I really don't want the bar opening up. There was also an incident when there was a drunk person coming out from there,
they crash into the pole and they took the light out from here. So I don't want the bar opening up again. It's a danger to our community. Please, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There are quite a bit of speaker. Ryan said he's in the queue, and he's asking me to just repeat the number and give them guidance how to get in. So I'll just repeat that with your permission.
Sure, Madam Clerk.
Okay. For the public portion, you dial 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. To allow you to speak, press *3 and you will be added to that speaker list. Dial 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326 and press *3 to be added to that list so you'll be able to participate in the public portion. Thank you very much. Ryan, if there's another speaker, you will go ahead and put that next person through. Thank you. Go ahead and your name and your address, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Choudhury Jackson, Paterson. Yes. How you doing, Sonia?
Pretty fine, thank you.
Am I? Okay.
Go ahead.
Am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can hear me.
Hi, Councilwoman and Councilman. This is Audrey again. I had called like 2 weeks ago, last week, and talking about finding an apartment. Right now, it's still hard, and it's so frustrated again that we're now in Paterson. All the rents is high. I mean, I don't believe this. You can't afford nothing, no 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, without any program or anything, because, I mean, y'all voted on all this. You know what I'm saying? Y'all put all these people in here, developers, building for not our residents, because I've been here all my life, and I can't find nothing in Paterson that's worth paying $1,300, $1,400. And I'm very upset right now because I'm still looking. I've been 5 victims, and there's no help out here. I mean, I'm ready to take it to Governor Murphy. I don't know how to get in contact with him, but definitely he needs to hear me. I appreciate listening to me. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please? Please state your name and address for the record.
Kaya Lemon, 3104 Street, Paterson, New Jersey.
You may continue. We're hearing you. Go ahead.
Hello, how is everybody tonight? I'm calling because I have a complaint about the recycling and also the people who picked up the garbage. I have been calling, and they told me to download a schedule. I follow the schedule. They're not picking up when they're supposed to. And just yesterday, one of the inspectors came out. I guess his inspector number is I-33. He puts a violation warning in my box, but he's giving me a warning as a homeowner, but you're not picking up when you're supposed to. I have a lot of garbage, a lot of boxes, and he's telling me put it back on the side of the house and wait till the next day. And I'm just making a complaint. It's just all the time. Now, I understand we have COVID going on. They changing the schedule, but he's going to say to me, we don't have to give y'all a schedule. Just look it up. But I'm following it, but they're not picking it up. So I just want to complain about the garbage and the recycling. And my garbage is still outside. And my boxes are still outside. Some days now. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. May I have the next speaker? One more? Okay. You can put that person through. Next speaker, please state your name and address for the record.
Kelly Brown from Harding Hannah Women's Center.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown. We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Hi, I was calling in to inquire. My name is Kelly Brown from Harding Hannah Women's Center, and I was calling to inquire about the Human Services Grant. Every year we receive between $5,000 to $8,000 from the city of Paterson to help disadvantaged families. So I'm calling to inquire about what happened to the grant for this year, because from what I understand, we're not going to receive any funding this year. And this year, we have a lot of families whose backs are up against the wall, and families in the city really need the help and the support. So I'm trying to get some clarity as to what happens to the funding.
So council members, we don't normally go back and forth, but given that this was a topic that was touched last meeting, I just have one question and probably one question only, because I don't want to entertain a discussion back and forth. Do you ever apply for the grant?
I apply every year.
Do you apply this year?
I have applied. No, I did not know that there was a grant announcement this year.
So that's the situation. I'm not justifying it. Just so you know, if you don't apply legally, they cannot give you funding if you did not apply. Now, I'm not saying that they should have never contacted you. That's a different story. But all I'm saying is, if they did not, if you did not submit an application, they cannot provide you with funding.
Council President, I'm very aware of that. I'm used to applying for funding, accustomed to how the process works. However, I'm concerned as to why the community organizations weren't made aware that the funding was available this year.
I just stated that in my comment also, that I cannot vouch for them not doing that. But at the moment right now, the situation that we're on, I want to hear from the administration later on. Later on, because we don't entertain a back and forth. I just wanted to bring that question up. And it's very specific, the question. I don't think it requires a response, and I'm using your 2 minutes, and the system is going to cut you off. So let me let you speak before any other council members speak. So you want to continue?
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate you letting me speak.
Yes.
I'm not trying to go back and forth, but I do feel as though that me and the citizens of the city, we are owed that explanation. If something was being done different, just a little respect, a little concern about the people that we have been providing the service for the city. We just would like to know what happened, because what happens is that program no longer has that service that was funded.
So let me know when you're done. So, Madam DA, make sure you make a note, Madam DA, and you will provide a response to all of our speakers. But I want you to note the questions that was asked at this moment. Also, and after we finish with the public portion, we'll address those concerns. Do we have any other speakers? I know Councilwoman Mims and Jackson wants to speak.
Jackson.
No, it was both. Councilwoman Mims had her finger up for a while. But both Council Mims and Jackson will speak. Any other speaker right now, Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, there are other speakers on the queue. Ryan is asking to repeat the number and the
So before we go there, I'm going to let my council colleagues speak just for the interest of time. Councilwoman Mims, let's try to keep it brief, and that way Councilman Jackson also.
Mine is very quick, Council President. Last week, when the commentary was made, I requested, so I know you asked Madam BA to speak, but I think we should allow Director Castillo Cruz to speak, because last week in the meeting, I made the request as relates to all of the entities that were mentioned, what was the situation. And I have to commend Director Castillo Cruz. She sent an email outlining one by one what went on with every entity. She also, in that email, she included how it was posted, all that stuff. So I know you said Madam BA, I just wanted to point that out, Council President.
Sure.
That she sent that email to every one of the council members, and it's very detailed and outlined so that you can see every single service allocation.
So Councilman Mims, before Councilman Jackson goes, I'm also interested in knowing what's been past practice, because what happens is, although it's not a legal requirement that you have to contact them, if you have been reaching out to them in the past to let them know that the grant is out there, right? I think they were probably expecting the same courtesy from the administration. So I want to hear from the director. Actually, before we hear from the director, I want to hear from Councilman Jackson. Then we hear from the director. Then we have Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Abdelaziz being the chair of the Human Service Committee. And then Councilman Velez, I guess. But you know what? Where are we at with the speakers right now, Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, may I just repeat
I think you should go with the
there are quite a number of speakers in the queue, so I'm just going to remind them what to do. Maybe they're having difficulty to get in, so if you're there with me, I just remind them again. Dial 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. And for you to participate, for you to be able to speak, you'll have to press *3. The number to press is *3, and that will put you through to the public portion. They are in the queue, but we're not able to retrieve their the calls. There are quite a bit of them. So let's give them another minute or so, Mr. President.
So, Councilman Jackson, thank you for your patience. You got the floor.
Thank you, Council President. So I just want to put together and point out the correlation. A moment ago, we have a young lady call and stress the importance of how the rents that are escalating in citywide, how they're having a tremendous impact on the community. People like herself who cannot, lifelong residents who can't find an affordable place to live. And she talked about specifically outlining how, the residents have become very dependent on services. So we provide channels, and there are service providers that rely on, the administration being diligent on providing the resources that they need to provide to our constituents. Now, just like we rely on the state every year for our transitional aid, what if they decide, well, you know what, we put the advertisement out a different way this year? It's very irresponsible, and it's concerning to me that, because I got some correspondence from, and I understand the context of this particular grant, but I got some correspondence from CD after the fact. After the fact, and what's happening is, nobody's being properly informed. Now, the administration makes it a very big point to announce the mayor's having this function, we're doing this, that function, but for instances like this that are extremely detrimental to the entire public and how they live their day-to-day lives, it's rather insulting to tell, someone like Ms. Moss, Ms. Brown, what the process is, when she's been a participating member of this process for a very, very long time. There's a lot of people who rely on her organization to provide that relief that they need. So I'm hoping, and I'm glad that, Council President, you talked about allowing the VA to address it. This is a pressing issue. There must be some form of contact centralized for all the various programs, and just to ensure that, and lastly, I'll cut it here, but because it seems like the grassroots organizations are the ones who get slighted. So we're going to continue to talk about this. I hope not, because it's something that we continuously complain about. And guess what? Our residents are being slighted because organizations like this aren't given the necessary tools to provide the services that is very much so needed at this point in time. So I'm looking forward to hearing the answer to this, Council President, and I hope you don't allow it to go unanswered before the evening is over.
Sure. I just want to make clear that by no means I meant to basically educate a person that's been applying for this grant forever. I just wanted to let her know, and she's aware of this, and let the public know, and the rest of my colleagues, that even if the administration wanted to entertain a revision, the process already have taken place. This is what I wanted to, not of their fault, but the process took place. They were not informed. Maybe legally they didn't have to be, but I think it should have been a courtesy to inform them if they were doing that in the past. But that's just my take. I just want to make it clear that I just wanted to put that on the record that yes, you could call to let us know what took place, but I don't think we could make good with this funding to allocate any additional funding at this time. But that's just my take.
Mr. President, you have a speaker.
You have a speaker? Okay, we have the speaker then.
Our next public portion speaker, please state your name and address for the record and continue, please. You may go ahead.
Hello, this is Mr. Byers calling. I called a month before, asking about the sewer system in the city of Paterson. And I want to know, is it a problem in my area, Straight Street? Because my sink still backs up. And I also want to add, when I came on before, I spoke about how you can't get an apartment in the city of Paterson. The developers that's coming in has the rent so high. We can't afford to even get an apartment. So I would like to get some answers on that sewer system because I'm still going through the same problem here where I live. Nothing has changed as of yet. So also I want to add, and tell me if I'm wrong, the mayor put together something that he said he was going to have seniors sites bring a mobile unit or whatever he was going to bring and have us test it. So I never saw those units, but I called the board out today. And I set up something so they can come to our senior building and test the seniors because we have a lot of people in this building where I live has passed away. So I did get the doctor there to put a date together so he could come by our building. And I just wanted to put that out there. So please tell me what's going on with the sewer in this area where I live that is still backing up in my house. And yes, I did call the state. And I want to know when these funds come in for these apartments, for this, for that. Where's all this money at? Have a nice night.
Thank you, Mr. Byers. May I have the next speaker?
Thank you.
Okay, good night. Next speaker, please state your name and address for the record. No one else? So that's it. Okay. Mr. President, at this time, we entertain a motion to close. There's no other speaker.
Moved by Councilman Anthony C. Second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public portion. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
I know there's some more people that want to get in, so my vote is no.
Councilwoman, Mr. President, if I may.
Madam Clerk, can we continue with the roll call, then we could, if you want to address her statement, we could do it after. Please.
Okay, all right, I continue. I just don't want to hear that we have people hanging there. Ryan said there's no one else to speak. They're there, but they're only listening to.
Madam Clerk,
yes,
you gave we have given everyone an opportunity to call in.
Okay.
We are facing this difficult time of holding the meetings through Zoom. So things like this are going to happen. We gave them ample time to call in.
Yes, Mr. President, I understand. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes, understanding that we do have a long agenda, and this is a public portion for a good 35 minutes. I'm going to vote yes to close the public portion.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Just in case I forget, I just want to remove 45 from the consent agenda. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
So, Madam Clerk, I just want to let those members of the public that wanted to log in and speak, that even in the council chambers, the council used to put in a list out there for a specific time period, and it was removed. If you showed up after, you will not have an opportunity to sign it. At least now, we have a specific time frame of when we're having a public portion, which is around 8 o'clock. Before, we didn't know when we were going to have the public portion. So I just wanted to put that on the record that, at least you have a better opportunity now to log in, if the system allows you to log in. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is six in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. The public portion is now closed.
Council President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Davila.
just quickly, I know that Councilman Velez stated that he wanted to remove, but 45 is on the non-consent, it's not.
That's why I didn't entertain it. That's why I didn't entertain it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm missing the none. It's clipped on top of it. That's why I saw none. That's why.
All right, so let's continue. So Madam Clerk, on that note,
Yes, sir.
let's do number 44 at this time.
Okay, Mr. President, let me just make one other adjustment.
Actually, let's start with 43.
Yes, can I make an announcement for the public hearing on, we have 4 second reading ordinances, item 1 through 4. And I just made the announcement, anyone who wishes to speak on any of those ordinances, they dial 973-321-1579, enter code 8326, and they will press *3 to comment on any of those second reading ordinances. Okay, so at this time we will entertain, can we do 43 and 44 together, Mr. President? Yeah. 43 and 44.
Sure.
Let me check again. No, it's 43. Just bear with me.
Madam Clerk, is there a number? Because I know you repeated the number several times. Is there a number that the public will call to try to get that information again? I know you continuously repeat it.
They will log on to Ryan. Ryan will have them on.
All right. Let's continue.
Okay. Mr. President, the proprietors for these 2 items should be on.
Who are they?
Jorge Mejias is there.
Okay.
So I'm a little confused. Who's? Well, we could get to that. Just could you please read them into the record?
Okay. So the next items are the non-consent agenda, item 43 and item number 44. And 43 reads resolution addressing an entertainment/show license renewal for the Cater Court trading as El Mexicano restaurant located at 487 21st Avenue in the 6th Ward. Finance Resolution 2706. And item number 44, resolution addressing a renewal of the dance hall license for the Cater Court trading at El Mexicano restaurant located at 487 21st Avenue, the 6th Ward. Finance Resolution 2707.
So move.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Motion and vote.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Jackson.
Discussion?
Discussion. So Councilman Paterson and Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. I know we have the business owner here, so I have a couple questions. I did speak to some of the residents in the area. So if I could just relay some questions to the owner of the establishment that's on the video. Mr. Mejia, if you were granted this entertainment license tonight, and you had the opportunity to utilize entertainment license, what time would you be utilizing this entertainment license? From what time to what time? Presently speaking, say next week, New Year's, currently, what time? I can't hear him.
Somebody has to unmute him.
There you go. You're good.
I'm sorry. Good evening, everybody. We close it like 3 or 4 days a week, you know. Right now in the party we cannot open up because of the weather, you know. Because of what's going on with the COVID and things like that. We close at 10, most of the day we close at 10 o'clock, you know. So we go according to the law, you know. If they tell us to close at 10 o'clock, we do it, you know. So right now, if we recover the license or not, we go by the law. We don't go to the 3 o'clock or 12 or, you know. So
10 p.m. because of the governor's executive order, correct?
We go by the law, yes.
And for the record, you're aware that all establishments must close at 10 p.m. for indoor entertainment, the bar seating is not allowed. For the record, you understand the governor's executive order, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Secondly, it's been peaceful in the area. I haven't received any complaints from my council colleagues. I spoke to the residents. It has been peaceful. I don't know if that's, because the establishment has taken the necessary actions or because of the COVID situation and the weather. I just want to read something into the record, Council President, to my residents that live in that area. Under 203-5, Chapter 203, Entertainment and Shows, I want the residents and business owners and administration to really start honing in on this ordinance. It states here, there's a revocation of license. In addition to a penalty, any penalty in the ordinance, any license issued under this chapter may be revoked upon proof after due notice and hearing before the city council that an immoral, obscene, or indecent performance has been held in the building, or place license constitutes a hazard to the health, safety, or morals of the public, or that has been a violation of provisions of any applicable state law. I will be utilizing that section in the ordinance. If this is granted tonight, we must hold our entertainment license holders accountable. You heard, not just here, but you heard other residents throughout the city that this could be nuisances around. Now, I give credit where credit's due. Then since our last meeting when we didn't approve this, the neighbors have totally seen an improvement. So I give credit where credit's due. I'm going to give you credit for that as the owner. I don't know if you've been open. I don't know if you've toned it down. I don't know if you've taken the concerns of the neighbors. I'm letting you know that in this ordinance, there's a provision stating that we could revoke a license. And to my council colleagues, in our ordinance, and I will be introducing it very soon, the penalty for such violation of not having an entertainment license or violating Chapter 203 is a $1,000 fine. I will be looking to amend that ordinance to a $5,000 fine. We have many establishments that, not this one, many establishments that are opening up with DJs. And I had one just happen in my ward that we're going to be going after very soon, illegally, with no entertainment license. The people that are doing the right thing, as Mr. Mejia is here in front of the council to try to get his entertainment license, there's people in that same neighborhood that are doing things without the license, and $1,000 is a slap in the wrist because they make $5,000 that night. And they'll take the $1,000 hit and make $4,000 profit.
Okay, 25. I know, I'm just telling you. You go.
This is happening in all wards. This is happening in all wards. The after hours, the speakeasies, as you may say right now, the underground. So I will be amending that. I've really honed in on this ordinance. I will be amending it to make a $5,000 and have minimum fines. So the judges cannot circumvent it. So Corporation Council, and I hope I get my support of the colleagues, by giving more teeth to this, and Mr. Mejia, I'm gonna just tell you, and we're here, if there is issues, I want you to reach out to the neighbors, but I will come in and utilize the law and the ordinance to revoke any license, and I think the city should be looking at that across the board. So that is my report. I thank my council colleagues for listening to me prior. The residents have said it's slowed down. I think the establishment sees the need to make sure they're a good neighbor, and I hope that it will continue down the line. But I will be introducing those amendments, Council President, because it is out of control right now. And to the credit of this establishment, there's other establishments in the vicinity that are doing it illegally.
I thought you was 2 minutes only.
Councilman, you should read the code. Under discussion, there is no time limit. Only during roll call, you get 2 minutes. I'll email you the code so you know the time limit.
Oh my God.
Council President, that is my wrap up. Thank you, sir.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Jorge Mejia is still here? Oh yeah, he's in the left side. Mr. Jorge Mejia, first of all, my sympathy to your wife and the loss of her mother, and your mother-in-law, and also they are survivor of COVID-19. So congratulations to coming along on that. Mr. Mejia, how long you been having this establishment in 21st Avenue?
Like 15 years so far.
15 years so far. Mr. Mejias, do you teach other people to become new business owners with that business there?
Absolutely.
Correct.
Anybody need our help, we do it.
Correct. And you're aware that some of those individuals has new business next to yours, correct?
Yes.
Correct. So, Mr. Jorge Mejia, I know your place quite good. Not for now, before being a council member. I have spoken to residents too because some language barriers. Sometimes they don't understand English. With the help of Councilman Abdelaziz, I say it will help because when I hear Councilman Abdelaziz, I get those calls too because, we're here to help each other. But one thing I want to bring forward is that the last time that this was denied, I could recognize voice, and I do my own investigation. Some people call because they are competitors of your business, and this is coming into a a model thing. A strip of stores. Oh, let's call against that one. If they close, we make more money. Oh, let's call that one. I do the same thing. So please, this business is a neighborhood, family-orientated business. And thank you, Mr. Mejia, for being here today. This conversation should be done way back, and at least the council and council president gave the courtesy to bring you in and be heard in front of this council. Thank you for your business, Council, Mr. Mejias. And that was my question. Thank you.
So I just want to put on the record that, we're not in the business of closing businesses, but we are in the business of, addressing quality of life issues also.
Correct.
So I did.
Council President.
Hold on a minute, Councilman Jackson. I did do my due diligence, and I attended meetings with Councilman Abdelaziz in the past, and I feel comfortable approving this entertainment license this time around. But the issue that a lot of the neighbors have, which will not be an issue for the next few months, is the outdoor, and that's something that we have to address in the future, because it is not the fault of the actual business that their outside is so close to the other, homeowners. I've eaten there, maybe 2 or 3 times, and it's not so much my personal experience. I went during the day, and it wasn't the music. I just noticed that the neighbors, their windows was right next to the yard. So, but that's a discussion for another time. Right now, that is not an issue. I just wanted to put that on the record that we have done our due diligence. Councilman Abdelaziz, is prepared to also speak to the overall community. He has an assistant himself to speak the language. So I didn't go there in that capacity. I went there as a councilman at large, just to hear the concerns of the people. But that was it. Just want to put that on the record. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So I just want to make sure that we're being fair and equitable across the board. I can't help but to notice that some business owners are treated with more discretion, and some businesses are treated more harsh than others. And, you know, when you look at the track record of this specific business for 15 years, businesses become more of a staple in the community than sometimes residents that have newly just moved in there. And you move in understanding that this particular area has commerce and it has residential space, but it also has an equal amount in areas like 21st Avenue that have a great deal of retail space. So there's going to be a number of different businesses that's in the area. But my concern is that this council, much like the administration, picks and chooses when it wants to scrutinize. These businesses have an opportunity to, or should be, equally accessible to all of the city services that anyone else is. And unless you're talking about issues that are taking place within the business, in most cases, we're holding them accountable for what's taking place outside. Now, I understand we're talking about the current condition with COVID and everyone's dining outside, but in most cases, you're talking about issues that are taking place outside in the street, where by the law, the businesses are responsible for what happens in their establishment, and the law is, and the police department is responsible for what happens outside. But, you know, I'm really concerned, Council President, because I have actually attended events, I've sat with various council members in other establishments where all kinds of activity was going on. And we want to scrutinize certain businesses only. I've sat next to council members where they have been smoking hookah inside of establishments, and it's okay for that particular establishment, but for other establishments, we're going to scrutinize them a little bit differently. So I would urge the council and members of the council to be a little bit more careful, because we cannot pick and choose which businesses we want to scrutinize on different levels. We have to have a fair and equitable process across the city. And this is part of the problem, part of the issue, where some areas of the city are in different conditions than others. So I wanted to make that comment public because, you know, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to sit here and listen to, you know, what the and I'm gonna tell you one other thing. I'll mention very quickly, Council President, because I and Councilman Velez have been kicked out of meetings where I've stated clearly that wasn't a part of the code. Now all of a sudden, you know, it's only 2 minutes when we're speaking on the vote. So, you know, the level of consistency has to be more accurate here. I mean, we're scrutinizing certain businesses for certain things that they have no control over or should not be held accountable for, while other businesses are not held accountable at all. So just wanted to make that reference while we're considering this license.
So thank you, my Councilman Jackson. So Councilman Abdelaziz clearly, you know, gave a representation of the law. I, as Council President, asked for, you know, the courtesy of running a meeting a certain way, and I put measures in place in order to run the meeting effectively. But at the same time, just like I've done with you and other council members, I extended, you know, the courtesy, and I asked my council colleagues if there's any way that we could stay within a specific amount of time, because oftentimes we talk about one subject and we go talking about other matters that are not even on the agenda. You know, sometimes I understand that we have the need to bring those things up in order to give an example when addressing the administration. But, yeah, Councilman Abdelaziz was just giving a clarification. But on the record.
That's not a fair and accurate depiction of what took place, Council President.
Okay,
In fact,
so
I've been negated from specific votes.
So Councilman Jackson. So
that's not a clear depiction of
okay,
what
but you got it, Councilman Jackson. But this is a good example right now. You know, ask for the floor and I'll let you speak. That's fine. But so the comment that was passed pertaining to this business, we did our due diligence as council members. I'm a councilor at large, so I went into this business myself. And we met. Listen, this is an ongoing thing. We met a year ago or more with the residents there, and the place was packed. I think we even had I think Council Mims was there also, Councilwoman Mims. The place was packed with residents. It's not like, you know, I'm not saying Councilman Velez don't have any validity in what he's saying, but in the meetings that I've been there, the place been packed with neighbors with concerns. So all I'm saying is, listen, the business is doing what they need to do to address a lot of those concerns. And at this time, you know, Councilman Abdelaziz is going to propose something in the future, not to penalize businesses that operate with licenses, not only to them, but in fairness to them, there's a lot of businesses that don't even have entertainment licenses, and they just are operating with no, you know, with no penalties. I would say, well, with minimal penalty. So, Councilman Khalik, I know you asked for the floor.
Well, thank you. Actually, the code of conduct, I like it, the 2 minutes. I don't talk much because I don't have a diary on my mouth, okay? And only reason I question Councilman Abdelaziz was I read it on the newspaper, councilman and council were getting kicked out of the meeting because they were talking too much or whatnot. That's the only reason, you know what I mean?
That wasn't the reason though.
Well, you know, that's why I read on the newspaper. I was aware for 4 months. I don't want to go back and forth, Council President. Let me make my statement. That's it. And you know, it's okay if you want to let somebody speak for hours. That's fine. I don't have any issue. Councilman Abdulaziz was repeating the same thing. That's why I was like, you know, it's okay. Give him an hour.
Thank you.
I don't have any issue. That's all.
Roll call.
Thank you, Councilman. And Corporation Counsel, you're here, and I'm not asking you to read the law again, but in the past, whenever I took those actions, even before I took them, we interpreted the situation that was taking place. I was not able to run the meetings because of constant interruptions. That was the reason why those actions were taken. I just want to put that on the record. It wasn't because they were speaking too much. Let's continue with the roll call, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk?
All right, I didn't have my mic on. Sorry, Mr. President. Roll call on items 43 and 44. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Council President and my council colleagues, I'd like to apologize if I showed some passion with dealing with resident concerns. The 6th Ward is thriving because we have residents that care about where they live. And I am consistent when it comes to the businesses in my ward. I like to call it corporate responsibility, business responsibility. That if the neighbors in the neighborhood can't get a good night's sleep and the owners of these establishments go home and sleep well, I'm gonna fight for that. And I do that across the board with all the businesses in my ward. And I will continuously, and I just said, we're gonna go shut down some other businesses that are operating illegally and outside the governor's executive order and are causing quality of life issues in my neighborhood in the 6th Ward. That's my way of going as a council person. I am going to step up to the plate for my residents. So I apologize to my council colleagues if you think that I took a little bit too long. And I would ask any person, any resident to time how much I speak during the meeting. I very rarely speak unless it affects my residents in my ward. My residents appreciate that, and we have a different mindset in the 6th Ward. Quality of life comes first, the residents come first, and I will always go up to bat for my residents in the 6th Ward. Therefore, on this item, I will abstain. Thank you, Council President.
Yes, thank you. Councilwoman Carter?
Councilman Al, we all worry about the quality of life throughout the entire city. not just one ward. All of us get concerned every day, 4 or 5 times a day. So I want to say too, I know how the residents feel, you know, with the loud noise. I mean, they stood in front of my house and started playing music. And my neighbor got up and said, "But damn, Councilwoman," I hate the curse, "don't you hear all that noise too?" Yes, I do hear it too. So it's all of us. And I want to say that to the owner, you understand, you know, you've been in business for 15 years, you understand, you know that you need to, with what everything is going to, what everyone is going through, it's so difficult. It really is. And sometimes it's just the way, the patience you have to have with your neighbors. Just a little bit of patience. And I know sometimes you have people that come in there that will get totally out of control. Now you got to figure out how to get these people out of there or out of whatever, because once they get totally out of control. So this is a two-way for a lot of people. I mean, especially you have a neighbor who hasn't worked in 9 months, ain't paid their rent in 8 months. You know, they got everything is bothering you. You, as a business owner, still is trying to hang in there to keep your business going. You still need to pay your taxes. You need to pay your payroll people. You need to pay your federal taxes. You need to pay. There's a lot of things that you need to pay. I believe that you are sincere. You know, with doing what you need to do. I believe that if you just have just talk with the neighbors, I believe. And I met you a couple times, and you are extremely gentleman. And I know that if they come in there, that you are, you know, you're able, you do your best to talk to them. But sometimes, you know, people may come in very upset, and it could be anything that has happened to them during the day or something. You know what, we all are out here trying to survive right now. There's a lot of people out there trying to survive. And no one knows what it is not to get no money in 8 months and 9 months. And no one knows what it is to stand on line for food. No one knows what it is when you can't pay nothing because you got nothing. So I think that you understand, Mr. George, that what needs to, and I think that you're going to be able to talk to the residents, your neighbors around you, to say, look, you know what, we're all here in the same boat. So I just want to say to you, I know that you're going to do your best. You're going to do your best to make sure the quality of life is fine over there in that neighborhood. I mean, you're going to work your butt off to make sure that it's right. So with that being said, for the councilman, for the ward, he was saying, you know.
That's a yes.
That's what he did? God. Well, I want to say that we're all in the same boat. And I know as a business owner, as a business, it's not easy. It is not easy. We're not here to the bankruptcy court. We're not here to do that to you. We're really not. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Davila? Councilman Davila?
Yes, most of the next
I have a seat. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And thank you, Councilwoman Cotton, because I was beginning to think that no one else cared about the quality of life in their ward and or took residents' concerns seriously. In fact, when I have 12 rounds of an AKA assault rifle going off and residents are concerned about the quality of life, and yet officers from the detective unit are taken off of cases like that and put in the 6th ward to do investigations on vehicle break-ins and dump sites, that's a concern. So it's rather insulting for any person on this dais or on this council to make claim as if, well, we handle things a little bit differently in the 6th ward. I understand that. we all understand that when the mayor has been the former councilman in the 6th Ward and collaborating with the current councilman in the 6th Ward to bring forward city services that are unparalleled throughout the rest of the community. We are all concerned about these things. We're all concerned about the quality of life. And I think all residents who live in Paterson are equally concerned about these things. But what happens is when you don't have an understanding of the level of commitment and the investment that it takes for a business owner to run a business for a matter of 15 years and have another operation within the same vicinity for 15 years and or more, 20 years, there should be a conversation had to say, well, how can we assist? How can we ensure that city services are equally distributed and making sure that the business concerns are handled so that the residents' concerns are handled as well. But we make these accusations, and yet, certain areas are treated differently. Certain businesses are treated differently within certain spaces, where certain allowances are made in certain areas as different than they are in other parts of the city. And that's what the underlying issues are here. That's why Paterson is considered in the light that it is considered, because it depends on where you are and who you are and how things are going to be permissible. We're gonna let those residents endure certain conditions and circumstances where the residents of the 1st Ward call me frustrated every single day, and when we call for city services for something as simple as a fire hydrant being blocked for 5 hours, and we can't get a response on that. For recycling not being picked up, and the garbage company just completely disregarding the public's best interest. And yes, that is true that they'll take anything that you put out on the curb if you're willing to pay the drivers. So I hate to allow my frustration to be segmented here during this segment. And I too, maybe I should apologize for my passion and my consistent, robust contention of what has become the norm in the city. But it's rather insulting to make an insinuation or to make a comment that we do things differently here. We care about our quality of life, as if those of us in other parts of the city do not care equally, if not more. We have more to care about. With that being said, Council President, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
my vote is yes. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Next person is Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
As a city, we should be business friendly. Business create jobs for our local residents. Definitely my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilman Mendez, I know you just joined us. We're voting on items 43 and 44. And they're both resolution addressing an entertainment and show license renewal for the Cater Corp. Trading as El Mexicana Restaurant, and they're located at 487 21st Avenue. And the other one is a dance hall license for the same company at the same address. So 43 and 44.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson, Council President. As I mentioned to you, that I was running late tonight for a previous meeting, but I'm here. It's better late than never. Good evening, Paterson, and my vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
Oh, Mr. Mejia, first of all, let me say thank you to you. When Councilman Abdelaziz had the meeting in the 6th Ward with the residents, I was there, Councilman Rivera and some others. And I want to commend you for listening to the residents and doing some things to improve the quality of life in your restaurant, in your establishment. I thank you for coming out tonight and being able to hear the dialogue and to hear our concerns. I'm praying for your business. I know it's not up to the normal hours of operation due to this pandemic, but I pray that when it's over, that your business will receive overflow. Thank you for doing business in Paterson. Thank you for being here for 15 years. My vote is because of your longevity and your heart for this great city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Mr. Ordinance, well, as I stated before, you've probably been there 15 years, but I know that business is 30 years. It was Casa Vieja. Was it one of those clubs in Paterson that everybody was visiting? Way back. And I used to dance a lot. It was on, right, Marissa? I want to say this, and we are business friendly. And we are business friendly. But what I want to say to my colleagues, we getting worse than the Republican and Democrat debates. We need to become legislative friendly and stop shooting us back and forth. Idle disease, I know you meant well. Councilman has reaction. Some comments bring reaction. And we need to become legislative friendly. We all care, trust me, from the 5th Ward, 4th Ward, 3rd Ward, every ward. You think that we relax back in our home when we hear a shooting in the 6th Ward, or we hear they arrest some people with drugs in the 6th, or they arrest somebody with shooting in the other side of the ward, and we sit home and say, that's in that ward, forget about it. You go ask Jerry Special how many times we call him concerned about other wards, because we are all in this. We have to stop thinking we and me and more than we. So, Mr. Jorge, congratulations. I always support your business, and I will continue to support your business. And if you need my assistance, with the help of my colleague and the permission of the mayor of the 6th Ward, even I don't care. I pay tolls back and forth. He was going to put a toll there, but that's okay. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Davila, we are voting at 43 and 44 together.
So, before I vote, because I looked at the agenda, so I see here that's an entertainment and dance hall license for Mexicano. And it's my understanding that that establishment no longer is called El Mexicano. So, and everyone's referring to Mr. Mejia, and this isn't a personal thing against Mr. Mejia or against businesses, only those that are not doing what's correct. So, Mr. Mejia, I don't want you at all thinking that anyone, well, I can speak for myself, that this is not a personal attack against you per se. It is about constituents. Our council president is at large, Councilwoman Mims is at large, and so am I. So we have to go throughout the entire city, and we get phone calls from all over. And so I don't ever want to think that any council member here only cares about one section of Paterson, because we are all in this together, okay? And at the end of the day, when we vote as a body. So with that said, I as well have gotten various phone calls, and they've been mutual calls with our Councilman Abdelaziz, and so it is. Somewhat, I feel like some of us are hypocrites because, we talk about quality of life on one side, but then when it comes to another side, well, no, it doesn't matter if it's quality of life. But again, the council president allowed this back on the agenda. This is actually first time that I see something fail and then come back. At least in my time here, not saying that it cannot happen, but it's happening now. And so I want to be able to look at you, Mr. Mejia, and just say that, the council is giving you an opportunity for your establishment, to continue. And again, I thought we were going to just stop approving all dance hall licenses because of the pandemic, because of the governor's order. But with that said, also understanding, there's some other things going on and, some changes, I'm going to, support it. Seeing that my colleagues do want you, we don't want you to be out of business. We just want you to be that friendly business that understands the importance of the quality of life with the individuals around us, all right? So, Madam Clerk, at this time, I'm going to support it. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. President?
So, council members, I asked the clerk, Madam Clerk, to put a timer of 2 minutes. When you hear that beep, just wrap it up during voting. When we vote, when we're on roll call, that way they don't say I use a timer on one person and not on the other. So the timer will be on at the time of voting on all of us. Just want to make that clear. So, Madam Clerk, I don't know if you could bring the volume up on that ringer, but I did hear it right now when he went off. On another note, just because a council member makes a suggestion doesn't mean that that's what the council is doing. The suggestion from one of our council colleagues was to maybe not entertain any entertainment licenses during this time period. But I'm not, me personally, I'm not going to do that because that's not the directive from the governor. You are going to have an entertainment license, and you're going to follow the guidelines from the governor. But I am not going to entertain not considering entertainment licenses at this time. We're going to continue with the business as usual. You will be given an opportunity. Any business will be given an opportunity here to obtain their business license, and they're going to operate according to the law. And that's it. That's what I'm going to say. At this time, my vote is yes. I just hope that the relationship between the business and the residents improve. And good luck, Mr. Mejia.
I wanna say something before you guys go.
Can I announce the vote?
Let her finish with the vote count, and then you could have a word. Yes.
Okay. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 abstain. Items number 43 and 44 is hereby adopted. Thank you.
Mr. Mejia?
Yes, I wanna say something before I leave. And I wanna say to Mr. Abdelaziz that my license was removed that day. I will take, please next time invite me over if you can, that would be fair. When you guys remove my license, next day I called the lady that you guys know that reunite a lot of people in the neighborhood. I called her and she to ask her if she's got something to do with that license. She says that she was not aware at all, And my record for 2 years, you guys can see, never had any problem at all,
I still on the.
I've been there for, like I said, in the neighborhood for 40 years on 21st Avenue. I have other businesses too. All my businesses never had any problem with the law. So I know how to follow rules. And please, Mr. Abdelaziz, anytime you hear something, you call me, That's fair enough to call me and let other people know what's going on, Because how I would know if, because it's it's a lot of phone calls, You gotta know how those phone calls come from, So most of them are maybe true, maybe fake, who knows? We have a lot of friends, we have a lot of people that don't like us, How do I know if what's going on,
Duly noted. Duly noted, Mr. Mejia. Good luck. I hope your business does well. And in the future, if I receive any phone calls pertaining to your business, I'll reach out myself. I'm sure Councilor Abdelaziz could give you the same courtesy. I know him for a lot of years. I know he would do the same. So I'm not speaking for him, but I could speak on his character. He would give you the courtesy at least.
That's very fair. And I want to wish everybody Feliz Navidad.
Thank you.
Let's hope for the best for Paterson, not for us.
Thank you.
Paterson, Best wishes for Paterson.
Enjoy, Mr. Mejia.
I'll see you guys around, okay?
Thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, so at this time, we just finished with 43 and 44.
Yes.
Let's do number 45.
45, Mr. President. May I make a comment?
Sure.
We invited the proprietor to attend. We had a phone call that they were unable to attend tonight.
Table, move it.
So let's table it, Madam Clerk.
Item number four.
Too many concerns with that, too many questions. Too many phone calls from neighbors. We need to have a benefit of a conversation. Councilman Velez.
Council President, the reason, and this is the thing, I didn't stood in the other meeting because I had to leave, but since this application for this particular place came up, I've been requesting, okay, at least a 3 years call of service. We have 2018, but fined for shooting, it was a shooting in 2018, and also were fined for not having an entertainment license and smoking hookah inside the place. The resident came out. We denied the
Councilman, we already tabled this. We don't have to have a discussion on this.
No, I just want to let you know. That's fine.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. President, just for the record, item number 45 is taken off. So for the record.
Correct, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I'm trying to pull the ones that are probably going to draw a little, conversation.
Okay.
Let's do number 34, Madam Clerk.
34. Okay, I'll get to 34.
And we might need to read the amendment into the record. It was an amendment done to it, last minute amendment. So, but go ahead, Madam Clerk, you can proceed.
We're supposed to vote in the amendment before the meeting starts, right?
Madam Clerk?
Yes, I'm here.
Councilman Velez has a question. If we have to vote on the amendment before the meeting starts.
Amendment is not in the resolution. It might be an attachment. I don't know. I have
No, the amendment.
The item.
Councilman Velez, we amended the resolution, Madam Clerk.
Oh, you're amending it on the floor.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'll read what we have. We have a motion and a second, and then we can have another motion to amend, and then I'll find out what is the amendment.
Sure.
I'll do a roll call on the amendment, and then I'll do another roll call to adopt it as amended. So let me read it in the record first, and you have a motion and a second, and then we can speak about it then. Okay, next item is item number 34. And item number 34, the non-consent agenda resolution to suspend escrow deposits and return of deposited funds. City Council Resolution 2697.
So
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Council President, that was me.
Councilman Davila and Mims.
Councilwoman Davila,
I moved it and Councilwoman Mims seconded it.
Excuse me, I don't know where.
all right. So Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
it was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President, are we going?
Actually, we gotta amend it, Madam
Right.
Clerk.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend.
I'll make a motion for the amendment.
And what is the amendment, ma'am?
Second, what is the motion anyway?
So Councilwoman Mims actually made the motion to amend.
What item is it? Is it 34?
Number 34.
34.
And we'll explain in a minute what the amendment is.
Okay, no, hold on. So can you explain the amendment first and then we move the amendment?
No, we could explain what this is. You're gonna read the amendment into the record, right, Madam Clerk?
I just need to know what is the amendment.
Yeah.
It was emailed to you, right, Corporation Counsel?
Yes, I can also read it into the record.
Yeah, can you please read it? Can you please read it?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'm sorry, Corporation Counsel. There's amendments of this by Councilman Mims and second by?
Velez.
Okay, so Corporation Counsel may begin.
So the amendments are in the third whereas. The third whereas is amended now to say, because the council should have the original resolution. The third whereas is now amended to say, whereas the administration has failed to fully implement the provisions of ordinance number 19-035. Additionally, there's an amendment on the first now therefore. It says now the amendment reads now therefore be it resolved by the municipal council of the city of Paterson that the collection of escrow deposits is hereby suspended until January 31st, 2021. The additional line has been struck. Finally, in the be it further resolved, the amendment now reads, be it further resolved that all funds that are not accounted for and properly verified through billing by city professionals pursuant to the mandated ordinance number 19-035 shall be returned to development applicants.
So I just want to put for the record that we go always, and the administration proves that, well, when we enter into a discussion, we'll have the conversation, but I just wanted the record to reflect that we could always bring them back before January 31st to start collecting the escrows again. But we'll give you more information in a minute after we open the discussion on this. Madam Clerk, continue with the roll call on the amendment.
Okay, so at this point, now I do the roll call and the amendment for item number 34, Councilman Abdulaziz.
Oh. Yeah.
Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I'm trying to understand, why are we doing this? Like, why?
We'll find out in a minute. This is not a vote on this. Right now, you're voting to amend.
Okay, that's it. We're going to try to fix whatever they supposed to be doing.
But this is to amend. We're not voting on this yet. We're not passing this. We're voting to amend it. Then we're going to entertain a discussion on this.
All right, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The item number 34 is hereby amended. Legal will make the necessary corrections. Those were what she read into the record, so she will provide me with a new resolution after we make the final vote. So you can continue, Mr. President.
Madam Clerk, hold on, my screen just turned off.
Okay.
So, Madam, oh man, this is not good. Let me see.
You need Ryan to come back?
Maybe not. Let me see if I could just open this again. Hold on a minute.
To see you, Councilman.
Because no, you couldn't. But you close. There you go. I'm back. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, I believe we need a motion and a first and a second, and then we could discuss this.
Motion.
No, we don't need another motion.
We already have it.
The motion is on the floor.
Also, we have the previous okay, got it.
Right, so now it's amended because legal read it into the record. She will give me the corrected one. So now we have a discussion before we actually do our final vote. No more motion.
Okay, so let me explain to my colleagues what this is about. So some of us voted on a developer's escrow to collect basically a deposit from developers, so we could be able to basically reimburse the residents for any costs associated with the development, right? If that development was not taking place, there would not be an expense to the city. So any expense related to a development, we will collect an escrow deposit, and we would charge such as architect fees. There's a list of basically professional services that we could reimburse the taxpayers for. So we implemented this not to penalize the developers, but at the same time, it was also to hopefully expedite the process, because it was taking, even before COVID, it was taking too long in comparison to other municipalities to even obtain a permit in the city of Paterson. It was just ridiculous, the process, right? Before COVID. So I happened to inquire not long ago. I wanted to see the status of how this whole initiative was working out for us, for the residents of Paterson, and I wanted to know that what implemented has actually benefited the city financially, and in return benefit the taxpayers. Well, I was not aware. Once I got the report, I found out that the money was just collected, but the city did not charge any of those expenses associated with those development, which is unacceptable, right? Another instance when we have failed as a city to implement an initiative. So I find that, I hope I get support from my colleagues, I find it that in an effort to make this work for the residents, we temporarily need to take this action until they prove otherwise. So I asked the administration to put it on the finance agenda, and hopefully the sooner the better, because this doesn't benefit anyone. This action is actually to make sure that the administration meets its legal obligation, which is whenever you collect escrow funds from a developer, you're supposed to send them, I believe it's mainly monthly reports or quarterly reports, to give them a status on how their money is being spent. And if it's more than a certain amount, the interest is due back to them, a certain portion of the interest, all of that. But aside from that, I just couldn't comprehend how we put this initiative together. And we're supposed to actually be reimbursing the budget, reimbursing the taxpayers for those expenses incurred by the development. So I just want to put that on the record that I think it's important that we pass this initiative. It is basically to force their hand and make sure that the administration fixes this as soon as possible. That's why we're suspending the collection with this action. At the same time, we're also suspending the collection of any escrow. Now, if the administration feel that it will be, I know definitely it's in the best interest of the taxpayers and the city financially to make sure that we correct this error as soon as possible. That way we could bring it back, hopefully on the 29th. If we're able to, right now we have, and I'm sorry to prolong this, but it's just so you can get an overview, some information that I have that you don't have. We have collected around $183,000. But the way this work is in the following manner: if a developer gives you $10,000 and you have incurred, let's say, $2,000 from the architect and so on, and the balance gets really low, the administration is supposed to ask for the developer for more money to cover those expenses, right? That haven't been done. Nothing has been done with the money that we have collected, and I leave it at that in case there's other questions. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilman Khalid.
Councilman, why doesn't the administration explain the whole thing, what's going on instead?
Because
I would like to hear from them.
Councilman, I'm giving you this overview because the administration is going to tell you, they're not going to tell you that they messed up. So I'm giving you the courtesy from my research, how they have not done their due diligence. I want to hear from them now. I wanted to put that out there, and they could contradict whatever I said. That's the intent.
Okay, all right. I want to hear from them.
So hold on a minute. Before, do you want to hear from the administration first?
Yeah. I don't know what happened with the whole escrow.
Hold on a minute. So let's hear Councilman in a minute. Let's give the courtesy to Councilwoman Davila and then to Councilman Mendez.
I just quickly wanna, we already know that nothing's really being done, and this is why we have to take this measure. The only thing I don't understand is, why are we saying to bring it back on the 29th? How much can you do within the time period? So that's my only question with it.
So Councilwoman, what I'm hoping that they do is, because we can't afford for a developer to come in and ask for a permit during this time period, and then we don't collect the money that basically is due to us, right? They could get away with that during this time. So what I'm trying to get the administration to do, and I want to put this responsibility on them, is any escrow that was already collected, they need to go and analyze each project, look at all the bills that we have paid that had to do with that project, and charge that escrow fund, right? That's what I'm looking for them to do. We cannot expect them to drag their feet. If you look at the amendment says that when they take care of this issue, that then they could go back and collect from the developer. So they could take months to fix it, and I don't want that.
All right,
so you will only come back on the 29th if they show sufficient proof that everything has been taken care of correctly, and that's why we need to discuss that in finance.
Okay, so I think we should add to that all of the things that are pending that still are lingering without.
No, but that's what it is. That's what we're asking for.
Okay.
So every penny they have collected, they have to analyze all those projects and charge basically the cost to those escrow fees.
No,
that's what I'm asking.
How about those pending applications that we could be getting money from that we haven't?
Yes, but that's not related. Somehow it is related to this, but that's a separate report that we need to ask for.
Okay.
This is just to the escrow funds that we have collected. Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Council President, thank you. Very brief, and I commend you to be able to find out the situation, because this is very disturbing to me, because we need to understand that escrow protects That's what happened with Escrow. As a developer, when I come into the city and I put that money as an escrow, that money will protect the taxpayer, will protect the city. And moving on, I definitely agree that we have to bring this back as soon as possible, hoping that the administration is going to fix that problem, because we cannot leave the city without charging developer the escrow in order to protect the city and protect the taxpayer. But I will leave it at that, and I would like to hear from the administration, what is the plan that they have to fix this, and in which, how they allocating those 183,000, Council President, which are using, what is the process? Because in those 183,000, as you mentioned before, we got interest rate on that. We got interest that money have to be returned to the developer at some level. So I would like to hear, how they, running this account.
So before the next one goes, so after I brought this up, they're done their research. I think they have a good understanding, but they got to show me proof that everything's resolved. I just don't want to hear words. I want to see the work being done and actually addressed. Councilwoman Khan and then Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to ask you, did somebody call you about they got some money and they couldn't get it back? Tell me how this conversation started with you. Did somebody developer call you and say, you know what, I haven't gave the city $50,000. I don't know how they spending my money. Can you tell me, is that how it happened?
No, it didn't, and I'm surprised that did not happen. What I normally do, Councilwoman, and you've seen this in my 2.5 years here, I often inquire about a lot of things. A lot of things I don't do it publicly, and that's why I'm tired. I feel like I'm acting as a consultant for the city. Hold on a minute. You asked me a question, so I'm providing an answer, and I let you speak again. You asked me a question, you engage me. Sometimes I feel like I'm acting as a consultant. I brought something up 4 months ago about sewer billing to the school district, and it wasn't addressed again until I brought it back up in like about 2 weeks ago. When the whole sewer thing came out, I suggested that we do a mock billing. It was not done. The county didn't even have bills going to them. I also uncovered that the sewer billing for for those industrial properties was incorrect. So all I'm saying, Councilwoman, I often look at things because I do this for a living every day, and I have a tendency to look at things and ask for reports. That's all.
No, I'm talking about the escrow money.
I'm telling you, and I provided you with an answer. I said no.
So something went off in your head and said, you know what, we've been collecting this escrow money for like some time now, and what are they doing with it? That's what I'm asking you.
No, that's not what you asked me. You asked me if a developer, I'm answering your question. You asked me if a developer asked me.
I don't want to hear about sewer bills. I want to know, how do you thought about...
Councilwoman, but pay attention. You asked me a question. You asked me, hear me out. Councilman.
The escrow money. That's
okay, so that's it. I'm just going to mention the escrow money. So you asked me a specific question. If a developer reached out to me to talk to me about escrow funds, and I told you the answer was no. So what else do you want to hear, Councilwoman? You asked me, I can't hear you. I didn't mute you. You muted yourself. I can't hear you. Look at my hands.
I just want to say, like, okay, you know what? We passed this resolution a year ago about this escrow money. That's what made you think about it. That's all.
That's the responsible thing to do, and I do that all the time with a lot of things.
Okay.
Not just this.
Okay, that's fine. I mean,
perfect.
You gave an answer, like.
And I'm surprised that I wish that the developers would have reached out, because they have to. They could complain, because first of all, you need to report to them how they're handling your money here. They gave money back in October. I requested a report from the administration.
They don't have to do it monthly. They can do it quarterly or...
It could be, I stated monthly or quarterly, I stated.
Right, that's how it could be. Because even with interest, escrow money with people who have deposits on... deposit on apartments, they're supposed to send you interest money.
So let me ask you a question. I already answered your question that a developer did not reach to me. Hold on, let me ask you a question now, and I'm sorry to go back and forth. Okay. So how is that relevant? Let's say the answer was yes. How would that change the discussion that we're having?
It won't change the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
It wouldn't change it.
I'm just curious. Thank you.
It wouldn't change it. You were thinking about the escrow money. That's how you thought about it. So
because it was since August we approved this, and I wanted to know how this measure has benefited us. 4 council members voted no at the time, and I voted yes because I have my reasons. They had their reasons to vote no, and given that a lot of things that we implement and we pass don't work out really well and don't get implemented, I wanted to look into this, and that's how we went down.
And you know what, by you saying that, Council President, I would really like to know now, have it broken down, what developers gave what money, and how much money was spent for each project.
So they have not, that's what they gotta work on, because right now, all we have, Councilwoman Khan, all we have right now is a deposit for each developer. They have not charged 1 penny to any of the money collected. And I think the collection, I haven't looked at the detail to see which developers are on the list. All I know is I got the report. I didn't bother to look at the names because the names are irrelevant. I just know that there's $183,000 in that report. And what I was told is that the first deposit was around October. That's all I gotta say. And that 183 probably could have been more if the job was being done since the beginning. Let's let the administration address the issue. Actually, Councilman Velez, you was asking for the floor.
Thank you, Council President. As you noticed, on August 13, I voted no into this resolution to pull this forward. This is a perfect sample when they put things in place and obligate taxpayers and investors to do something, and the administration is not doing the diligent work to move it forward. And this is something I gotta say with no remorse. We should also look into rescind the sewer, the way they charge the billing of the sewer, and get another way to see if this administration wakes up and smells the roast in the coffee or whatever they want around, because they demand for the taxpayers, but at the end of the road, the taxpayer is not getting the benefit, not even the benefit of the doubt that it's going to be done properly. So thank you for coughing in the microphone. But once again, this one and other things have to be back in the council. We need to grab the whatever through the horn. So thank you, Council President, for bringing forward.
Thank you, Madam VA.
Sure, thank you, Council President. On this issue, I will admit and agree with you that we have not lived up to our responsibilities. We have not. And it's not for, a lack of agreement with you. We're going to work on this. We've tried a couple of options to make it work, and none of them have worked. We've actually even had conversations with our DCA monitors to get some technical assistance from some experts in DCA about just starting the process from scratch and the best way to do it. And we're going to, have the right resources focused on this, and we will come back to you. So thank you for your patience, and we're going to do better.
Council President.
Hold on a minute, Councilman Velez. Thank you very much for that. I'll suggest, though, that also use your resources. Hold on a minute, Councilman Jackson. I'll give you the floor in a minute. So I also want to let you know that you can always use your neighboring towns as a resource. And the local finance notice basically tells you how to handle this. And but if you need some clarification of someone that's actually doing it, I suggest that before even listening to, for the state response, I would just pick up the phone and call one of your neighboring towns. They all do it, or the majority of them do it. And it needs to be implemented. That's the bottom line. And we have lost out on a lot for the taxpayers. And it's just not a good look. But what's important here is that we get it to start working again. Councilman Velez and then Councilman Jackson.
Saying that, Council President, listen to Madam VA, accepting responsibility. They haven't done the proper thing. So you're telling me that in 16 months, they didn't get it together, but they had the money in the coffers, in the account. 16 months, and they didn't get it together until you didn't brought it up into this council. What make you believe that in 1 month they're going to do it? So why not extend the date to August 2021?
So, Councilman, just suspending it itself does a disservice to the residents, right? But I'm not putting that on the council. I'm putting that on the administration, because it is irresponsible to collect money if we're not handling properly, with all the legal requirements and everything else. So all I'm going to tell you is this: the sooner they address this, all they have to do is look at all these bills that have to do with these developments, right? These projects, and they need to charge them. The only concern that I have is that I asked the director of the department which of the projects on that list have been completed, because by law you're supposed to give that money back. And they don't know. They got to get back to me. They don't know which of those projects are completed. So the issue is bigger than just collecting money and charging. It's just we have some serious issues that we need to address. So I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna change the order a little because I'm looking at the screen and I think Councilman Kalik also wanted the floor. I'm gonna let you speak first, Councilman Kalik. Let's let Councilman Jackson after you, and then Councilwoman Davila. Anyone else?
I just wanted to say one.
Hold on. No, but that's fine. So let's go, Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Council President.
And then Councilman Mendez after Davila. Go ahead.
With this escrow fee discussion, many times our sewer billing issue came up. I would like the Council President to schedule a briefing or something what's going on with this billing issue. We could have some people from the sewer division come in as well. I received an email, so did you, last week from one of the constituents from I believe from the first ward. He had his billing was 800% increase, correct? Then he went to the sewer division and that fixed it. I don't know how many issues out there.
So, Councilman, the worst part is, and that's why maybe this initiative will trigger other things to come, because I think enough is enough. I've been asking now for 3 months and a half or more for someone's bill to be, fixed, and they are making progress. Let me just give you that. But imagine if a council person, the chair of finance, is asking for someone's bill to be looked at, analyzed, and finalize the whole process. Imagine how a regular resident could come into City Hall and request to be helped. Right? It's amazing.
They're giving them a run around.
But you know what? We could have, Councilman, but we are going to have, let's not get off of the subject. It is very important. We do have to address the sewer situation that we have. But let's just focus on this one. Let's finalize this one. And then we could continue that conversation another time. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. Well, first, I want to thank God for the level of maturity, because I could sit here and gloat and talk about, just another item that I was more than correct on. But we won't waste this moment to do that. But what I would like to talk about is the fact that, Council President, you mentioned on this item, this issue, on how your due diligence has found that there was a gross failure. I challenge you to find the successes that we've had with this administration. One of the items that I supported happily, that I still think that is a phenomenal effort brought forward by this administration, is the Paterson Plus Act. But even that is a failure because they failed to manage the calls or the concerns that are coming in by the constituents, by members of this body as well. And the failure is concerning. It's alarming, because those that are paying for the failures are residents who are already being strapped and pushed to the limits with the expenses that they're having. So, I applaud the effort to not just to remove it, because I don't think that's the ask. The ask is to hold them accountable to the performance. Now, I want to point this out because it's all relative. When your hiring practices are faulty, when you hire people in positions who don't have the experience, who don't have the expertise, the training to run, positions within municipal government, you're going to have these failures. You just can't have a hiring practice of, I'm going to hire my buddy or the guy that I play golf with or ride bicycles with. You cannot do that. That's not how you run municipal government. So you task these individuals to do certain things, as your reference, Council President, to call a neighboring municipality, I'm sure the neighboring municipality doesn't have the same hiring practices as we've witnessed. So we now see these items hitting the paper, and we see the backlash or the tidal wave that's happening from that. But we also now are feeling the ripple effect of these gross failures. And this council must wear equal responsibility to those failures, because this administration is not permitted to just do and implement these things without the approval of the council. So I appreciate the effort here and being diligent and making sure that the community's best interest is kept in mind. But there's a long laundry list of items, from the sewer bill to tax abatements. There's so many different things. The state insurance policy. You know, there's a number of different things that need to be revisited, and we need to gauge the performance on all of these items, because I challenge you to find a success in all of these issues that we've approved over the last 2.5 years.
So Councilman, this is the beginning. You know, that's all I gotta say for now. Let's just leave it at that. We can no longer. There's got to be some accountability. If the administration is not holding their staff accountable, then we're gonna have to take drastic measures. You know, normally, a council body don't have the necessity to take actions like this, because, and this is where sometimes you and I go back and forth. I might approve something that I feel that will be good for the community, even if we don't agree. But if the execution is not there, that cannot be put on the council. Is what I'm saying, right? Just like the
not true, Council President.
Hear me out.
It's not true.
Hear me out, Councilman.
Everything that takes place within this municipal government.
Councilman, but can you let me speak? So
you just cut me off.
No, you finished your statement before. I thought you finished. So I'll give you the floor again if you need it. So basically what I'm saying is, we vote on things that's supposed to be executed by the administration. If they're not executing it, Councilman, right, we're going to find out after the fact, right? We cannot be the legislative body and the administrative body. We're the legislative body. So all I'm saying is, this escrow thing is done in almost every municipality, right? It's basically a state law, right? But again, we vote on something, and it does not take. Same thing with the sewer, right? I fought for months that I didn't want them to use volume, right? I don't want to go back into that. That's a discussion for another time. But we'll leave it at that. If you guys feel anything else that they're failing at, and you want to entertain something drastic, you will give them the opportunity to fix certain things. We're going to have to do what we need to do, but we can no longer let our residents suffer because of people not performing their duties.
Council President, very quickly.
Councilman Jackson.
Very quickly, case in point, we have residents who are on a list to be hired for various positions. And this alarm I've been ringing for the past 2.5 years. So if you as council president can do your due diligence, find this issue out and then bring it to the agenda. I've been asking you to put it on the agenda to hold them accountable for the hiring practices. Civil Service issued a letter over a year ago, to 11 months and 2 weeks at this point. And this administration failed to make that letter public knowledge to the council, and yet disregarded the instructions by Civil Service, which keeps the community, the public's best interest in mind. You have certain positions that have certain requirements for a reason. This administration chose to negate that process. And this council has yet to hold them accountable for that. So I'll wait for that moment.
So Councilman, that's why we created, and I'm on the record before the current VA was here with the previous VA, I'm on the record asking them to basically follow our policy, our code, where it says that before they hire a resident, they need to submit a report to us before they hire a resident. The problem is a little bigger. You have the state approving everything, right? Even before we get, the state approves them to fill a position. But we as a council, to be honest, we're not the hiring authority. That's why the personnel committee was created, in order for us to have those discussions, because publicly, some discussions cannot be had regarding personnel matters if the proper process have not been followed. And some of these things that you're mentioning, they might be under litigation, so we cannot discuss them publicly. So that's the reason why we have a personnel matter. And for the record, hold on a minute. The personnel committee, for the record, the administration don't have to provide legally, right? They should, because they supposedly they want to work with us. The administration legally don't have to ask for permission from us to hire a particular person. The only time they need to come to us and provide a report before they hire is when it's a non-resident, right? We need to know what the process that was used. And again, they have failed at that. But that's why, listen, we're working as we go along. But I don't want to get off subject, please. We're talking about the escrow. So we already went off subject for a long time, half an hour maybe. Let's get back to this so we can continue with the agenda, please.
Okay, so Council President.
No more personnel discussions, please.
Council President, I
Yes.
think it's a little unfair, so I am gonna make one statement about that.
Can you make it brief then?
I will, with all due respect, but because at first my question was pertaining to the first discussion, which was, I want to just ask, who's running the city? Every single time I hear, well, DCA is supposed to be for oversight. Am I correct? They don't govern. They're not the governing body. And it seems as though the administration goes to DCA. Well, DCA said yes. And to the topic of personnel, yes, that committee was created by us, okay, for oversight purposes. And one of the things that was discussed is, in personnel, you should at least come to us and give us the courtesy. But even in our meetings, we're being told, oh, I already went to DCA, I already got DCA approval.
So Councilwoman.
Disrespect to us as a council. So it lets me know you really don't want to work with us.
So Councilwoman, the best way to address that issue, since they have that attitude, is when the budget comes, I believe with 6 votes could reduce any line item in the budget. We reduce those positions, and that's it. That's the solution. And if we don't have the 6 votes, vote no on the budget. That's what we gotta do. And that way they learn. So let's continue, please. Let's continue with this, please.
To finalize, because I did not finalize, I just wanted to make the statement. Who is running the city of Paterson?
We know who.
Okay.
We know who.
Okay.
We know who.
All right.
It's the administration. They give that courtesy to DCA. They go to DCA for everything more than they come to us. So let's continue with this. Councilman Mendez.
Sure, Council President, thank you. And I just have a request about this escrow account and resolution number 34. I know that we're voting to suspend, charging, the developer and the escrow, but I need on detail those 183,000. What is the responsibility that we have with those developer? I need a spreadsheet about, on detail about those 183,000 plus interest. Yep. I'm in business, I'm in the private sector, that's what I look for, that's what I do for a living as well. And that's not the way you do business. That's not the way, you should conduct business. And I'm always saying that we're supposed to run the city like a business because it is a business. But we'll be
So you'll get that report, Councilman, that's public information. They'll provide it to you. Could we do a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Okay, roll call on item number 34 with the amendments. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I am very proud to see the passion of my council colleagues that allowed them to exceed some of the 2 minutes of the code of conduct, and I appreciate that, and I see the consistency when we have the passion to speak about something that you believe in. So I commend my council colleagues for expressing their passion and going over the 2 minutes, and I know how that feels. Just hopefully remain consistent as we always state. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan?
I know sometimes we just don't know how to say yes and no. But let me just say that, I hear what Council President is saying about the Escrow thing and we need to know. So I know Councilman Mendez said he want to see the list, but the list is going to be sent to everybody. So we need to know. And also on the list, if they could do that, put what project, when it is started and when was it finished, because I believe now some of those projects are finished and the developers are looking for their money back. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm looking forward to a more responsible legislative body. I'm happy to be a part of responsible government. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez, are you there? He left? Okay, he's not there. Mr. President?
My vote is yes.
Thank you.
He's in there, Madam Clerk.
I already voted. I don't think he could vote.
Sorry, I was in the phone in emergency call. Can you allow me to vote, Council President?
You can vote.
Okay.
I didn't announce it.
She didn't announce it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council President, for the consideration, knowing that I moved this resolution also, and I did not support it in the beginning, so I still gonna vote yes to suspend Escrow's deposit.
Thank you, Councilman. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 34 is hereby adopted as amended. Legal will make the necessary amendment. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Abdelaziz.
If you may, and this is just a simple request, no rebuttal from any of the council members. It's about 10:06, and I like to hold the administration accountable and put them on the record, either the BA or the director. The city is about to get walloped with about 12 to 18 inches of snow. I want to make sure that they are ready to respond to the storm on the record. So when we get all the calls, because that is an administrative function, if you could allow it at 10 o'clock, because I know some residents are watching, and let the administration give us a 2-minute synopsis that they are ready to clean the streets, because I know Thursday, when all of us will be getting the calls, I will have something on the record saying that they are ready. If that is possible, not a rebuttal, not a discussion, just simply that they are ready to handle the snowstorm, and my residents and the city residents will be able to have blacktops and that just a 2-minute at 10 o'clock, because I don't want to say that one.
So Director, be brief. I'm going to allow it. It's not part of the agenda. But just go ahead. This is important to the residents.
Okay. All right. Our last AccuWeather report is we're getting anywhere from 6 to 17 inches. You know, more in the morning. It's looking more on the heavy side than the lighter side. We have currently around 30 vehicles ready to go with plows. About 18 of those vehicles have salt spreaders. We have our dome is to capacity with over 3,000 tons of salt. Our calcium tank is full, 5,000 gallons of calcium. Councilman from the 6th Ward, if any director in the state of New Jersey could guarantee blacktop on every street after a storm, let me know where they are. I want to know their trick. But we will guarantee that our guys, our men will be out there doing their best job for the city of Paterson like we always do every year.
And if I could jump in here too, Council President, I would like to commend the director, and we had a call today, kind of a briefing status update. We'll have one tomorrow. These guys are they know they're targeting where it's going to be the heaviest snow. It's looking like it's going to be late Wednesday night. It's going to be the heaviest snow, and then it'll start to lighten overnight. And we had police, we had the police on the phone as well as the fire department talking about opening the emergency operations center. And especially they're going to be keeping an eye. They had a whole conversation about some of the trickiest places with ice, because there might be an ice component of the storm. So the police are ready to also, kind of try to keep people away from the most dangerous parts.
Director, I know you guys work hard, but I didn't like the comment that you passed that like always, because there was one year that we couldn't drive through the street for like almost 3 weeks. So let's just hope that the weather gets warm after the storm. and wait, director, hold on. And don't jinx it, because the councilman from the 6th Ward has gone on the record saying that he has probably the best streets of every ward. And I blew up 2 tires last Saturday in the 6th Ward. So there's no jinxing.
The council president doesn't say 50 miles per hour on the road.
Oh, man.
When that happened, that was when the Giants was in the field and nobody.
All right. Got it. Let's continue with this agenda. Thank you for the update.
Let me just, on the hour. Starting tomorrow about 4 o'clock, we'll start getting a little bit of snow. We're supposed to get our heaviest snow from 9 p.m. till 6 in the morning, anywhere from 1.5 inches to a 1/2 inch an hour. After that storm completes, we got a little bit of ice and rain after that. That's going to be the problem part right there. Thursday morning, people traveling back and forth to work. Whoever can stay off the roads and stay home, that'd be great to us because we need to clean up after the storm.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for the update. Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, let's do 36 to 38.
Okay, so next item is item number 36. Hold on, Ms. Brenda. 36, 37, and 38. Okay, next item on the non-consent agenda is item number 36. Resolution appointing Joseph E. Paterson, Constable of the City of Paterson, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims. City Council Resolution 2699.
Second.
So moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Abdelaziz and Velez. Roll call.
Roll call on item number 36 from Councilman Abdelaziz.
So I had the privilege of working with Joe P. I had when he was my teacher. And let me tell you, whoever hires this guy as a constable, I hope he's watching. I've seen him in the classroom. I've seen him as a discipline coordinator in the high school. I've seen him control football games and basketball games when he's refereeing when I was at Passaic. That guy got control of everything that I've seen. So anyone that wants to hire Joe P as a constable, if you see him around, don't mess with him because that guy does not mess around. And Councilwoman Mims is laughing and this is a great pick. I saw from when I was a student, as a coworker, and on the athletic fields, where he goes down there and controlled all the kids and athletes in some intense games. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say about Joe Peterson, he's a wonderful person. I've known him for many, many years, doing games with my husband, all type of games, basketball, football, everything. So for him to want to be a constable, I want to say to Councilwoman Mims, great choice. He's excellent. But also his wife, I want to say something about his wife. She was in charge of the Montclair Teaching Academy when we did have it across the street. It was one of the academies for the Sis Schools District. So they're such a wonderful family. And Councilwoman Mims, wonderful pick as a constable for the city. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Before I vote, actually I have a question. I wish I would have seen a resume attached to the resolution. Maybe Councilwoman Mims can answer this question since it is a reappointment. Is Mr. Peterson was a teacher at Eastside High School?
Yes, he was.
He taught history?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So it would have been good to attach the resumes. I mean, I know we've been discussing resumes. They should come along with our resolutions, applications for employment in the city of Paterson. But I want to say this, the reason why I asked that, Councilwoman Mims, is because he was my history teacher. And so I'm saying, is this the Mr. Peterson? I wasn't sure. So, I'm not going to say much, but just to say that Councilman Abdelaziz is correct. Don't mess with Mr. Peterson. So I am happy to support my history teacher, which I haven't, is he still on East 32nd? Third Ward resident?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the Mr. Peterson, my professor. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Congratulations.
Mr. President, if I may, I have the resume I provided to the council for Mr. Peterson. I will. Okay. Councilman Jackson for number 36.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
And so I do share the same sentiment as Councilwoman Davila. He was my history teacher as well. He actually was the constable under Councilman McCoy. And with his reappointment coming up, I saw him and we had a conversation. He asked if I would reappoint him. I'm like, how could I say no to my former high school teacher, strong advocate, and somebody that you better not, right? Councilman Al, you better not say no to him at all. So Dr. Peterson has been doing a phenomenal job all throughout counseling, Eastside, still counseling so many of us. Such a pillar in the third ward, really good friends with Glenn Brown. I see them all the time by Tony's Bagels, sitting every Friday. That was him and Glenn Brown and Wayne Witherspoon Spock sitting right there, and they still are there as well. So Dr. Peterson, I absolutely love you. I thank you for all that you have done throughout the course of your life. And this is not a hard vote for me. It is an honor to be able to vote yes and to reappoint you as a constable for the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
I agree with all the above statement, and I agree on the judgment of my councilwoman at large, Dr. Liz Mims. Hopefully, when they say hire, we appoint constable to represent the entire city the right way, and I guess he have been doing that way back, have been a mentor for a lot of people in the city of Paterson. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor and none against. Item number 36 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 37. Item number 37 reads resolution memorializing Pastor Marie Patricia Clark, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, City Council Resolution 2700.
Second.
That by Councilman Mims?
Yeah.
It's moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Mendez.
And Mendez.
Mr. President, may I continue?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Where's Councilman Mendez? Okay, hold on. Roll call and
So for the record, who moved it, Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Mims,
Mims and second by?
Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay, second.
And Councilman Mendez as well.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, I do have him, yes.
So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call on item number 37. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
And so I want to first thank the council members that have reached out to me. We have four deaths in our family within a 14-day period. This is my aunt who passed away. Her funeral services will be held on Sunday is the viewing and Monday will be the funeral for her. She was the executive pastor from one of the larger churches in the city of Paterson, Christian Fellowship Center on Van Houten Street. Her mother actually founded the church when it was on Hamilton Ave. And God blessed her to do so many great things locally. She worked at North Jersey Training School for a very, very long time. She worked with people like Reverend Rowe, and I mean, her resume is very extensive. So I want to say thank you to the mayor, to his administration, to the council people that called during this very, very tough season for our family, and to all the residents and everyone in the community. Thank you for your prayers. Keep praying for our family. It's a very, very tough season, and this is the least that I can do for such a great person. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
My vote is yes.
Mr. President.
Sorry for your loss, listening. Sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Not really.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 37 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 38. Item number 38, resolution memorializing Linda Shirley Smith, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Elisa Mims and Councilwoman Ruben Cotton. City Council Resolution 2701.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for item number 38, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
I just want to say to the family, her daughter Rashana, who has the interfaith, little ballerinas as they call them, my condolences to her. She was absolutely a wonderful, wonderful person. I've known her for over 45 years. When OIC first came to Paterson from Philadelphia, working with Harvey Nutter, she is truly going to be missed. She lived in one of my senior houses in the 4th Ward. She was always there in the community, always helping out, always doing. She is going to be dearly, dearly missed. With that being said, Madam Clerk, and I just want to give my condolences to her daughter and her son, and to all her grandchildren. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Davila.
So here is what I would say an icon in our city. It was a little over a year ago, there was an event at Barber Park, and she walked over to me and she says, "Let's take a selfie." And I found it funny. I have the selfie, actually. And she says, "Now send it to my son and just send him this message. Who's this?" And so, to her son, who I work with at Passaic County Community College, to Coran Smith, to your sister, to your entire family, truly my condolences. And how could I not support such an initiative, this resolution? So, great job, Councilwoman Mims and Cotton, for putting this together. I would have loved to have been part of the resolution. I know I've been out for a while, so I'm just happy that it's getting done. All right, so my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm gonna try to be as brief as possible. Very, very strong, resounding voice of our community that was lost. She spent many days supporting us at Jacksonville while her family members were there, and this is a sad time for our community. So my heartfelt condolences go out to the family and all of the members of her church and family in this trying times. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Kelly.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Yes, before I vote, Madam Corporation Counsel, can you add Councilwoman Davila to this resolution as a co-sponsor as well?
Yes, we can.
And so, Mama Sarge, as we called her, Voice of Reason, as we called her, our personal cheerleader, someone who we had a really good laugh in Councilman Cotton's backyard because she was cracking crabs. And we laughed so hard because the meat that came out was so small. And she laughed because I said, well, I don't have time to be cracking those crabs. Just give me a crab leg and so many things. But every week, she talked about Paterson, how she loved the city. So many things from her OIC days. And just so many things. She just loved it. She loved it. Especially Cobb's Park, where her daughter, Rosanna, and that's why today I put it back on record, I'll say it openly again, the gate that was damaged there and the need to repair that gate. I put it on, that was one of her very last requests. I told her, I said, we're gonna get it done, we're getting it done, it's there. And so I just wanna openly say, Mama Sarge, we love you. We'll never forget you. Thank you for helping and cheering so many of us on and pushing us through and over the finish line. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 38 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, can we go to number 33?
Item is item number 33. And item number 33 reads resolution donating various items to Paterson Public School to ensure students' safety. Administration Resolution 2696.
So move.
Second.
Councilman Velez, Councilman Mims, correct?
Yeah, yes. Discussion, Councilman Mendez, you asked for the floor? I saw you raise your hand. No? Councilwoman Mims.
I just have a question because when we received the packet, the information for the resol was not attached. So I want to identify what items are being donated to the schools.
So, go ahead.
Madam
Go ahead, Madam BA.
Thank you, Council President. And yes, Council Vice President, to go through the items, there are 400 Promethean boards for the hybrid learning, 600 Chromebooks for distance learning, thermal cameras, that's 60 for the schools and 3 cameras for the PPS headquarters.
From the 3.8 million?
Correct, yeah, this is the total 3.8.
Right, it would have been, because it wasn't attached, I don't mean to cut you off, but it would have been easier if that was the read from the 3.8. But I don't have the resol, so is there any way we can see the resol before I make my vote? I want to make sure that the language matches what we're doing, and that there's nothing hidden in the language. I know the 3.8 is great, so I know 2 million of it is for the 400 Promethean boards and all that stuff, but I just want to read the language. Could someone send that resol to me?
Council President?
So, can I, hold on a minute. So, I did read the resol, Corporation Council. And I just want to specify there, because we have not received the equipment, right? I was the one who suggested in order to expedite, because I found out, I got several calls from the district where the chief, in order to expedite and help assist with the installation of some of the equipment, we needed to sign an agreement with them, lending them the equipment. So all I ask is that in this resolution, Madam Corporation Counsel, that we specify that it is related to the COVID orders that we made. It's contingent upon receipt of that equipment. I just want to make sure that we're not liable to purchase any equipment aside from the COVID funding that we're using right now.
Council President?
Hold on a minute. So you understood what I said, Corporation Counsel?
I did. I would just need to know from Chief McDermott what has and has not been delivered, and then I can make the amendment for the equipment that we don't have.
Just on the body though, on the body of the resol, it doesn't specify though that I don't think it specifies the list, to be honest, in the body. Maybe and I read it a few days ago, but I don't think it specifies the list and that it's related to the expenditures that we made pertaining to COVID. Councilwoman Davila.
The list is there, Council President.
Well, what I wanted to just quickly ask, and again, I want my colleagues to please bear with me. Anyone that has battled COVID and it's been extreme, then you can understand that sometimes even reading, was difficult. I just want to make sure, and obviously I'm supporting this measure, but I want to make sure that we have also taken care of the city of Paterson and its employees. A day like tomorrow, as an administration, there should have been a conversation to possibly, decide to go full remote, and people work from home within the city because of, this northeastern that's coming our way. And so with that said, I want to make sure that, all of the department heads, along with those individuals that need a device, have it. So I know we're making sure to take care of our district and our children and helping parents, those that can't, but I also want to make sure that the city of Paterson, because I've gotten a lot, and even while I was sick, I would get individuals to say, are you aware of this going on? Are you aware of that's going on? And, some of the things I'm not going to put here right now, but I never saw an email to say of certain things that were going on. So I just want to make sure that we've taken care of all of our departments, our department heads, and all of those to have a
Can I ask for a favor? Can you read this resolution into the record, given that this was provided to us after the packet was sent?
Yes, Mr. President, but we did email it out today. I think it was today. I'll read it now.
Sure.
Item number 33, resolution donating various items to Paterson Public Schools to ensure student safety. Whereas by reason of the serious conditions which presently exist in the city of Paterson due to a global pandemic of COVID-19, Paterson Public School has moved a virtual instruction model to ensure safety for teachers and students. And whereas, in order to consider a return to in-person instruction, it's imperative that Paterson Public Schools have certain items to safeguard the well-being of students and teachers. And whereas, the City of Paterson, by its Office of Administration, is requesting the authority to donate the several items that will assist Paterson Public Schools in the endeavor to safely educate the children of the City of Paterson. And whereas the items to be donated are as follows: 400 Promethean boards for hybrid learning, 600 Chromebooks for distance learning, thermal cameras, 60 schools, and this is in parentheses, thermal cameras, in parentheses, 60 schools, 3 cameras at PPS headquarters, PPE/mask for students, disinfectants, and foggers. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson hereby authorizing the donation of the items listed in this resolution to Paterson Public Schools to assist in the safety and well-being of students and teachers during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Statement of purpose. This resolution authorizes the administration of the City of Paterson to donate various items to the Paterson Public Schools to ensure students' safety.
So could we change the word from various items to items listed on the resolution? Madam? Could we specify? I don't want to use the word various because I want to make sure that that's what they're getting.
Council President, could you please have the administration answer? I had a question on the floor and you went into reading
I could do that because that would generate additional questions. She's still there. She's going to answer your question. But many of us, had some concerns about the content of the resolution, and I think it was relevant for the resolution to be read into the floor. Could you answer Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila's question, please?
Sure, thank you, Council President. And Councilwoman Davila, yes, we are simultaneously working to get enough various resources for our staff. This has been an area of real challenge for not just the city, but for other people because of backlog from our vendors. And so this is, we ordered some materials. Again, this is in particular, it's that specific telework technology. We had even talked about Chromebooks and our director Ryan Foote had talked about how we as a city can't use Chromebooks for our work staff. This is something that's a good tool for the school district, but it's not a supply that we would be able to use. The supplies that we really need are the ones that everyone is trying to get at the same time. That laptop, that simple laptop that people would be able to then remote into their desktop for work purposes. We've done about $400,000 worth of that. We've done various orders over the course of the pandemic. Each time when something comes in, we place another order. We're working through it, but and we will continue to do so.
So the answer is
no.
No, the answer is yes. I think it'd be one thing to say that we weren't trying to do it and that it was out of our control.
So I think
we are trying to do it.
So let me repeat something that was said in a previous meeting. And again, the administration admitted that maybe it was they didn't submit a request. I don't know what went on, but we didn't provide some laptops for the courts, right? There's some staff there that could probably perform their work from home, but they don't have a laptop. I also brought another question. I said, how come we didn't provide our boards, right? We have ABC board, we have planning board. How come we didn't buy our boards, laptops because they're not supposed to be handling, city business with their personal computers. We can assume they have a computer. So that should have been thought of. That we should have done. So all I'm asking is if any funds become available, I know we got to look at our priorities, but we have a responsibility to provide them with the tools to perform our, city business. Something, hold on, last thing. Something that, and this is what I mean by the administration working more with the council and at least looking into it. I've seen how other places have used COVID money to help our businesses somehow, assist the businesses. And I brought that up a long time ago. And I was told that we were not allowed, but the guidance allows you to do that. It's in the guidance, in the guidelines. So all I'm saying is, if we ever come across additional funding for COVID, right, we said that we're not going to go back to that. I'm going to leave it at that because I don't want to prolong this conversation.
Yes, Council President, no one ever said that it wasn't allowed. We knew that was one of the items.
So you chose not to?
Correct, because the county was submitting some of the some of the county allocation to EDA, which ran the process of business support. So they have the infrastructure that could vet applications, that could be fair.
In addition to that, we could have. In addition to EDA, we could have provided more.
But it was something that we didn't really have the infrastructure to do the appropriate, review of applications. We could looking and examining what other funding they were getting because we couldn't duplicate our funding, couldn't be used to duplicate other federal funding. So we wouldn't know if businesses were also getting PPP loans. That's why we kind of left it at the EDA level. They would have that information and to make sure that it wouldn't be something that we would have to pay back to the U.S. Treasury.
I understand that's a decision that was made by the administration at the time, but for the future, that's why you have the ability to hire consultants. You hire many consultants to address this issue with the billing and everything, which I question many times, right? So you hire consultants. Maybe we could, if you didn't have the infrastructure or the people to handle that whole operation, you could have hired a consultant to do that. But at least it should have been contemplated. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Mr. President, just
Councilwoman Davila.
I think, I think I would want to know, and the entire council, what were the priorities? Because of what you just mentioned, between the planning board, the board of adjustment, ABC, and other boards, in addition to our different departments that can work from home. And the perfect example would be something like this snowstorm that's coming up, that these individuals could be working from home. So it wouldn't be a snow day, they would be working from home. So where were the priorities? Like, I would like to know what departments got prioritized.
Okay. Right now we have a resolution, right? We could speak on COVID. Every meeting we have spoken on COVID, and it's an important, issue. Right now we're entertaining number 33, which is a resolution to give the authority to the administration to donate. We're basically approving the donation of those items that we purchased. The only reason that this resolution reads the way it does is because we have not received the equipment yet. But they do need to install them there. So to expedite it, that's what we do in this resolution. So can we please vote on this? And then we could entertain, later on we could entertain whatever. Let's just vote on this. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, I have a question, please. I don't think it's a major change in the resolution, but you make a mention about several items and...
No, it's listed there.
Okay, so that's okay? It's fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we don't need to get a number. Okay, all right, very good. Roll call in item number 33 for approval, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I know everyone has their priorities, my council colleagues mentioned, but before I vote on this, Madam DA to the administration, I just read that the Jersey City mayor will be giving out rent relief checks of $1,500 to city residents. One of the big concerns I do get, this is a great priority, of course I want to support the students, but the next priority that I just want the record to reflect, is many of my residents in the 6th Ward, my constituents, are having trouble paying their rent. So if we could figure out a way, whatever, replicating what Jersey City's doing, I know the mayor has his income guarantee initiative, but if there is some CARES dollars, if it's doable, I know we talked about the businesses, but the businesses had the EDA, the businesses had the Passaic County grant. Our renters need relief. I've gotten calls that they don't know what to do once the eviction process starts. So Jersey City just did that. the $1,500, I'll forward you the state of his.
Is that COVID or is that city money they use?
I'm gonna ask his grant. I know they use the CARES for the businesses. I'm gonna.
Probably city money.
I'm gonna see, Madam BA, what they're doing, we could replicate it. And then they also put $200,000 for legal aid for residents facing evictions. That's the second thing. There's there's gonna be an issue where our residents gotta go to court and then they can't get there. I'm trying to be proactive instead of reactive. If we could look into that, our renters need it. Paterson has many renters throughout all wards, and I feel if Jersey City could do it, let's replicate a program that's successful. But our schools need it now. Thanks to the Passaic County commissioners for allocating this and approving this expenditure for our students and our school district and administration. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
I thought that we were just gonna vote and move on.
Well, you have 2 minutes, during the roll call.
Listen, Councilman Albanese, we do have COVID money it's called rapid rehousing, where they're helping tenants with their back rent. Now, as far as I know, they still have not put in eviction notices yet, but they can go to Catholic Family Services, they can go to Hearts of Hannah. As a matter of fact, it's over $2 million of rapid housing where they can pay their back rent or they can help them pay their rent. So we do have that program, but I need you to find out about the other thing that you talked about. But I just want to say that that we do have this going on. But I just want to say I had sent to Madam BA, I sent you an email about one of the boards about equipment that they needed. I didn't get an answer back yet, so I just want to put that on the to you, so I can get an answer back. Because as you said, there's some people here that are not high tech and don't have laptops and don't have what they need to function, and these board members should not have to be using their own personal items when they do city business. So with that being said, I know this is what the children will need because we don't know what's going to happen. There are going to be parents that are not sending their kids back to school, and there are going to be parents that will send their kids back to school. And at least with the smart boards, a teacher can do both. And I know they can do both. It's wonderful with that. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is an issue that's very close to me. I ran into a young lady who I had the pleasure of teaching martial arts since she was 4 years old. She has since graduated from International High School. She was a 4.3 student, and if it wasn't for the National Guard, this young lady would not have had an opportunity to go to college, or at least, receive some type of scholarship award to go to college for parents for paying. But we have to acknowledge that the large majority of our students in the city, their parents do not have the wherewithal to pay. So we challenge our school district as well as the school board members to be able to provide the rigor and outlet for those students who do choose to perform. This is a $600 million budgeted district. And from my perspective, mediocrity is continuously rewarded. The failures of our community lean heavily on the failures of our district in providing quality education and outlets so our students can get away. So obviously we're all going to support this because we want to provide those students with the necessary tools to be successful. But when do we hold them to task? When do we expect for residual return on, the performance of the district? And I do know that there's pockets of schools and students who are seeing some success, but this number needs to be spread through the entire district as like cancer. So I'm looking forward to seeing where the level of accountability is. And, but on this measure, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Can I ask Councilman Kalik? I'm sorry. I got a text that someone's writing text messages on. I thought we disabled the chat in YouTube, Madam Clerk. I see something here. I'm going to share it with some of my council members. It's pretty bad.
Council President, I just have people to report it. You can report it on the same page.
The problem is, the problem is, Councilwoman, they let's say 7 people start each of them just putting one letter. So for example, one of them put an N, the other one put an I, the other one put a G, the other one put a G, an E, an R, an S. So we don't need this here. Do we legally have to have a chat in YouTube, Corporation Council?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, Ryan is here. He said he'll disable it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, he just walked over and told me. Okay, you're welcome, sir. Okay, can I continue?
Yes. Sorry, Councilman Kalik, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Councilman Kalik, if you're next.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk, thank you. And before my vote, and I just, let me use a minute to just tap into Councilwoman Alar's conversation about the priority that the administration needs to have with all this department. We have to keep in mind that those departments, they generate revenue. When we're talking about those different boards that we have, they need those equipment, and this is common sense. I mean, if in my business I don't give my staff the equipment that they need to produce, how are they going to be able to produce? How are they going to be able to be effective? I don't understand that. That's kind of, I mean, it just, I feel some level of frustration by just having this conversation. The money's out there. And let me just mention that a lot of business now, they going out of business because they have no way and no knowledge how to apply for a lot of the funding. Let's not say that there's money for businesses out there, because that's not about. There's a lot of people in our community that helping apply for those funding that we have. There's money out there that people don't know that those fundings are there for rentals as well, which is I definitely support that. But let's be clear on that. And not keeping in mind all the different departments for the administration with equipment, where a simple laptop, it's just something that doesn't make sense at all to me. The only question that I have for Resolution 33, Council President, is that I know that we spend those $3.8 million because the way we have to spend the money as the municipality to donate it to the school district. But I just want to make sure that the school district has full responsibility in terms of the warranty of this, of all those equipment that they're going to receive, and that they're going to be able to go through the warranty and do what they need to do in case something doesn't go the way they want to. I don't want that to come back into the city. We're just buying equipment, donating to the school district. I just want to make sure that that's been covered on the resolution.
That's a good point. Anyone else?
Councilman.
Oh, we're in voting.
Roll call.
So the next one.
Yes, I apologize. Sorry.
Okay, Councilman Mendez, your vote is yes. Thank you, sir. So Councilman Mims is next.
Yes, those are great points. So many great points that were mentioned tonight. I have a question. Well, I have a recommendation or possibly a concern. In the reso, that's why I asked to read it. I don't know if it's necessary, Madam Mayor, Corporation Council, that in the reso, that the resolution that awarded the money, that is identified in the reso, so we'll know where the money is coming from for these items of purchase. So it's not in there. It's a very short resolution that's written, but I think that needs to be identified in the resolution itself. The resolution that actually we voted on that gave the 5.2 million, even though it was 3.8 allocated to the school, that language.
We did not, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Those resolutions did not allocate anything to the district, just so you know.
But it didn't allocate the funds, but it allocated these same resources.
No, it didn't. That's why I had them put this resolution together, because the only thing that resolution did was basically authorize the administration to purchase those items. Nowhere in the resolution although it specified, it named the school district like in the actual description of what we're buying, the words didn't specify that the equipment was for the school district.
And, right, and that's the point I'm driving, because I got that list. If you remember the last meeting, I was the one that brought it up and asked the administration to send it to all the council members, the breakdown of what that 3.8 million, I was quoting it verbatim based on the email and the questions that I had prior to the meeting. So I believe that that information, or at least the resolution number, should be identified in this reso. If no one wants it, that's fine, but when we go back to look, because we're gonna have these questions in the future, when we pull this reso, it's not gonna be here, then you're gonna have to say, well, we voted on this date, but then the items were donated this date. I'm just saying that reso number should be included in this resolution, just for paper trail purposes, and if we have to pull, or it needs to be open, people can follow the trail, and we can have that, for our language. I had the other point that Councilman Mendez brought up about warranty, wear and tear, all that language should have been included as well, to ensure that the city is not responsible as we donate. The responsibility goes over to the district. So that was another concern, but he brought it up already. With the points that I've raised in recommendation, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Why did we vote on?
Number 33, resolution donating various items to Paterson Public School to ensure student safety.
Yeah, thank you. Having a healthy discussion in workshop, having a healthy discussion here at this point. And I mentioned in workshop before I left that night, this is a perfect example that we doing a we thing, not a me thing. Wait until we turn local control completely, that the school are local control and the responsibility of the taxpayer of Paterson. So this is the first example that we're not thinking of me, we're thinking of we. So I commend the administration, especially the fire department that came forward to make sure that this is delivered to them. I heard somebody recommending that the district should be responsible for the warranty and this and that. If I recall, I mentioned that in my statement last in the workshop. So thank you for reminding me what I just said in that meeting. But let's keep on moving forward and let's pray. Listen, I was talking to a medical doctor today, and they said, listen, they rushing this vaccine so much that they're going to start putting vaccine in Hackensack this next week and other hospitals in the area. So let's pray that everything come back to normal and our action come back the right way. My vote is yes. Council President, thank you.
Mr. President?
So briefly, someone texted me actually a great idea. So Councilwoman Mims always talk about needs assessment, right? Why we couldn't use our mercantile license? It's good to have information of what the need is, right? Why couldn't we use our mercantile license inspector to go to all those businesses? They go there anyway, and find out what's going.
They fired him.
Okay, but before they fire him, Councilman, this COVID has been going on for a long time.
We haven't been in a while.
Councilwoman, we have COVID since March, all right? So, okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Unbelievable. So the point that I'm trying to make is we're paying someone that's called a mercantile license inspector. We could have had this person at the same time when he's performing his job, going to his businesses, find out, have the courtesy to at least ask these businesses how they're doing. Because it's a trickle effect. If they're closing down, then the collection rate might go down also, right? I know it's not correlated sometimes because we can still sell the lien, but we're dealing with human beings here. It's not all about collecting money. It's also making sure that this, that everybody's taken care of in the city, or at least try to make sure that our resources are used to the best, the best way possible. Madam VA.
Sure, Council President, I do know that in Economic Development Department, our UEZ coordinator has been doing that within the UEZ businesses, but also, one of the other staff members there has been doing the same outside of UEZ. And also, I know it was mentioned earlier about applying for funding for loans. They have been assisting some businesses in the applications from the state and federal authorities.
So they have gone to almost every business, like they've gone and
I know they have been helping them. They've been proactively doing it. They've been running webinars. They've been sending out kind of a guide, a resource guide. So they have been doing some of that.
So I could appreciate that, but what I'm saying is maybe have them actually go out there, not wait for people to come to them, actually go out there. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 33 is hereby adopted.
Council President,
Councilman Velez.
I don't know for healthy of the conversation, we got the second reading ordinance that new public portion is gonna be 11 o'clock. I don't know, if we don't wanna disfranchise the community just in case.
Yeah, we could do those next. It's not a big deal. They should be pretty quick. Let's do those. Let's do second reading ordinances.
That requires public hearing.
Correct.
That portion, hearing. Okay. Should we go to the second reading now, Mr. President?
Yes.
Our next item for the agenda is our second reading ordinances. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a 30-minute parking zone in East 22nd Street between 15th Avenue and Park Avenue. Department of Public Works Ordinance number 20060.
So move.
Second. So moved by Councilman Velez, second by myself, Madam Clerk.
Second.
Yes,
And second by Councilwoman Mims.
okay.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President,
Oh, sorry. Open the public meeting. I'm sorry. I said roll call. Open the public portion.
yeah, I'll repeat the number into the record again for anyone who wishes to speak on this item for public hearing on item number 1. May dial 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326 and press star 3 if you have a comment on item number 1. Press star 3. Let's just give them a copy, like a minute or so.
Council President, I just want.
Madam Clerk?
So let's just, hold on a minute. Madam Clerk, could you also reiterate that anyone that wants to speak on any of the items, on any of the 4 items, to call at this time? I don't want to take a pause every time we go to each item, you know. If they're going to speak on the third one, then we need to monitor that at the time they call, but we want everyone to call now for all the items.
Okay, okay, so I should, let me just repeat this again. I did repeat it earlier.
Yes, you did.
So the number is, the item for second reading is items 1, 2, 3, and 4. There are 4 items. So I'm just gonna give them another minute to call. The number is 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press star 3 to be added to the speaker list or to make a comment on this any of these 4 items. Let me just check with Ryan if there was anyone who had called in earlier. Just give me a second. I think someone wanted to speak. They may speak, Mr. President, while I wait.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give items 36, 37, 38 to get signatures from Council President tonight, please?
Yes, he's gonna sign all.
What is that? Can you repeat that?
Just sign the resolutions tonight, Council President. 36, 37, and 38.
Sure.
Councilwoman Mims, he can't be dismissed because we're adding Councilwoman Dabbler's name.
Right. We have to send you a resolution.
Do that one. If we can take it to his house tomorrow, somebody take it to him because we need it for Thursday.
Councilwoman Khan, if you want to take it to him, he lives in the 6th ward. We'll open up the roads for you, we'll get flowers, whatever you need, Councilwoman Khan, in the 6th ward.
Yeah. Council President to know, Council President, we need it for Thursday, but we need to add Councilwoman Dabbler's name on it, please.
Councilwoman Khan, I miss sitting next to you.
Pending the storm. Pending the storm, Councilwoman.
I know, but they didn't say nothing about canceling the funeral.
They normally can't say it too early.
Okay, I know you shouldn't.
Okay, Mr. President, I'm sorry. The public hearing is now open for item number 1. Item number 1 for second reading. Ryan had informed me there's no one who had called in.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Paterson, second by Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Mendes. Roll call to close, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor and none against. The public hearing is hereby closed and for item number 1. May I continue with the roll call for the
Yes, Madam Clerk.
roll call on item number 1 for second reading? Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Khan. Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Khan,
Mute.
she's probably I see her. Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna go, I had spoken with Councilman Velez already, so, with that being said, my vote is, yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
It's been on and off for a few times, so, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Madam Clerk, can you tell me who moved and seconded, please?
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Council President Rivera and Councilman Mims.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Before I vote, Councilman Jackson, I know you was bringing this forward to committee numerous times, and thank you for trusting the committee and also trusting the council members to vote yesterday. So my vote is yes.
President.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading. Next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing always stop control at the intersection of Temple Street and North 9th Street, Department of Public Works Ordinance 20067.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila. And second by Councilwoman Mims, who else?
And
That's it.
Mendez.
And Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Actually, the public portion. We gotta open the public portion.
Yeah,
Public
the public hearing is now open for item number 2. And the one who wishes to speak on item number 2 may do so now. Let's give them a few seconds.
What kind of snacks you got over there?
I just wait for Ryan. Is there anyone on the queue to speak on item number 2, Ryan? No one?
Move to close.
Second.
Second.
Yes. May I entertain a motion and a second to close the public hearing?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
That was Councilman Abdelaziz
Yes, and I think
and Councilman Davila.
Davila and Mims.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 2, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 9 in favor, none against. Public hearing is hereby closed for item number 2. May I continue?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for item number 2 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I can't think of the name of that street, but, we need the stop sign at that North 9th. Flying from that one end all the way to North 7th, and it's just horrible. Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for putting this in, because it's so dearly needed. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
So I just want to say, Councilman Jackson, after so many attempts, finally this is on. To all my colleagues, thank you so much who support this today. You know, I've lived in the area, owned my home for 21 years, and prior to that, my mom was there for 15, and I also lived in the house when she owned it. I've seen various accidents on that corner of North 9th and Temple. So, Director, as soon as this passes, I know that we have to wait a certain amount of time, but I just look forward to seeing those signs put up. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The job of a council person can be challenging at times. Some of us do it for different reasons. I definitely will attest that I do not do it for myself. I do it to address the issues of the community. In fact, I don't mind whoever moves it or seconds it or sponsors it. It doesn't matter. What matters is that the issues of the community are being addressed. I can attest that the corner of North 7th and Temple has seen a tremendous improvement. So has been the entire street of North 7th with those stops that this council has helped put on Clinton and Jefferson. And I definitely know that this corner will be a great help as well. So I appreciate everyone that has lent a hand. Thank you, Director, and thank you, council members, for helping me to bring this forward. I think it's a great community benefit. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that I'm very pleased to see this, ordinances in place, because I know that the list of the history of accident on Temple Street and North 9 is extremely large. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Nance?
And so, while I'm happy to see this being done, as a former resident of the First Ward on North 7th and Temple, I'm really grateful to see this done, and there are definitely some concerns there. But I also want to put on record, I put in a request for 18th Avenue with the speeding, and it went to the traffic engineer. It came back. They did not want to put four-way stops, and I want to put it on record again. There was a terrible multi-car accident over on 18th Ave. So I'm going to resend the request again for this area. I mean, it was terrible. And I put it on request. The resident called in, and the traffic engineer did not approve it. So I'm going to submit it once again. Something has to be done over on 18th Ave. I'm sure, I see Family Director, he's shaking his head. We have to do something over there. Thank God no one was, badly injured or lost their life. That's how bad it was. The car went into a house. So we have to do something on 18th Ave. I'm happy to see this one being done. We definitely have to make sure we take care of that area. And I also want to put it back on record for East 27th and Broadway. There needs to be something done from that stretch from East 22nd all the way down to about East 30th. There are no additional lights. It's just a clear throughway, and there's been many accidents and a recent fatality. So I'm putting it back on record for those two locations once again until something happens. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Hope nothing happens, and we do the diligent work to put whatever petition of the community forward. Because things come to us because the community brings it to us. And I know we need to do things. But when you mention 18th Avenue, can you please mention close to what street it is? Because 18th Avenue is divided by a fabric. So what part of 18th Avenue is?
I will resend it. It was an email. Director Billy, he's well aware. It was sent. So I'll make sure I can resend it. But you were a part of it too. You're the chair of DPW, so it was sent to you as well. But it was from the traffic engineer. But I'll resend it.
I already made my comment regarding this ordinance in the previous one, and I hope Councilman Jackson listened to it. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading. Next item is item number 3 for second reading. Public hearing is required. Ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of Hamilton Avenue and Carroll Street. Department of Public Works Ordinance number 20068.
Second, Ruby was first.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez.
And Mims.
And Mims.
Okay. The public portion is now open until item number 3. Anyone who wishes to speak on item number 3 may do so now. No one? Mr. President, there's no one. May I have entertain a motion to close the public hearing for item number 3?
Moved by Councilwoman Davia, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam
You
Clerk.
never hear me.
Apologize.
And, Mims. Okay.
Not intentional.
I know.
Roll call to close the public hearings, item number 3. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez. Councilman? Thank you.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public hearing is now closed for item number 3. May I continue, Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 3 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will proudly support this. I know the councilwoman from the great 4th Ward who fights day in and day out for her residents and the quality of life in her neighborhoods and for the city. She's been talking about this, and I'm glad to support her initiatives and her ideas. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, I want to thank my colleagues, but, you know, the driving in the city is really getting so bad that, you know, when the light changes green, you have to wait for a minute. You can't go. People are running red lights like it's nothing. They're making right turns in front of you, and you have a green light, and they're making the right turn on a red light, and they see you coming. So I just want to say to my council colleagues, whatever we can do to make it more safer for driving, this is just what we have to do. So I just want to say I appreciate you all for, you know, doing this. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Quickly, before I vote, I would have to totally agree, Councilwoman Cotton. The infractions that's taking place within the city, it's just gross negligence across the board. It's a sense of lawlessness, and it's challenging. It's difficult. You know, when we sit here to work hard to write ordinances or write legislation to help, you know, create a better quality of life, and the enforcement on these issues and or the implementation is negated. Case in point, we implemented parking pass permits on Paterson and Tyler, still has not been implemented. The legislation that I wrote, that you guys helped support for the panhandling, there's not been one infraction written, and we see the panhandling daily. Reckless driving throughout the city. This is something I saw today. I know we have something on the books. I want to look for it. If we don't, the jaywalking. You know, in places like Los Angeles and communities who really care, it sounds petty, but you have people just walking in front of the street, disrupting traffic and creating hazards, and then when they get hit by a car, they issue lawsuits, not only on the driver, but on the city as well. So after this vote, Council President, I definitely have a question for Corporation Counsel if you allow a moment. But for now, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on second reading. Next item is item number 4 for second reading. Public hearing is required and ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. I read the addresses: 821 East 22nd Street, 1091 East 22nd Street, 558 East 24th Street, 690 East 25th Street, 733 East 26th Street, 451 East 32nd Street, 107 Albion Avenue, and 96 North 3rd Street. Department of Public Works, ordinance number 20069.
Second.
Move.
Marissa Dawes say second. Further.
Who moved it?
So Councilman Mims, I think I heard her voice.
And second, Councilman Velez and Davila.
Okay, so Councilman Velez and Davila seconded. Moved by Councilman Mims.
Okay.
I think we're going.
The public hearing is now open on item number 4. Anyone who wishes to speak may do so. At this time. Wait, give me a second, Mr. President. I'm waiting for the guys to give me a signal. No one? Okay. May I entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
Move.
Number 4?
Second.
Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Choudhury.
Yes.
And continue, Mr. President, to close?
Yes, ma'am.
Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 4. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davlin.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Public hearing for item number 4 is hereby closed. May I continue, sir?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Roll call in item number 4 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davlin.
So before I vote, I just want to say that we understand in the city of Paterson that we have parking issues. And we also understand, we get a lot of phone calls. I've had a few tell me, my entire block is all handicapped. I just want to put on record that, it is the Division of Motor Vehicle, along with, constituent doctors, where they get their license, their handicap approvals, and then they go through the city. And, there's a gentleman that I know that has been waiting. His wife has been very, very ill, and basically incapacitated. And, it's very hard for him to have to, bring her down, in a somewhat like a sled and in a wheelchair to try to put her in a car. And when there's, there's no parking in front of the house, and he is a homeowner, but no parking. And I know that he's been waiting for this. So I just wanted to put on record that finally it's getting done. My vote is yes on item number 4 for second reading.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 4 is hereby adopted on second reading. Mr. President, did you want to take the consent agenda item?
Yes, let's do the consent agenda.
Okay, perfect. Next item on the agenda is of the consent agenda items, which are number 10 through 32. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 10 through 32. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
Move.
Second.
Councilman Velez for a motion,
Second.
Councilwoman Mims for a second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll calling the consent agenda items 10 through 32. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Thomas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dowling.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 10 through 32 on the consent agenda hereby adopted.
Can we do number 30?
Will we do the first reading?
Hold on a minute, Councilman, Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. I had asked during the readings of the second reading items, because I know that we were trying to get through, but I definitely want to bring forward a concern, you as the Council President, but also to address Corporation Counsel. I had made multiple requests to the administration, to the VA, over a month or so ago, maybe 2 months ago possibly, for a list of pending lawsuits. And most of the requests that I make, they fall on deaf ears. I have not received any of the information. But I have a question for Corporation Counsel, if I may. And just so for the sake of not utilizing any specifics, I want to utilize an analogy. If the city was to have to hire a doctor, and a doctor was required to have certain credentials and certain, obviously a doctrine in this case, and the city chose not to hire a doctor and chose someone to perform the doctor's tasks, and if at whatever was to happen in the capacity of that position, where does that leave the city relative to another potential lawsuit? You know, in the wake of these articles that's been written, and obviously these are the issues that I've been raising for quite some time, when a notice is provided to the city by the state office saying that these are the necessities required to hold that position.
El 8 de mayo, pues yo tengo que irme. ¿Bien?
And these are the specifics required to hold that position, and the city chooses to overlook that. You know, where does that put the city relative to endangering us and with the potential lawsuit? We've already been, we get overwhelmed with lawsuits and we wind up settling most anyway. But I want to put this on the floor tonight so the council have an opportunity. I don't know if you want to put it on the next agenda to have a moment to be discussed, but I think personally we're opening ourselves up to litigation, further litigation based on being irresponsible, putting individuals in certain positions where they don't have the qualifications to do the job required. So I don't know how you want to handle this, Council President. If you want to allow Corporation Counsel to answer, I would appreciate it if you do, because I think it should be placed on public record on, just what kind of liability we stand to hold, and we continue to move forward in this fashion.
Thank you, Council President. You're on mute, but I heard you say I can speak.
Corporation Counsel, yes.
Got you, no worries. So Councilman Jackson, thank you for your question. With all due respect, I never answer personnel questions in a public forum. The question you're asking is, as I'm sure everyone is aware, is regarding articles that were in what we deem to be a newspaper in the city of Paterson. I don't know if that is the correct terminology for what that publication is. Nonetheless, it is indeed a personnel issue that I would never answer in a public forum, as it is improper.
All right, thank you. So
I'm not asking for a personnel or answer on personnel. I'm talking about from a legal standpoint. Where is the city with?
So Councilman, she doesn't want to, she doesn't think it's prudent to ask that question here publicly. We do have personnel meetings though. So when is tomorrow, Councilwoman?
These questions
We
have
have a
been
personnel
asked.
meeting tomorrow.
These questions have been asked repeatedly with personnel.
It's good as
And it's not just one position, but it's a habitual condition within the administration.
So we'll get an answer tomorrow, Councilman Jackson.
Council President, if I may, 5 o'clock tomorrow, it doesn't matter if the city is closed, it'll be via Zoom, and, we have not had one, so it's important that we do have this personnel meeting tomorrow at 5.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Do you provide with the administration with a list of questions that you will be asking? That way, hopefully, they give us a.
Council President, there's been a lot of pending things. Okay, we've had numerous. I have all my files.
Perfect.
So there is some pending things, and obviously, I would want to address a few of the things that have come out. And I don't necessarily care for blogs per se, but clearly, there is some information that's being out there that we need to address, and we'll do it in the format that's appropriate before we bring it out to the entire council.
All right, so can we continue with the agenda, please? Madam Clerk, let's do the first reading ordinances.
Okay, our next items are first reading ordinances, no public hearing is required, and this is item number 5. And item number 5 reads, ordinance leasing a portion of the Christopher Hope Community Center, 6 Temple Street, Paterson, New Jersey, from the Paterson Housing Authority, Health and Human Services.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Les, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 5 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
You said yes, Councilwoman?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
No.
Councilman Jackson?
This is an example of this council body refusing to exercise its fiduciary responsibility to look after public's best interest. Again, we're paying rent for facilities that we own, and we're pulling revenue from a youth program to go into the pockets of people who are benefiting greatly from properties that we own. I cannot ever support this, and we talked about implementing programming quite some time ago, over 2 years ago, so this doesn't continue to happen. And we still continue to vote out in favor of things like this. This is ridiculous. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
My vote is no.
Councilman Mendez?
No, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
And so this item is for, the lease for this, agreement. It ends on, December 31st. This is technically our last meeting before the year is over. So if there's no new resolution, if there's no agreement, our Youth Service Bureau will not have a place to meet. Our youth will not have a place to have their activities. And so, until whatever else is looked into or drafted, I have to fight for our youth. Our youth need an activity space, and they're using this space, and their lease ends this month. So if it's not approved on tonight, they won't have a place to be. And our next, we have the 29th, which is a closeout meeting for fiscal, but our next meeting after that is not till January. I don't want to have put our youth in a situation where they don't have a place where they can have recreation and all the services that are provided at 60 Temple Street. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Definitely, we cannot cut the neck of everyone in just one shot without getting a solution first on the table. So, if we want to amend the ordinance, how we go to lease and not, let's start amending it, and then we started changing things around. But for now, we need to approve this because we have a responsibility to do what we have to do up to December. Hopefully in January, they come with better ideas. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So we often talk about, I often hear the administration say that they're going to be working with, on a lot of shared services agreement with a lot of these agencies. I want to vote no on this. We use the school district for the youth, and the youth, we don't pay the school district for these spaces.
No.
No, we're voting right now. We're voting right now.
We do pay.
Councilman,
I'm sorry, I spoke without words.
don't misinform the public, please.
All right, thank you, sorry.
And don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. So at this time, we need to bring them to the table. We need to speak to the housing authority. See if this is mostly symbolic. It's a small amount of money, but it's just the principle. We create these entities, and we end up paying them for a lot of the spaces. How about they just work with us and maybe concede some of the spaces for our community, for our kids. My vote is no.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 4 in favor, 5 against. Item number 5 failed in the first reading.
Council President.
Reconsider number 5.
Council President, yes. Second. Discussion,
Yes.
please, Council President.
So, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
you have a motion to reconsider
And a second.
and a second. So, I guess we vote again on this item?
Yes. But, discussion, because I want to explain why.
Didn't we have the discussion already?
Actually, don't the people that voted no, can I get a legal opinion here? I thought that the ones that voted no is the ones that have to reconsider it. No? Madam Corporation Counsel? Madam Clerk?
It's not people who voted no, it's the prevailing
Let the director, we need this.
party.
Yes, I prefer.
Councilman Jackson is correct. Only the prevailing party can move on the
That was my question. So, anyone that voted no, you know what? I'll reconsider. I want to hear your take. I want to hear the reasoning behind this, because we didn't have a discussion. So
you move it, Council President?
I will move it, but we need a second, right?
Second.
Okay, to reconsider it by Councilman.
Do we both people that voted no, just one? Okay, so I'll move it.
Second.
And second by Councilman.
So I want to hear your take. Councilman Abdelaziz and then Councilman Velez.
Councilman Velez, and as the chair, we discussed this thoroughly, and I just want everyone of the people that voted no has the absolutely right mindset when it comes to that. This was talked about in committee. It was brought into workshop. No one spoke about this at workshop, and that's why I wanted to reconsider. So I'll give you what was brought into workshop, because Councilman Khan and myself met. No one mentioned this. Council President, I'm going to explain to you where we're at with this dilemma. So no one discussed this at all. The building is owned and managed by the Housing Authority, which is an autonomous board that is ran by itself. Government 101.
We know that, Councilman. Don't interrupt it. Don't insult our intelligence. We know we created it, please. So continue.
Okay. President, what I'm trying to say is they own and operate the building. We could want a shared service agreement, meaning the council.
We do not own it. The city owns it.
I'm sorry to tell you.
Let's not interrupt, Councilman, please.
Thank you. We have our director. The Housing Authority is the sole operator of that building. Therefore, that's why we pay them, which is governed by the board of the Housing Authority. I want a shared service agreement, Council President. I agree with you. But in any agreement, you need two parties to agree, right? Very similar, if you are renting, you got to agree with your landlord. You may want to reduce the rent, but your landlord says, no, there's no agreement. Members of this board, of this council, has never put forward a shared service agreement, which we should have. I want a shared service agreement.
That's not our job, Councilman.
Council President, you could draft the shared service agreement.
Have the administration work something out also.
They could. But the Housing Authority also needs to accept that shared service agreement. If not, that program that's in the building, all right, because we could say we want it, we could say we pass it, and the Housing Authority could say no, and then our program, which is a tenant in that building,
they could say, see you later. They could do that. And
All right.
the council appoints the thing. So what I'm saying is, until we get an agreement, right, they could evict us, technically. They could see you later. And that's just thinking that we don't have an agreement. We could talk about agreement, but if both boards, meaning the council and the housing authority, does not act, we put in limbo of losing a structure. The housing authority, if we're not on the same page with them, could vote at their next meeting and say, evict the Youth Service Bureau. And legally, the city has no right. That is government 101. You need both boards to have a shared service agreement and come together. We don't have that yet. And until we get that, we could retroactively, so they could compensate us back on the agreement. Well, until then, we are a tenant to the housing authority, like it or not. It may not sound well. We could vote no, not pay them rent, but just like any tenant, they could say, see you later. Are we going to risk that? And that's up to the council. I'm just telling you.
All right. So you made your point, Councilman. Thank you, Councilman Velez.
See, and he made great points. I just want to say this. Look, for $1,800, they're going to be getting a gym, administrative office, service delivery, classrooms, computer room, lab, gymnasium, first floor conference room, kitchen, lunch room, and off-street parking. And not only that, I have visited that place. And the youth that go there, a lot of them are court mandated. And Mr. Al Moody is the one that gave him the instructional of that place. So we cannot put individuals that want to start their life the right path in every other places, because we believe that we should have a shared agreement. Yes, we believe we should have a shared agreement, but now we cannot go and Councilman, are you going to interrupt me, please, because I don't want to go back and forth.
Yeah, but show a little respect. Like, for example, don't question our vote. We voted. The only reason I opened this up again is because I want you to make a good case of why we need to do this.
Okay,
don't start questioning my vote.
So I'm not questioning your vote, because I'm not saying why you voted like that.
Our vote.
Okay, I'm saying that if the youth that are there, as a matter of fact, they deserve a better place, but at least they're getting something, and they're coming with a price that in other places, trust me, they're not gonna care that it's municipal government. They're gonna say, well, you're gonna pay me $85 for a square feet, and they have to pay it. So right now, that's why I say.
So thank you, Councilman. Thank you. So right now we have a lease that expired. Am I correct? So they continue with the old lease, right, until we enter into a new lease. Right now, Madam Clerk, let's continue let's start the roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President.
Council President, we still have the discussion.
Well, I didn't see who else wants to speak. Councilman, actually, Councilwoman Khan and Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, Madam Council President. I'm calling you Madam Clerk. Even with the, this is going back that we owe them from a year ago. So this is going back, and as Councilman Velez said, this is about the youth, this is about the kids that's trying to get on the right track. But let me also remind you, we use this place too as a warmer center. And right now, this place is open tonight. I had to send people over there. I got calls that they had no heat in their house. And I said, you could go to the warming center that we have at 60 Temple Street. Now, say we don't want to do this, when someone has no heat, no heat, can't even make the landlord fix the boilers. They got to give them 10 days. So I just want to remind council members that this place is also our warming center here for the city of Paterson. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. As it may be, but this lease agreement has nothing to do with it being a warming center. And the thing is, what's alarming, I've been asking and talking about this, why we're allowing our programs that we're funding to funnel money into the hands of people who are making a profit. Councilman Abdelaziz, you were one of the main ones who came aboard and talked about the facilitating that shared service agreement. In fact, I can go find the videotape where you were one of the main supporters and talking about you're going to lead the charge. You know what? I'm going to show you how it's done. You talked about how this is what needed to be done. You talked about how you implemented this in other places, and we've been requesting it for quite some time. Now, let's make this just for a point of clarity. Just like the parking facilities is city-owned property that has been given the authority to run, own, and manage to the parking authority. So it are the housing properties within the city. That's the reason why whenever housing is going to enter into an agreement with a third-party company, they must come before this council for approval because the property belongs to the city. They're not the owners.
No. Councilman, and I'm sorry, the other times I didn't interrupt you, but those properties, when the council...
Interrupt.
No, I'm talking about with this comment that you passed. The properties are owned by those entities that we created. They're not owned by us.
It is not owned by them. If we dissolve the entity, the control of the parcels revert back to the city.
But that's a big if.
They're owned. No, it's not a big if.
As it stands right now, legally, they're not ours, Councilman.
Council President, I would appreciate.
Go ahead.
I have my perspective. You're trying to mitigate my perspective and imply that to the public. I'm giving the interpretation on how it is. If this council has the authority to dissolve those authorities, and if we dissolve them, they don't take ownership of their properties and leave. No, those properties, the control of the properties revert back to the city. If I own a property and I give a managing partner the authority to manage, doesn't mean they own it. If I take the management control back, control reverts back to me as the owner. Now, the city makes a decision how these things are ran. Now, it's based on Councilwoman Cotton's comment. You know, there was a time when this facility's doors was open to everyone in the public, and there wasn't a rental charge for it. Just like the facilities at the Alabama Avenue complex was the same. In fact, there were people who lived in the facilities who were charged with managing these facilities. So they were open. And that's why when you have a young person shot on the corner of Circle Ave and Temple Street, you know, the only individuals that...
Can you wrap it up, please? Please.
I'm trying to understand why. We talked about the...
It's 11:41, right? We have a lot of items on the agenda. I just decided to bring back up. You voted no, right? I voted no. We brought it back.
We brought it back. So if you're going to allow only one side of the party to, I mean, I don't know. You supported the perspective that I have as well. So
correct.
I don't know if this is a moot point, but the fact of the matter is, our young people should not have to pay rent in facilities that we own. We should be providing that to them free of charge. And it's not to negate the program, the work that they do. In fact, I think they should have more money to pour into the youth, and that's the reason why this shared service agreement needs to take place. So I'll rest it there.
Thank you. Can we do a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to reconsider item number 5. Councilman Abdelaziz for reconsideration.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Councilman Jackson's absolutely right. I was the one that was screaming that we need a shared service agreement. But in lieu that we don't have one in place, or that the Housing Authority does not want to agree to that shared service agreement, there is no agreement. They're the managing authority of the building. I have to have the responsibility as a council person. We have programs that run in the building that there's a landlord. I know some of my council colleagues are in the business, right? You're the landlord, you have a tenant. They are there. The landlord doesn't agree to the lease, then we got to find a new place to go. I don't know where we're going to go. I don't know where our shelters are going to go. That was a question I was asking Director Castillo. I'm the first person. I want a shared service agreement. But in lieu of not having one, we still got to make sure our programs
have a place to go. That is the responsible thing to do. And
Sure.
Councilman Jackson is absolutely right. I was one of the champions to say that. Even with our school district, right? Not being able, getting access to that. The housing authority. All government agencies should have something in place, and I saw it in the city of Passaic. And I still want the BA to sit with the executive director of the housing authority. I urge the housing authority, if any council members appointed people to that board, please have them push this in their meetings. I don't have an appointment. It comes up next year. But the person that I appoint, that's the first thing I'm going to ask them to push on their board and say, please, this is an issue that we want. So, Councilman Jackson, you're right. I wish we get that. My vote is yes, please. This is something where we talked about it in committee. It is the responsible thing to do. If we don't, we are jeopardizing the housing authority to turn around and say, you guys can't be in this building anymore, and what are we gonna do? We're gonna be back here with an agreement. So my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton, on the reconsideration?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. I already spoken and said what I said. Even though, people may think that we don't own it, but I tell you one thing, we get ready to go into some cold months. And we get ready to go into some bad weather. And I know, and our children, at least if they can come out, they'll be able to go somewhere. So it's not about, and I know that once we are able to get that shared service agreement going, and I don't think that it's not that they don't want it to go, but there's too many things out there that get ready to happen in this city. And we get ready to get a snowstorm, and I done got too many calls today about houses with no heat. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
No.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Khalid?
Just for clarification, I'm voting no on this. The reason is that our youth services doesn't have to pay a city authority. We want them to have this facility for free, probably for a $1 lease or something. So they could have more money to spend on the youth. That's the only reason I'm voting no. Also, we have to put this administration against the wall to get something done. If you don't vote it down, hey, we'll continue for another year or so. Thank you.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I know that I was one of the vote against, and just because I totally agree with some of my colleagues, like Councilman Jackson, I think that we should not be paid for this facility, and we definitely need to have a shared services agreement in place. I just gonna, bring this back, and Councilman Jackson mentioned that. If we dismantle those authorities, those properties, they will come back into the city, into the city line. But the question that I have is this: this lease that we're signing is for the end of this year. That I'm right or wrong, Madam BA, or whoever answer this question to me.
Director Castillo?
Yes,
sorry.
So this is for 2020, 2021, because we do owe this year. This item has come to the council. It's about the third time it would get voted down if it gets voted down this time. And I do know there were conversations between the VA, Corporation Council, and Housing Authority already. As soon as the council, we had this conversation in February when it was voted down. They quickly had these meetings. Unfortunately, we didn't get to a place of a shared services agreement. We have to continue those conversations, but as of right now, attached to the resolution, you'll see what this allocation is going for. It's not just rent exactly, is utilities, electricity, custodial services. They have a maintenance person or individuals that clean the property, janitorial services, as well as supplies. They provide that for us. Parking spaces in the gym, we get the priority on for our family nights, especially for our life skills program. So we invite not only our youth who are, working themselves back into society, but integrate their families as well. Currently, we have 15 homeless individuals in the shelter right now. We do have a code blue. We had 12 yesterday, we 15 right now. And usually we get a larger amount between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning when the temperature really drops. So we're open 24 hours. We've been open since yesterday afternoon. We'll probably close on Friday. And we don't pay any additional dollars for that. If we don't have this lease, not only does the youth services program suffer, but our shelter, we wouldn't have a place to shelter our homeless individuals in extreme cold weather or hot weather. And the housing has the maintenance individuals there, and thankfully we have full access with police and fire to get that work done.
Are we voting?
Can we please vote? Please, we're in the middle of roll call.
Yes.
And we should ask the questions before, but go ahead, Councilman.
Council President, I didn't have the opportunity, and I do apologize. You know, I'm just trying to change my vote and get the rationale of this, and we're signing a list 2020 plan. And the final question that I have is for the director, because I need to make sure that we're gonna be able to come back to the table, Council President, putting together a shared services agreement with the housing authority in one facility. That's not a rocket science. I mean, that's the administration responsibility. And all I'm saying, and I'm reconsidering my vote because of the storm that is coming on the way, the weather's, you know, what's gonna happen. So I know we need that facility for the homeless, and we have to utilize those facilities. But we have to do better with our resources. That, you know, all I'm saying is, and I need to hear from the director that we're gonna be able to sit down, and if we say yes to this agreement, we're not gonna wait until 2021, 2022 to come back and have the same conversation. And I will give the benefit of the doubt because of the way.
Councilman, we had 2 minutes during roll call, right? That is in the law, right? Could we vote on this, please? Because, Madam Clerk, do you still have the timer?
Yes, sir.
It's already 11:51. Could we vote on this, please?
Council President, I give my support to that. My vote is yes.
So you're voting yes? Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
And so, this dialogue, I thank Councilman Abdelaziz for bringing it back to reconsideration. And the dialogue is very healthy. I absolutely agree with the shared service agreement. But one of the things that has not been stated is that for months, they've been trying to get us there. For months, and they have not gotten a commitment, and that's the concern. We have a lot of programs. Councilwoman Cotton talked about one that's really, really important, especially with the temperature today, and then the days to come with the storm and so many other at-risk youth that are part of that program that have to have a location of activity for their parole officer, and the list goes on and on and on. Do I agree there should be some level of shared service agreement? Yes, but can we force them to commit to us? We can have dialogue all we want, but they have to make the decision to say yes, no, or whatever the consideration is. At this juncture, we don't have that. We don't have it. And so do I, as a mom of 4 kids of my own and 2 grandkids, and seeing all these programs that already suffer throughout our city, do I say I'm not going to support because we don't have an agreement? No, because if we don't have an agreement, and if we have an agreement, that's one thing, but not to have anything and know that we are now into almost 2 weeks less of the end of this agreement, and to not support it, I would not be doing my fiduciary responsibility as a councilwoman for this great city. But also, I'm going to put a recommendation on the floor before I vote. Perhaps if we cannot come to an agreement with this particular entity, maybe maybe we can talk to the schools. Maybe there can be a service agreement with the school districts or wherever. We have to creatively think outside of the box. If it won't work here, then you can shift it and have an agreement with the school district. That's just a recommendation. But because we don't have that in place, our kids matter, our families matter, the homeless matter, and the great residents of the city matter. I'm voting for them. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Before I vote, I'm going to try to use 1 minute. Council President, and I think I mentioned this to you in a conversation that we had. We cannot make decisions because you don't like something in the administration, or you think that it should not be in administration. My decisions have to be made based on the needs of the community.
Why are you questioning my vote? Could you just?
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. My friend, I'm making a comment. I just say that I'm making a comment because I make a comment to you. That's what I'm saying. I'm not questioning your vote. You can vote whatever you want. After I vote, you can vote whatever you want. What I'm saying is, we cannot make votes just because I got something beef with the second floor. Because at the end, you probably could have hurt the community. So our legislative part is to make sure that everybody's covered in the city of Paterson. So, until they correct it, and I understand what it is, the youth, and what the serving to not just youth only, for everyone that use that youth place, my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
So once again, we're being naive in a way. You mean to tell me that a public entity of the city of Paterson is gonna kick out those kids? Come on, really? This is the funniest argument I've ever heard in government. Think about it. You cannot even evict people now during COVID, right? I know those kids don't live there. But you think you mean to tell me that the housing authority is going to kick those kids out of there? You know what's crazy? The reason we put 34 here is to force their hand on the administration. We've been talking about shared service agreements for almost over 2 years. So this is also forcing the hand on them to act. When a lease expires, you normally continue with the lease. You could continue. You continue with the older lease. I just don't see how a public entity of the city of Paterson will kick out a program for kids for the city of Paterson. So come on. But I'll leave it at that. We're Councilwoman, hold on a minute. I'm just this is my take. I'm not talking to anyone specific here. I didn't say any names. I'm just talking in general, right? And yes, sometimes we discuss things in committee, and those people that are in finance with me, sometimes something doesn't come up, but we get things from other people. When somebody brings an issue, he brings other questions that maybe I could not answer before. So just because we didn't ask those questions in a workshop doesn't mean that we don't ask them today. We don't have much to gain from voting no on this. This is a program for the kids. It's not like this is a popular thing. I don't see many residents that are going to agree with me voting no. But I know the purpose why I was voting no on this. I want to force their hand for the administration to do what we've been asking them to do for the past few years. That's what I'm doing with this. This is nothing against the program, right? This program is doing a good thing for our kids. I just want to force their hand on the administration. This is the last resort. I've been asking them for many things since I've been a councilman. Now this is the way I'm going to start doing things from now on. I'm going to force their hand. This is the only way to do it, right? I bet you we provide a lot of services for the parking authority, right? I want to know how much they're paying us also, right? We provide a lot of services for all these entities. So all I'm saying is, we could have come back and have a lengthier discussion. We didn't have to agree on this agreement today. That's all I had to say. But you know what, Clerk? He passed. It's off my hand. My vote is no. That's all I needed to say. Let's continue with the agenda. I'm not upset that he passed. All I'm saying is I needed to make a stand, and I made it, and that's the end of this discussion. The item is read the vote, please, Madam Clerk, and we're going to continue with the agenda.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 against. Item number 5 is
all right, so let's continue, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Do we have to vote on it?
Yes, I have to vote on it as a first reading.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, let's vote.
It was to reconsider this item. So we did pass the reconsideration. So roll call to vote on item number 1 in first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yeah, so this is a roll call.
I'm sorry, number 5.
I thought it passed, so this is to reconsider?
No, that was to reconsider it, so we can bring it back on the floor.
So all of that oh my God.
Now we have to vote on it for first reading, and it's past first reading, because we did a reconsideration. Then I put it on the floor, that it's adopted on first, and then the second reading I made an announcement.
So let's continue, Madam Clerk.
So Councilman Abdulaziz for first reading?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think the council, believe it or not, all agrees on something. We don't agree on everything, but we all agree that we need a shared service agreement. And we all agree that the problem is how do we get there, right? We can not pay them for the next 3 years and go to our landlord and say, hey, let's have a good agreement, but we haven't paid you for 3 years and not been a partner and really went against the grain.
or we could continue the same agreement that has been in place for years, that many council people have voted for, they're voting against, have voted for this agreement for years. I'm just gonna put the record to reflect that. And I want council president, council vice president, right? We could always point the fingers at the administration, but I urge Corporation Council to put a letter together that we should all sign and send it to the Housing Authority Board president and state, Councilman Mendez is right, this should be a simple thing. The council feels there should be a shared service agreement, waiving and doing this, and we should get it done by this date. Let's get a work in progress between board members. We don't need to wait on the administration or executive director. The agreements get passed by the board. So Council President, I would draft a letter, but I think it should come from your office as Council President, right? Take the bull by the horn. Because I think the council all agrees on that. I will sign that letter. Back in your request that the Housing Authority passes an agreement that waives fees for all city programs. And let's see what the Housing Authority says. Let's see if they vote on it. Because it takes two to tango. And there's never been action. So let's, Corporation Council, can we put a letter together? Hopefully the Council President will put it on his letterhead. I'll sign it. If not, I'll put a letter together and I'll ask my council colleagues, but I think it should come from the council president and the council vice president, and we should all support that letter to the Housing Authority Board, recommending and requesting a shared service agreement, and then get the dialogue started. That's what governing bodies do. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan. Councilwoman?
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. This is to,
So now we're voting on it for first reading.
Oh, we're voting on it for first reading. I know. Sometimes, you know what, I sat here already for 8 years and I seen the council people are here, some council people are gone. I know some of them said they didn't like to vote for this, they didn't like to vote for that. But sometimes you gotta think about, to me, what happens. What will really happen? Do we wanna take a chance and say, I dare you to throw us out? Do we want to take chances like that? No, because they're saying now with, and I know there's plenty of landlords that want to get into court because people cannot pay their rent because they not have gone to work. I have people that have not worked in 8 months, 9 months. So do you don't think nothing would happen because the court system is not open? I don't know. But I know there's a lot of services besides the children that comes out of that building. And we need to be in that building, as Councilman Albany said, that, you know, we're going to try to come up with an agreement, but for now, we need to make sure when it gets 10 degrees outside, we got to have people to be able to go somewhere. And that's the first thing I'm looking at. I'm not going to take a chance and say they cannot open up the homeless shelter, the shelters for our people. And let me tell you something. They're not all homeless people either. There are people going in those shelters that don't got heat in their house. Madam Clerk, with that being said, it is because I done got too many calls already. People who want to shake their head that they don't have no heat. Landlords are not fixing the heat because they're not getting paid rent. They don't have no money coming in. Just saying, this pandemic is bigger than what people really see what it could be. It's really bad out there.
Council members, can we keep to the 2 minutes, please? It's 12 o'clock already.
And don't think that, they think it's just homeless people going to the shelter. It's not just homeless people. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Davila?
I took a stance. Director Castillo said it. You know, this has been voted down before. This has been brought to the administration and they have yet to do anything. I'm not voting against, you know, our children and their programs and the homeless shelter. I'm not doing that. For those individuals that need, no. I'm in agreement with Council President. I cannot see, you can't throw anyone out of anywhere. Okay, and so, and obviously there is a lot of programs also that are not taking place because you can't have in a closed place more than 10 people. So I can't support this right now. I'm not gonna support it. I supported this before. Council President said it. Councilman Abdelaziz wants to bring up the concept, oh, well, people that voted for before. Absolutely, I voted for this in the past. I've been here for 6 years. But guess what? When are we gonna put and say, stop it? It stops here. We have to make the administration accountable. And if we continue to give in, because we're talking about, oh, the homeless, oh, the cold, our children, no. We gotta take a stance. I'm taking one. I respect all my colleagues, but I'm gonna stand by mine. Council President, before I vote, Council President, I asked you for the floor. I texted you because I needed the floor. I really do not want to disrespect any of my council members. I am in a lot of pain and I was holding off. I thought I could do the entire meeting. I cannot. So I'm voting on this and then I'm going to leave the meeting. So I apologize. I just cannot sit for so long. And right now my legs are numb. So with that said, I'm going to stand on my vote and my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, the direction of the city is driven by two entities. One, the administration, two, the council. You don't row a boat in one oar. It'll go in circles. And that's what's happening right now. That's why the city's going in a circle and we fail to make progress. There's no level of accountability. This is politics gone wrong. When you have perspectives changed because people get phone calls. The fact of the matter is, we bring people on to make money off of our community. People are making money off the condition. There was ample time to put this agreement together, to do something. We talked about this for quite some time. We have city entities paying into a private coffers. This is embarrassing. And I'd just like to point out to the public, I stay consistent. I challenge anyone else to claim their record is as consistent as mine. I don't take on battles. It's not about having a gripe and or animosity with anyone in the second floor. It's about what's right. And I stay consistent, and as time moves forward, each and every time, I'm proven to be right again. So, as we continue to allow this administration to fail the community, I challenge anyone from this administration on this council to point out the successes. They're far and few between. But we're constantly looking to put money in other people's pockets while we celebrate mediocrity and celebrate failure. We're failing our children. And this is another example why. We're allowing people to make money off of them. Instead of, we have a facility that's owned by the city and being in this profit source for someone else. If you look at the tax records, it doesn't say how Paterson Housing Authority, but yet and still we have an agreement that we're paying rent into a third-party company. I'm not going to prolong it. My vote is consistent. It's no. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid?
My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I would like to call Council President attention. I know he's busy right there. Council President, let me just say that you are 1,000% correct in the sense that I changed my vote to entertain this conversation. But let me just say this because this is what I do for a living. I do real estate listing and that's my business. That's what I do. The reason why I changed my vote is just to hear the conversation with the rationale from the administration and the director, the level of commitment that they have to come into an agreement, because we should not be paying money to another entity. They take a lot of advantage from the city as well. Now, to my colleague, the right time for us to say no to this lease agreement is now. Why? Because Council President is totally correct. If we say no to this agreement, they're not gonna kick us out. What's gonna happen is that we're gonna continue with the old agreement. We're gonna continue with the old agreement that we already have. We're gonna continue paying the same amount until we either come into a shared services agreement or we could move into the school. Now, if we say yes now and we sign this list for 2020, 2021, we're gonna have to finish this list until 2021 in order for us to be able to move into the public school district, any building from Paterson Public School or any other building. So he's totally correct. They cannot kick us out. The program are not gonna stop. They're gonna keep the facility there. What's gonna happen is that we're gonna continue paying the same amount of money, but this is different. If we don't sign this agreement now, and tomorrow we have a conversation with Paterson Public School and we find a building, we could say, you know what, bye-bye, keep your building, and we move on. But if we sign this agreement now, we're gonna have to stay on this location from 2020 to 2021, and that's how real estate works. And that's because my vote is no. Thank you, Council President.
So my name's?
And so, Patterson, this vote is gonna fail at this point, right? But let me just say this, we can never predict that no one can throw anyone out. When it comes to housing and renting, that may be true, but an entity being in someone else's space, and when you have offenders and you have high-risk youth, they need an address that shows activity. So it is not true that they cannot put them out. There needs to be an active address for activity for their parole officer, for their probation officer, and they need that in place. So we can't say they can't put them out. That is not a factual statement. Yes, if you're renting an apartment, that's true. But when it comes to these type of programs, that's not an accurate statement. It's not true that you cannot put them out of this program. Some of our youth, which is one entity of a program, they are tied to probation officers, drug court entities, and so many other things. And all of that is tied to address, location, and 60 Temple is on their court records and documents. So when we vote against this, I get it. I'm with you. I agree with Councilman Al. Put the letter together. I'll happily sign it. But I cannot be in a position to put these risk youth, adult, whatever age they are, to be in a position where we're taking away the address that keeps them with their families. That is the thing that I've been trying to drive home. It is not true. Don't believe the hype. It's not true that we cannot put them out. That is not an accurate statement. When you look and you go through and understand drug court, the judicial system, and the process for our risks that are at youth and are part of these entities, that's just one part. They have to have an address for activity, and this is the address on the file. We're going to change it in the future. You can do that, but we cannot put these youth that are out, and we just released over 2,000 youth through the state of New Jersey to come home to their families. We just released them. And so now we're saying take away the address that is a part of the program. You can vote the way you want to vote. I'm going to vote because I understand the process, I understand the procedure, and this is what we're facing right now. Do I agree we need to work on an agreement in the future? Absolutely, whatever that takes. But right now, these kids need to be with their families for the holidays. They need to be out, and I'm telling you, if we do not support it, we're going to hear about it again. My vote, Madam Clerk, is yes.
Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President? No, we can't hear it, sir. You gotta unmute.
So, Councilwoman Mims, what you just stated is correct. We're going to hear it again. You know what this means if we vote no? Most likely this is going to come back. And I have never accused the administration maybe not talking to them, but you know why they treat us like this? These agencies that we have created? Because we're not forceful enough, right? If they know we have a cohesive council that, and I don't mean we're gonna act like bullies with them, but they need to come to the table because we provide a lot for these entities also, and that's what we mean by an agreement. We're not talking about this is chump change for a city that has a $300 million budget. We're not talking about just this lease per se. It's the principle. With me, it's the principle. right? I have an understanding that the administration have tried to speak to them, and the director have not even want to entertain it. You know why they do that? Because they have board members there that some of us have put there that are not holding them accountable. I hear this all the time, which is strange. That's why when I put people on boards, I want to make sure I interview them and see what their mindset is. That way, I don't get in the way of them doing their work, because I would not call any of my members to tell them what to do, right? But I want to make sure I put people there that are responsible, right? The minute any of these entities feel that we're going to dissolve them, guess what you think happens? They work with all of us. So all I'm saying, guys, is it's not the end of the world. I've been in government for many years. Leases don't always get renewed before they expire. We're talking about like this is an emergency that the city is going to burn down. No. Leases normally in government, leases don't normally oftentimes they don't get done before the year end. So the worst that could happen is we come back and entertain this item again. But in the meantime, we need to get some communication. We need to know the whole story. And at the same time, we need to know what they contribute, like what services we provide for them and what they contribute to us in the budget. Same thing with the parking and any of those entities that we created. All I'm saying is we got to change our ways. Just because we've done this in the past doesn't mean that is correct, that we don't need to do our due diligence. Sometimes we got to force the envelope. So the worst that could happen in this situation is they come back to us. Right now we have a lease that haven't ended yet. It's just funny how now this is an emergency. It's an emergency. My vote is no on this one. Let's continue, Madam Clerk, after you do the roll call.
Sure. The vote is 4 in favor, 5 against, item number 5 failed. First reading.
All right. Number 6.
Okay. Next item is item number 6 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on City Road. And I'll read the list. The address is 26 Albion Avenue, 34 East 15th Street, 433 East 26th Street, 359 East 30th Street, 107 East Holman Street, 67 Henry Street, 102 Highland Street, 60 Howard Street, 40 Hoxley Street, 4 English Place, 135 Montgomery Street, 111 North 3rd Street, 71 North 9th Street, and 151 North 9th Street, Department of Public Works.
Move.
Councilman Velez.
Echo.
Second by Councilman.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Jackson. Roll call.
Oh, I thought it was Councilman
Mendes.
Mendes.
Sorry, Mendes, sorry.
Okay. Roll call on item number 6 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Davido.
Yes.
Oh, you're still there. Okay. Councilman Davido, thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendes.
Madam Clerk, before my vote, I know Councilwoman Alar Davila is on her way out of the meeting, and Councilwoman, I decided to, drink my coffee on you, coffee mug, just to give you a warm welcome. I know you've been fighting COVID-19, so I've been, drinking my tea with you coffee mug. So listen, just to give you a warm welcome. I know you were fighting. You've been going through a lot with this COVID-19, and I'm very happy to see you back. God bless you. I have Council President on the other side, but it's not about you, Council President. It's about Councilwoman Alar Davila. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
If you want one, I could send you this one at home, and you could have me in the middle of the true real leadership, okay, just in case. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President.
My vote is yes.
Yeah. The vote is 9 in favor and none against. Item number 6 is hereby adopted as first reading.
Madam.
Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of January 19, 2021 at 7 p.m. Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, I want to put a request to the administration. I want to know what's the rationale. I want the Corporation Council to do some research. Why are we doing leases through an ordinance? Why can't it just be a resolution? It's a contract. Well, why do we have to do an ordinance?
Council President.
So I need some research later on, not right now.
Yeah, please, we could,
Councilman has stated, not right now, I need corporation counsel as a request. It's normal to ask for something. Let's continue. Number 7.
I have a request. Next item is
Okay, yellow lady. Sorry.
Next item is item number 7 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance to relocate a bus stop on Presidential Boulevard between Arch Street and Clinton Street. Department of Public Works.
Move. Echo.
Councilman Velez, Councilman Mendez.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, yes.
There's roll call on item number 7 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Councilwoman?
She's not there.
Yeah, she's there. She came over here to say hi, only and grab something good.
Okay. Councilwoman Davila?
Madam Clerk.
I could come back to you. All right. Councilwoman Davila is number 7.
Yes, thank you very much, Councilman Mendez and Councilman Kalik. I'm happy to see you both here as well. I didn't have you both before, so Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton, item number 7?
Yeah, Madam Clerk, yes.
Okay. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mix?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Everybody sound energetic. Yeah, my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 7 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting on January 19, 2021 at 7 p.m.
Number 8, Madam Clerk.
The next item is item number 8 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a no parking zone in East 25th Street, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Roll call on item number 8 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mix? Councilman Mix? She not there. Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 8 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, January 19, 2021 at 7 p.m. Next item is item number 9 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of 17th Avenue and East 21st Street, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Councilwoman Davila.
Second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 9 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims. Councilman Velez.
Before I close my vote, I just want to take the opportunity to ask Councilman for the great support that you have been doing. Council President, I'd say that I was going to leave because I had a situation to take care. Thank you for the opportunity. My vote is yes.
The President.
Yes.
Vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 9 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of January 19, 2021 at 7 p.m.
So, Madam Clerk, we're going to do 39 and 40, but we're going to pull 41 and 42 because Marge had to leave herself. She asked me to pull those items, 41 and 42, but we're going to entertain 39 and 40 right now.
We're removing item 41 and, yeah, she did tell me about 42, so we're removing 41 as well. 41
Yeah.
and 42, okay. All right, so we're moving on to, which item, Mr. President?
39.
Okay, next item is item number 39 and the non-consent. Item number 39 reads, resolution to purge fourth quarter property taxes for specified units within block 5103, lot 23, known as the Garrett Heights condominiums. Finance resolution 2702.
So move.
Second.
Councilman Mendez?
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir, Councilman Mendez. Okay. Roll call on item number 39 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilman number 30. Okay. You said yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan? You got two? Okay.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Did Councilman Davila leave? She left?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Velez? Oh, he left. Sorry. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 39 is hereby adopted.
Number 40?
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 40. And item number 40 reads, resolution addressing renewals of parking lot licenses for the following licensees. Miguel Aquino, located at 209-2111 Market Street, 65 parking spaces in the first ward. Cepeda Bar and Liquors LLC, located at 275-277 Straight Street to 294 Market Street, 10 parking spaces in the fifth ward. Finance resolution 2703.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by myself. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 40 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I need our VA to check that, lot on Broadway by the railroad track. I done sent numerous emails. This man is doing all kinds of garbage over there. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know. He got tractor trailers, he got everything. I have not seen anything come through for that address on Broadway in the last year and a half. So I need you to check that. I asked it at the last meeting before, but I still have not gotten anything. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes for these parking lot licenses.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid. Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 40 is hereby adopted.
So, number 46, Madam Clerk?
Next item is item number 46, and item 46 reads resolution authorizing the award of contract to Motorola Solutions for the lease/purchase and delivery of radios for multi-departmental use on the New Jersey state contract for the fire department's fire resolution 2709.
So
Councilman Davila.
And second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 46. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 46 is hereby adopted.
Number 47?
So next item is item number 47. Item number 47 reads resolution authorizing social service allocations for the period of January 1, 2021 through December 31st, 2021. Health and Human Services, resolution 2710. Have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call item number 40 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
I wanted to have a discussion. You want me to tell it now, or you want to?
No, we're in the middle of roll call. We already started the roll call.
Okay, my vote is no. I need to explain why I got a no vote.
You could explain it now before you vote.
You know what? Okay. Only thing I need to say for the community out there, and I heard what you said, Councilman President. You know, yes, the administration has the right to change and do whatever they need to do. But when we got the response back, and I guess that they were so used to getting a phone call that if they wanted to apply for the services, apply for the grant, they needed to apply. They never got the phone call. I looked back the last 3 years. The information that was sent to us was not true. St. Luke's Church never got a call. Hearts of Hannah never got an email to say, if you want to apply for the grant. And so I'm looking at what was said is, and you're right, the mayor has the right to let everyone know if they want to apply for a grant. He has that right. But the information that was here, and I'm telling you, 10 nonprofits did not get no money. You know, they're saying the St. Paul's, when I talked to St. Paul's, they could use the 15,000. They got 5. The Y, they said no, they didn't do it. But you can't assume that because it was a summer camp, like St. Luke's CDC, that's what they were going to use the money for again, the CDC. I'm saying to you, out of the 12 organizations, and now they're saying that they're going to use this money to pay for 5 employees to be drivers. The city of Paterson has not delivered any food since September. These senior buildings have not gotten no food because I go to 4 senior buildings to eat. No, they're going to have the opportunity to answer because I went and checked. No, what? Who say no? Who say no? No, I'm saying, why can't the county pick up these drivers for our community? Why can't the state county pick up these drivers? You're taking $150,000 to pay for drivers to deliver that has not been delivered to senior. Now these are not housing authority buildings. These are private senior buildings that are getting funded from HUD. So these are those seniors. Then I heard them say that they could deliver food to senior who lives in residential. Never even knew they were doing that at all. So I'm just saying, for the information that she put there, some of these organizations was not notified that the mayor decided, or the administration decided, you know what, we're going to take a different route this year. And only thing, that's all you needed to do was saying that we're taking a different route this year and we're not going to be funding the way we have funded because of COVID. And let me tell you, you maybe you're not out there the way I'm out there. These people are hurting here. These are hurting, and we have these organizations that are providing, you know, you're out in the rain, giving out food. So why the county can't pick up these 5 drivers? And when you said the grandparents didn't apply, you didn't tell them to apply. Like Hilda would normally say, you know what, it's time for these grants to come through, that we have to apply. So they weren't told to apply. Hearts and Hannah was not told to apply. Jumpstart was not told to apply. You're talking about, you put this out in June for something that's for January of 2021. You put it out in June? That you were going to put these grants in. You know, if you want me, if anybody wants to, I can tell you what each amount got. And there's certain organizations in this year that is not. Wait a second, Council President. I'm saying, I'm out here every day. I have a personal, not a personal, but I know all these organizations that have been getting funded. If the mayor decides he want to do that, that's fine. But at least let the nonprofits know that this is the way we're going now. We're taking a different approach. We're not going to do it this way anymore. We're going to do it this way. The county of Passaic got so much money. Why are we picking up their 5 drivers? I don't understand that. Why can't they pick up those 5 drivers? So with that being said, my vote is no. Because all this information that she said, Luce did not get a call.
Excuse me?
No email, no call. Could they do?
Councilwoman, we could probably have that discussion afterwards, but we're in the middle of roll call, please.
I'm saying my vote is no.
Okay.
Council President. There's no point of discussion after the vote.
We're not discussing. I understand. We're gonna continue. Councilwoman, please, you already voted. I know you feel passionate about this, but there's more to the story. I'll clarify when it's time for me to vote.
What?
I know a lot of your questions.
Before I vote, I would like to hear the clarification. That's why I think we did.
But nobody called for a discussion, so Councilman Abdelaziz already voted, right?
She did, actually she did, you didn't hear her.
No, he voted first, then she did.
Before that, she was trying to speak.
I did not. I wanted the discussion before Councilman Al voted.
So, Madam Corporation Counsel and Madam Clerk, what can we do in this situation? Just continue with the roll call?
Corporation Counsel, you want to respond? Because I believe we can speak as we go along.
Pursuant to the city's ordinances, every council member has 2 minutes to speak after they vote. Once the vote has begun, we should complete the votes till conclusion.
All right, let's continue. So, continue with the roll call, Madam Clerk.
Woman Cotton said no. Our next person, Council President, Councilwoman Dabo.
No.
Okay. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I will say this. One thing that cannot be denied, Councilwoman Cotton, has been your level of commitment to all of the organizations that provide service. So what this does is it speaks volumes to the level of respect. I mean, you have been a staunch supporter of this administration from the beginning. You've been a strong supporter. Everything they brought forward, you supported, but yet it's still, this is the treatment that's reciprocated. And it's not a penalty to the council members, but it's actually a disservice to the community. To have these organizations reach out to us to let us know that they have been overlooked, and I don't want to prolong it, but I'll tell you this: for certain dollars under community development, there's often a board or a group that's selected to do selection process. And the majority of times, these people that are solicited to be a part of that board, they're not residents of the city. Some of them may have been long-time employees, but they're not people and don't understand. They're not on the ground. They don't understand the necessity of our community.
Councilman, do you mind? There's no certification of funds on this thing, so how can we vote on this?
Yeah, it's on there.
I don't see it. What page? What page? I'm sorry, Councilman Jackson. Legally we can't vote if there's no certification of funds. I don't see it here.
They came up with a new, they came up with another one.
Where is it? I don't see it.
It should be the 3rd page, Councilman.
Yeah, they came up,
I'm sorry, I'm lying, it's the 4th page.
No, the 4th page is an email from Albert Ausfo.
No, the one after that.
I don't have one after that.
We got it was sent to us in the email, Council.
And that's the problem. This is a legal document that we're voting on. You can't attach things after we vote, is what I'm saying.
Ours is attached to the resolution. I have the actual copy of the resolution that was sent out.
Ours is in my packet.
So you know what? I'll let Councilman Jackson, but I want a legal opinion. You can't attach things to this after we vote.
This is on ours was sent, the entire packet. It has the resolution, the email with legal approving it, the certification of funds, and the backup. I have on mine, and I have the copy.
I think it's in our
No, but Councilman, what I'm trying to say is the day of the vote, right? We're voting on this. They cannot add things after we vote, is what I'm saying.
No, we received it in our email packet. For the people that would go virtual and we get emails count as documents.
Understood, but we don't have to go back and forth. We always said this. It's either you put it in one place or the other. You can't, we should not be researching for information. But I'll let you continue, Mike. I apologize, Councilman Jackson. I apologize. Continue, please.
No problem. I'll leave it there. But Councilwoman Cotton is it's very concerning. Obviously, as I continue to say, we're here to address the concerns of the community and our concerns are falling on deaf ears. This is it's bad enough that our community has become inundated with programming. We have lines all over the place, but now it's to a point where everyone else is being given an opportunity to render the services. So, with that being said, my vote is no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank Councilwoman Cotton for bringing this concern. As I recall, last week when we discussed this item, our director thanks all these organizations for cutting their spending for COVID reason, so they asked for less money. And it seemed like the most organization didn't even receive the application. Do you recall, Director, like you thanked some of these organizations for asking for less, and now they are complaining. So I don't know exactly what's going on. I think we should revisit this organization and see exactly what's going on. You should speak to each and every organization because they have been with us for many years. So I think we should just give them a call and see exactly what's going on. Until you do that,
We've been in constant communications, I'm sorry, Councilman, we've been in constant communications with all of our agencies. And I understand Councilwoman Cotton, and this is the same director, program coordinator has been doing this for the last, I don't know how many years, and it's been the same agencies. So I am very clear in my.
Why is this concern coming up now?
The process.
Areas.
Agencies may have had issues with COVID, it may have changed things, but it's been the same type of advertisement. The RFP comes out at the same time every year in the middle of May. Every year, it was an email sent out, there was communication had, it was on the website, it was on the city channel, and it was posted on the news as well. So we follow the same process we follow every year. If some agencies.
And they asked for less money this year?
Some agencies did not apply. We physically did not receive an application. We have two agencies, I'm sorry. One was, because this is a reimbursable grant. They said, we honestly will not make up enough bills in order to apply or to receive the funding that we usually get. The other one is a camp, which we didn't even have this year. So I sent that email, and this explanation came strictly from the program coordinator who's in communication with all of the agencies. So if there was any discrepancy, this happens in May, June, July, and I have not received a call from the agencies. Our program monitor has not received a call from the agency. So if there was any issue, we've been working the entire time. Our offices have not closed, and all calls have been forwarded. So if there's any issues, we're here for conversation.
What is the resolution coming up now, end of the year?
To be quite honest, I'm not sure. It's the end of the year. It's money that usually agencies get before the end of the year. So, it's usually a June allocation. Because it was a transition year, we did an additional allocation from July to December, and then now we're doing the rest of it. So this time would have been all one allocation.
Also, could it be that they're getting, since we changed the calendar year, they're getting half of the money for 6 months?
No, so we just broke up the agency. So Boys and Girls Club and a few agencies received allocation during the last meeting. This meeting is just the rest of the agencies, just because we're trying to get everyone onto a 1 year. So everyone will be able to apply for 2022. Remember, this is reimbursable. This is not dollars that they use to start their budget. So they have to come up with enough bills or dollars in order to get reimbursed for whatever that initiative is.
Right. Anyway, my vote is no at this time.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and definitely I at the last workshop, when I hear, Councilman, with this concern about a lot of those nonprofit not being able to receive funding, I did my homework on this, and I really I'd like to thank Councilman Capital. She's always out there advocating for those nonprofit. But listen, we all know how important is the job that Jumpstart is doing on the community, grandparent, some polls to see some looking, knowing that they're not getting the funding from this, and I definitely cannot support it.
But I didn't hear you say, no?
No.
Oh, thank you. Councilwoman Means?
Oh, there's been a elongated conversation. Last week I made the request for the entities that were on the list that did not get it. We got a full breakdown for every one of those entities, but I just want to add this to it. There are two particular organizations that, because they've been shifted into different departments or they took on another responsibility, it puts them now in conflict for receiving funds. I think that is really a hard thing for these two two organizations that are doing some great work, that outside of their purview, they were placed in these maybe a position or in a certain department. Now it cuts away from some things that they could have received or would have received. But when I see, so many other entities on here that I see them with soup lines, they're giving out food, and I don't see any money allocated to them, I just can't support it, not at this time. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Council President, I'd like to change my vote, please, before you vote.
Sure.
Thank you, Council President. I want to change my vote, and I want to give the explanation. And I'm passionate about this because I am the chair of Health and Human Service Committee. And I'm going to, Councilwoman Cotton from day one was adamant about that. And I got to commend our director. She was in the hospital hosting this committee and explaining to everyone. Everyone received an email, and we just got to state facts. I can't sit as a chair of Health and Human Services and not state facts. I heard a council colleague say organization that didn't get money. That person can't get money now because she's a city employee. So that's why she's not getting money. The director sent the email.
That's not true. So she turned everything.
I didn't interrupt you, Council President.
I'm sorry, but it's not.
Councilwoman, please.
The director sent the entire council
the
email. The director sent the council a picture of the email of all the organizations that received the application to apply. Look at the organization names, council colleagues. Look at it. It's the same organizations you guys are talking about. And they tell you why. I'm voting no, because it would allow me to do some government, some organizational things. I'm going to vote no, Council President, but I just want the facts to be stated.
Okay.
And we were emailed everything. Each council person, look at that email. Look at the name in the email. My vote is no, Council President.
Okay. So I'm just gonna say a few things just briefly. So Councilwoman Cotton asks, how come the county is not funding this stuff? The county used to have two programs that they used to fund, right? Nutrition program and transportation. When the previous administration was here, for whatever reason, I'm not gonna get into detail, they decided to work something out with the county and gave up the nutrition program, gave it back, right? This is the program that used to provide the meals for the seniors. They gave it back, now it's being ran by the county, right? It's no longer, the city's no longer involved. Now, when this administration took office, we had a paratransit program. This administration decided that they wanted to give it back to the county. So, the only issue, I will vote no on this, and I'll tell you why. You're using now $150,000 that most likely could have been used to go to agencies. And you're using it now to employ drivers to provide a service that most likely was being provided. You were sharing the burden actually with the county. Now you're using all the resources that now you don't have any county funding, so now you're putting $150,000 to hire drivers. So all I'm saying is, and this is why I was looking for the certification of funds. I'm going to support my colleague, Councilwoman Cotton, and I'm going to vote no on this at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President. The
Yes.
vote is 8 against, 1 absent, item number 47 failed.
Did you get my vote? Because my phone glitched out.
You said no.
Yeah, you voted no. Yeah.
Council President?
Everyone voted no except Councilman Velez, who is absent. It's failed.
Council President, if I could just may for 1 second.
We're probably gonna have to entertain this again, but if you want to say something briefly, I'll allow you, but let's not prolong it, please.
No, not at all. I just want to most of the council people know me very well, and I have to be very frank, as usual I am. One thing that you will not see from me, and I want to make this very clear, is me falsifying information. I don't look cute in orange. I don't lie for anyone, and things are the way that they are. Whether we agree with them or not, my job it's to do my job, and I try to do it well. Now the senior program, granted, things may have happened before I came here, but we have 3,500 seniors that we provide meals for. So if this is not approved, that means we're laying off drivers. That for whatever the reason might be, whether we are.
So Director, thanks for letting us know. That's important to know. But the problem is that this should have been thought out when we gave all those programs back to the county.
Council President, and you may agree, what I don't agree with is what I will not, and I with all due respect to anyone, is I do not falsify information.
Nobody, I didn't accuse you of that. Just
Waiting for the fact, just because it's I respect anyone, and that's what I want back as well.
You stated that, and we appreciate it. That's what we ask: honesty and be transparent. Even when you make a mistake, just acknowledge it and we move on. Thank you very much. Could we move on, please? We don't need to go back and forth on this, please.
Okay, Mr. President.
12:50 already.
Okay, 48 and 49, you have to recuse yourself. Do you want to move on to 50 and 51?
Yes.
Okay, so number 50. Next item is item number 50, resolution between the City of Paterson and the State of New Jersey for Route 20, Paterson safety, drainage, and resurfacing. Department of Public Works Resolution 2713.
Can I ask a question in general? I know we're in the middle of a roll call.
I'm sorry, Mr. I didn't have a motion on the floor.
Move it.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
On another note, I would ask for the administration to give me a status, because you have a financial empowerment thing that you're going to bring up at the end of the month, I believe. So I think this will mess up your whole thing, because that resolution that didn't pass right now, you allocated funding for that purpose. So I just want to put that on the record, so we could have that conversation later on. I'm just,
Council President, we're aiming for January, so we're not going to try to do it at the closeout.
Okay, so let's do a roll call on this one, on number 50, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 50 for approval, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Davila leaves? Thanks, she may be left. Okay. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm excited about this project because as a councilwoman, a large Ms. knows, since she's a third ward resident, and by Home Depot and Route 20, that area, the flooding problem that we're facing is incredible there. And I believe that with this project, we're gonna have that problem resolved. So I'm excited to follow up on this. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 50 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 51. Item number 51, resolution authorizing an award of contract to Paulus, Sokolsky, and Sawyer LLC for qualification/proposal for the design, permitting, and construction administration for sewer separation on a portion of West Railway Avenue from Gold Avenue to Crooks Avenue, Division of Engineering, Department of Public Works, RFP number 2021-17, Department of Public Works, Resolution 2740.
Move it.
Councilman Mendez?
Moved by Councilman Mendez.
Second? There a second?
I'll second it.
Councilman, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 50. May I continue, Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 50 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman, he's not there. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to my council colleagues that, you remember how we was talking about CSOs and so forth, and how the federal government's gonna try to, need to, for us to separate our combined system, one for sewer, one for rainwater and all that. So this is like a start of that process that we have to do, council members. For the CSO, the long-term control plan, all of that, this is the start of one of them. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
On East Railroad Avenue, a combined sewer project. I would like to hear more about that, but at the moment, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Madam Clerk, I'm back.
Oh, you're back, Councilman. Your vote for item number 51, Councilman?
Yes, my vote is yes. I just want the administration to know in workshop, the engineer has committed that this road will be repaved curb to curb. This road was one of the worst roads in North Jersey. I can still remember the Bergen record putting the worst road in New Jersey as West Railway. It got repaved. I'm glad that they're doing this the sewer project, but there's two things to the administration. I don't want it to become a debacle like some of the other projects that have gone around the city, and I want engineering to be on top of this because many trucks drive through there, and many of our Board of Ed employees drive through there because the Board of Ed headquarters are over there. So please have a plan in place. All Gators trucks utilize that road. We gotta have a plan that they're not in the residential areas of South Paterson or the Lakeview section. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
Vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 51 is hereby adopted. Mr. President, you're gonna have the Vice President.
Yes.
Take over 48 and 49. Okay. Dr. Nim, can I continue with 48?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 48, a resolution approving an application for and authorizing acceptance of a grant for the Passaic County Community Development Block Grant CV2 Program, Health and Human Services, Resolution 2711.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz. Second by Councilman Khalid. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. I don't see. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Let me just write Councilman Khalid's name here. Roll call on item number 48 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Let the record reflect that Council President Rivera recused himself from item number 48. Madam President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent. Let the record reflect that Council President Rivera recused himself from item number 48. Therefore, item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Item number 49, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 49, resolution amending resolution 19:120 to reflect changes to the fiscal year 2020 municipal alliance grant from the County of Passaic for the prevention of alcohol and substance abuse, health and human services, resolution 2712.
Move it.
Second by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Roll call on item number 49 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Let the record reflect that Council President Rivera recused himself from item number 49. Madam President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent. Let the record reflect that Council President Rivera recused himself from item number 49. Therefore, item number 49 is hereby adopted. There's no more item on the agenda, Madam President.
Can we have a motion to close?
Move it.
Move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call to close the regular meeting of December 15, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So, 6th Ward residents, we got the snowstorm coming up. You heard our report from our administration. They seem ready. I'll be out and about monitoring the situation. I also want to announce before we end the night, Christmas Eve, the Muslim community, it's one of the great events. You guys heard all the great things that go on in the 6th Ward from my colleagues. I want to thank them. Thank you. I know we have great things going on in the 6th Ward, but my favorite event that we host in the 6th Ward with our sponsors is when Santa visits the 6th Ward on Christmas Eve. There's nothing like it in the state of New Jersey, because it's Christmas Eve, it's members of the Muslim community, our residents that celebrate Christmas are celebrating Christmas Eve, and we bring Santa around the 6th Ward. We are planning on doing that, but because of COVID, we are having slight adjustments. We are asking that everyone do not run out to the street, right? No congregating. If you've seen and some of my council colleagues, please follow us. We have hundreds of people that come out and families, and we're asking everyone to stay out their porches. We are not giving out toys this year. The governor gave out his recommendations. He doesn't want toys being given out as Santa's coming through. We are going to respect that, but we are going to come. We are working with the float company. We got our Santa in gear, and I just want to thank them. It's truly what Paterson's about. Members of the Muslim community who Christmas Eve is like the most boring day for us because everything is closed and all our friends are celebrating and our neighbors are celebrating. We come out and we bring cheer to the neighbors. I did this before I was a council person, and the kids in the ward are ready for it. I know Councilman Rivera runs out in his elf suit every year when we pass by his house, and Director Castillo and her family come out. So it's a truly, please look out, listen for the sirens, and say hi to Santa as he comes around the 6th Ward. Any of my council colleagues, if you got time, come join us, please. You will never see anything on Christmas Eve like in the excitement of people. So everyone, be safe out there. I won't see you for the holidays unless you're on the route. And we'll wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad. And I wish everyone, please be safe out there. Try to keep the gathering small. Wear your face masks with this COVID stuff. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Collins?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just would like to say that we're gonna have the funeral services for Linda Smith is scheduled for Thursday. I'm not sure, at 11 o'clock at Shiloh Baptist Church, which is on the corner of Trade Street and Broadway. I do want to give my condolences to our former mayor, Jane Williams Warren. You have my sympathy. I just want the community to know that I will be doing 2 events. Toy giveaway on December 23rd, which is Wednesday at Canaan Baptist Church. It will be from 2 to 4. So please, it will be from 2 to 4. Please, I will have a flyer out that you have to get in touch with me, or you have the number that's on the flyer to pre-register. Also, I'm going to be doing my 37th annual Christmas dinner. It's going to be a grab and go again at the Masonic Temple, which would be Christmas Day, the 25th. I'm hoping to be able to raffle off about 30 bicycles to the community, which, you know, I remember as a kid I wanted a bike, and I was never able to get a bike, but this, you know, it really does something for kids to get a bicycle. It really do. But I'm going to do my best to do 30 bikes for Christmas Day, that we will get the sign temple of grab and go. I just also want you all out there to stay safe, but I just wanted, I was in touch with the father of the young girl that got shot, 17th Avenue. She's doing fine. She had the surgery. She came out. I know the father, I know both brothers, but I just want you to know, just keep them in prayer, but the young lady's doing okay. Her sister's doing okay. And he was really happy to hear my voice. I knew his brother when I worked together with him at the sewer plant, and he would told me that. And they were just outside. They were just outside, walking the dog. So let's just keep everyone in prayer that's going on. You know, so much stuff is just absolutely going on. But if you can come out to any of my events, please do. Please come out. But I just want to say to you all out there, I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year's coming up. I'm letting you know right now, Council President, I will not be here on December 29th. I'm so sorry. But my baby girl and my son, they want to take me somewhere for a few days. So I will not be at the 29th meeting. But to all you out there, to our Corporation Council, to our BA, to especially my Madam Clerk and all the ladies, Sabrina, I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas. I'm going to see you anyhow, but I want to say while we're on TV, and to all my council members, I appreciate you all. You know, we disagree, but it's still, we must go on. And I want to wish you all a happy holidays, you and your family and everything. I don't think that I forgot about anything, but if I will, I'll text Councilwoman Mims and she'll announce it for me. But to you all out there, I want to wish you all well, be safe. We still have this epidemic going. Please, this pandemic is really, please, just be safe, be safe, be safe, and take care of your family. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council colleague, tomorrow at noon, we'll be raising the flag of People's Republic of Bangladesh at noon to celebrate the 49th Victory Day of Bangladesh. I would like to invite each and every one of you to be there. Also, this Saturday, I'll be hosting a winter clothes giveaway at New Jersey NJ Help Center at 281 Union Avenue between 4 to 8 p.m. If you have time, please stop by. And everyone, good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. And just I have a few announcements. I would like to keep. I would like to try to keep it in my 2 minutes. But first of all, let me just let all the third ward residents that live in the historic district know that there was a situation that made me move faster than ever, and had a conversation with the director of the historic preservation to talk about what has been going on in the third ward, specifically in the historic district. We have a lot of new homeowners moving into that section, East Side Park, East 42nd Street, East 40, East 41st, a lot of new homeowners from out of town. They provide property there. Now, there's been a lot of construction, and just this is something that a lot of people know, that in order for you to change your window, your roof, and your siding, you don't need a permit. But you don't need a permit if you do not live on the historic district. If you live on the historic district on East Side Park area, on the section of East Side, you have to go to the Historic Preservation Commission. And a lot of people don't know that information. I'm working in collaboration with John Franco, who is the head of the Historic Preservation Commission, to put together a package to educate our historic district area, the residents that live there, and the new homeowner that are looking into purchase property in that location, to make sure that they don't make a renovation on their property and then later on they're gonna have to replace it and get summons and go through a difficult situation. We're working on that, and I'm looking forward to sit down with different organizations like the Eastside Neighborhood Association and other organizations, but we're putting together that package for the historic district to resolve that problem. In another note, I would like to also, express my deepest condolences to the former Mayor Jim Williams Warren for the loss of her husband. We'll keep you in our prayer. And I would like to invite the community also to our annual toy giveaway this Sunday. This Sunday, we're going to start at 12 p.m. at Eastside Park. We're going to have Santa and a float. We're going to start at 12 p.m. on Eastside Park. We're going to be there from 12 to 2. We're going to be practicing social distancing. It's going to be outside. We have toys for around 2,000 children, more or less. But we have a lot of toys for a lot of the kids. And we're going to do it. We're going to do this differently. We're going to be outside. We're going to be able to make sure that the parents stay, on their car with the kids. We're going to deliver the toys. We're going to make sure that Santa handle the toys. So then you're going to be able to take a picture with Santa, just practice the social distancing. So from 12 to 2, we're going to be at Eastside Park. From 2:30 to 3:30, we're going to be on Brilliant Avenue and 19th Avenue. And also from 4 to 5, we're going to be at Borough Park on 5th Avenue and East 23rd. The most favorite part for my councilwoman at large, Elisa Means, my neighbor. So Paterson, I would like to invite the community to let's spend some time together. Listen, it's Christmas. I know we've been going through a very difficult time. This pandemic, we've been losing so many loved ones with this pandemic. But you know what? It's Christmas. Let's enjoy Christmas. So I look forward to see you. And also I'm gonna be around the third ward with the Flo and Santa. I'm very sure we're gonna have a great time, Paterson. Okay, so also, the storm is coming. It's on the way. Tomorrow I'm gonna be around. To all my third ward residents, you know my cell phone number, 973-930-1436. If you need my help, if you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. And I look forward to see you guys on Sunday. God bless you, Paterson. Have a great night. Merry Christmas. Thank you. I voted yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Means?
And so, this Thursday, Councilman Khan has already mentioned it, is Ms. Linda Shirley Smith's funeral. Friday, my condolences goes out to Elijah, who is an entrepreneur in the city of Paterson, a celebrity hairstylist at that. His grandmother, aunt, and mother died within 10 days of each other, and the funeral is this Friday at Bible Way, this Friday. Please, if you can, walk through and show your condolences to that. My aunt's funeral for public viewing will be on Sunday from 4 to 7. If you would like to walk through on Sunday, and then the family the private services on Monday for the family. So if you can walk through, show your face, show your condolences to the family, that would be greatly appreciated. I want to, the speedometers that I want to thank Director Jerry Spizial and Chief Cora. As you know, we've been talking about it, Council President 8th Ave, for a long time with the speeding, and I want to thank Director Jerry. After making one phone call to him, it was done. So I know residents have been calling me because it's been moved. It's only moved temporarily because of the storm. They got to get into storm preparation, and the snow would destroy them. So they've temporarily moved. They will be back, but we have to focus on storm preparation. This Saturday is December to Remember. As you know, because of COVID, we can't have our huge event at 60 Temple Street. So we're going to have it at Bear Trap Park. It will be a grab and go. There will be soup, snacks, toys, Bronte. I want to thank Bronte. They're giving away Christmas trees, real trees. So please come get your real Christmas tree. We have John P. Houston Funeral Home as a partner. We have Scolari Arnold Funeral Home as a partner. Hope I don't miss anybody. And so many others. Toro's Restaurant, ShopRite, so many others that I will identify, and Nifty Lions as well. So we have a lot of other people that have supported. Malky, thank you so much. So all of you and so many others, I will make sure you will get a nice shout out on social media. I know you love that. So I'll make sure you'll get your nice shout out. It's this Saturday from 12 to 4. Please come through, stop by, grab and go, take a quick pic, and be out. All right, we'll have music, a DJ out there. We have Creative Kids. How could I forget Victoria? Creative Kids will be there doing something for the kids. So please stop through, council members. I'm looking to see you there. Councilman Mendez, I will meet you at some point, because Sunday is my aunt's funeral. So at some point, I will try to slide through at one of your locations. You know, I would love to be a Bear, but I'll see how I can work it out. But I'll stop by there, and then I'm gonna try to stop by Councilman Kalik. I heard his event is on tomorrow, so I'll try to stop by there as well. I think that is all. Oh, to all of our young students that are on virtual learning, my heart goes out to you. I'm telling you, I've been helping my son. I'm normally in the council chambers all the time, but I've been helping my son on virtual. And God bless all the teachers. You know, I've loved you before, but I have grown a greater affection for teachers because virtual learning is just something else. So to the teachers, to all the students, all the parents that are dealing with it through this trying time, my heart goes out to you. My heart and prayers go out to every family that is dealing with grief, whether it's through COVID, natural death, the shootings, so many other things that are going on, and sickness as well. I'm going to thank Janice Miller for requesting me to do the prayer every day last week at the fire department. I want to thank her for that, and the chief. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I never take it for granted. And to Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk, all of our secretaries, thank you so much for all that you do every day, all day, day in and day out. It is greatly appreciated. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Councilman Jackson, he's not voting?
He did already.
But he did, I'm sorry, it's that late. It's 1:15. So I just want to, give my condolences to former clerk and mayor of the city of Paterson, Jane Williams, for the passing of her husband. I also want to thank my colleagues for, bringing solutions. Councilman Mims, thank you for looking into bringing solutions to a lot of the problems. That's what happens when we collaborate. And I just hope we take it a step further and collaborate with the administration too, but it has to be both ways. It can't just be one way. It can't just be when it's convenient for one side. We both got to work together. Councilman Mendez, I noticed that we're missing a picture in the wall. You want to give that picture back, and please bring it over, Madam Clerk. What is the status? I know we have a lot of issues in the city, but every meeting I see that picture there, and I think that picture belongs in the wall.
I'll deliver it tomorrow.
Okay.
So the other one tomorrow, Mr. Ming said, from Edison Water.
Got it.
He didn't like the other one. He wanted to look cuter, so we had to get a cuter one for him.
I lost some weight, so
All right. So let me wrap it up. I just hope we don't get a bad storm on Thursday, but it's just hoping. And I just hope we do a great job of cleaning it. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The regular meeting of December 15, 2020 is hereby adjourned. Good night, good morning, everyone.
Good night. Good night, Councilman.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Oh, what a day.
Good night, everyone. Good night. Enjoy.
Good morning.